civil and human rights activist. He is entirely dedicated to serving the poor and underprivileged. As an activist, Patillo has led workers in organization campaigns to petition for better wages, work with work to integrate segregated organizations, and assisted discriminated workers against celebrity chef Paula Dean, all the while working with Reverend Jesse Jackson and Rainbow Push Coalition. As an experienced political strategist, Patillo has worked for over 15 years on various political campaigns on the local, state, and national level. He is currently a talk radio host on CBS Radio, Intercom Radio, and is a highly sought after political commentator and national speaker. Patillo has been featured in various news articles, such as the New York Times, Huffington Post, and Politico magazine, to name a few. He's also a frequent guest on cable news networks, including Fox News, CNN News, News One Now, One America News Network, and Russia Today. It is with great honor that I introduce some and present to others a Panther, Clark Atlanta University Panther, Attorney Robert Hilliard Patillo II.
Well, thank you so much for that introduction. It's interesting. My wife wrote that bio for me, so I get a kick out of it every time because I immediately say, "Who is that? They sound cool." I want to thank you, everyone, so much for inviting me. Thank D. Dawkins Hagler for reaching out to me. Thank the entire alumni chapter of Stone Mountain Lithonia for Delta Sigma Theta Sorority Incorporated. Again, I'm attorney Robert Patillo. I'm a radio show host on W News and Talk 1380 WAOK here in Atlanta, Georgia. And I'm not going to take up a lot of your time because I think we have a great panel to discuss many of these issues with regards to breaking the barriers between Black men in the voting booth. Many people don't know this, but from 2012, Obama's reelection, to 2016, when Hillary Clinton was running, we saw a 7% drop nationally in the Black voter turnout. And that may not sound like a lot, but as over 750,000 fewer African Americans voted for Hillary Clinton than voted for Barack Obama in 2016. The reason this is significant is that you saw President Trump win places like Wisconsin by 3 points, Michigan by 2 points, Florida by just over 1 point. You saw in the Georgia gubernatorial race a separation of less than 2% went to separated Kemp from Stacey Abrams. In Florida, we saw similar numbers between Gillum and Ron DeSantis. So a very small difference in the vote is enough to shift entire elections and shift the entire future of the country. What we're seeing now with the debate over the Supreme Court is that Donald Trump gets to appoint 3 Supreme Court justices that will be ruling deep into the 2050s and 2060s because he won that election. So because of that drop in turnout and other factors, Russia and so on and so forth, they get to shape the nation. You have justices on the Supreme Court right now who were appointed by George H.W. Bush 30 plus years ago. You have some federal judges that have been on the bench for 40 plus years, were appointed by Reagan and even the Carter administration, still on the federal bench. So these elections have consequences, and we have to find out what we can do to make sure that the turnout numbers for African Americans in this election match or exceed what they were for Obama in 2012, because that drop in voting in 2016 was the first time in over 20 years that the share of the African American vote and Black voter turnout actually dropped. So joining us today to discuss this and many other issues, we have an outstanding panel that has been assembled for us. We have attorney Malawi Davis. I think everyone knows him. He's a co-founder of the Davis Bozeman law firm. He is an ever-present figure in Atlanta politics and in the social justice movement, and particularly working with victims of police shootings, police brutality, and a great voice for the voiceless in our community. We have Marcus Coleman, founder of Save Ourselves. Marcus has been an advocate for numerous initiatives is highlighting the plight of misrepresented, overlooked, and unfortunate individuals in our society. You can't go to a march that Marcus Coleman isn't at. I've yet to attend one where he hasn't been there. It's been about 20 years. Kevin Miles, Southeast Regional Director of the NAACP. Kevin Miles currently serves as Southeast Regional Director, providing training, guidance, and assistance to more than 600 active units throughout the states of Alabama, Florida, Georgia, Mississippi, North Carolina, South Carolina, and Tennessee. During his tenure on the national staff, Kevin has also served as Midwest Regional Field Director and a term as interim national field director for the NAACP. Additionally, we have Dr. Alan C. Peterson, dentist, Department of Justice. Mr. Peterson is the Chief Dental Officer for the Department of Justice, Federal Bureau of Prisons at the Atlanta Federal Penitentiary. He received his bachelor's degree in science from Morehouse College and is his doctor of dental medicine from Washington University School of Dental Medicine in St. Louis, Missouri. He's been involved in forensic dentistry and has been deployed to New York City in 2001 to assist in the casualty identification of the World Trade Center after the 9/11 attacks. Finally, we have the voice of reason on this panel. We have a poet, Mr. Hank Stewart. Hank Stewart is a published writer who's been called a catalyst for action and a messenger of hope, consideration, spirituality, hope, and love. And his major influences for delving into the world of literature. Hank Stewart I've known for over close to 20 years now. Hank is the voice of calm and reason that we need in our community and a great resource for us to have. I want to thank everyone for attending this this town hall. I really am hoping to have a great conversation. So just to start, I want for each of our panelists to share share a little about yourself and what influenced you to take an interest in this cause of voting and elections and politics. Because often what we see with younger African-American men when we talk to them is simply that it's never been presented to them as something they should be interested in. We push sports, we push athletics, we push a lot of things on music, on young African-American men. What got you involved in this field of politics in particular? And I'll start with you, Malawi.
Thank you. I appreciate the kind introduction. I became involved, I think in a broader sense, I became involved in social justice work about 27 years ago in my early 20s. And the focus really has been how do we gain power and help transform this system that has historically been a very painful system for Black men in particular, but Black people in general to live in. And one of the ways that I believe we do that is obviously through litigation as a civil rights lawyer, but also through protest, but also through voting. And we find the power of voting for me on a local level is incredibly important. Obviously, we have a national election coming up with some implications like we have not seen probably in our lifetime, but local and controlling local politics has been a focus of ours, trying to hold those that are elected, that are local, to a progressive agenda, trying to frame that agenda, and then not just get them in office, but to engage in the kind of work that help hold them accountable, whether they be Black or white. The need for accountability. So that's really kind of how I got pulled into the work, was first from the activist side in Philadelphia and in the African-centered education movement. And then it just kind of continued to evolve after I went to law school and started practicing law.
All right, Hank Stewart, what got you involved in this? What got you into voting and into activism?
Again, I'm going to echo my friend, Attorney Maui Davis. Thank you all for allowing me to be a part of this conversation. This is a very critical and crucial conversation. So thank you, Dee, and everybody else who had anything to do with me being on this call, because you got some brilliant minds on here. You know, there's a quote that says, if a drunk hang out with a drunk, neither one of them ever be sober. If you're hanging out with someone who ain't going nowhere, it's not going to be long before you're going to have your brakes on. I started hanging out with people who was involved in the civil rights community and the human rights community, and it got me. That was a bug that was that was developed. Janice Mathis, you know, Reverend Jesse Jackson, you know, Joe Beasley, Then I got a chance to take a couple of steps up and hang out with Dr. C.T. Vivian, Congressman John Lewis, Reverend Joe Lowry. And so when you're around that type of energy, you can't help but be a part of the movement. Miss Clayton and Rita Samuels, people like that. You can't help but be energized by the movement. And so I was really fortunate to be able to sit at a lot of their feet and learn from them and understand how the body of politics really, really works. And back to the opening video, I think that video speaks volumes because it really captures everything that we need to know about the body of politics. And I think a lot of us don't understand the steps that has to take to get to the change and the movement that we have in our community. So again, thank you for allowing me. I'm not going to dominate the conversation, but thank you for allowing me to be a part of this discussion. But my family has always been involved in the community, and so I don't know anything other than that.
Marcus Colvin, what got you into this field? What got you into activism and into voting?
Well, man, I promise I would have to first start out. Well, first, let me say thank you for allowing me to be on this call too. All of us are colleagues. I know everyone minus one person that's on the panel. Awesome brothers and dedicated to the movement. My entry is a little bit unique. I have to give credit to my grandfather, who was the father figure in my life and made sure that I stayed current on current events as far as the news is concerned as a child. And of course, that encompasses a lot of what we're talking about today. But my involvement started after being unjustly incarcerated in federal prison for 30 months and spending 13 of those 30 months in solitary confinement in my early 20s, coming home and then becoming the founder and former president for Reverend Al Sharpton's National Action Network, responsible for the Southeastern Regional Headquarters in the historical West End District. So entering up under Sharpton, there were, a plethora of voter registration initiatives, voting initiatives, just politically, political engagement, period. And I guess that would be my entry into activism. But being a Black male, I think I came out of the womb being an advocate because of the color of my skin.
All right, Kevin Miles, the same question. What got you into activism? What got you into the movement?
Thank you all for inviting me also. But similar to Hank, this has been something that has been like a family vocation. I have a great uncle who was in Marcus Garvey's army. My grandmother was very active in her own right. My grandfather was in a group called the Cleveland Future Outlook League. He was one of the people who provided security to Black organizations that were trying to meet throughout the city. So I've always had movement sensibilities. But my passion for the political sphere tended to grow exponentially once I became conscious of the fact that there's a very counter-revolutionary idea that's pervasive in our community, and that is you get people who believe that the way that they can affect the system is we need to turn inward and we'll just build our own stuff. I'll build my own school, I'll build my own neighborhood. And I say that that's counter-revolutionary because I have worked since I've been 18 years old. I've paid as many taxes as anybody else in America. I have ownership over everything that America has. If your school has science labs for your kids, I want them for my school. If your streets are paved, I want my streets paved. And the more that I travel and the more that I see that we allow other people to use our tax dollars to finance their futures, while we turn inward with our disposable dollars and try to see what we can cobble together on the other end, that fuels my passion to make sure that we're educating people about their actual power to marshal their own resources that you've already paid. We don't have to beg anybody to be included in their reality. We already paid for it. I bought the reality you live in. I just want my piece of it. And so my passion is making sure that our community understands our stake in this.
All right, Dr. Peterson, what got you into activism? What got you into voting?
Well, like everyone else, I'm very honored and humbled to be asked to be on this panel. As a child, I watched my father go to Selma to march. I met a lot of people back in St. Louis, where I grew up, in NAACP, and I just watched. I wasn't, excuse me, I wasn't active at that time. I didn't really get active until my freshman year at Morehouse when I met John Lewis and voted in the election. That was my first election that I voted in for him against White Fowler to fill up Andrew Young's seat when he became the ambassador. So ever since then, I've been like in the background, voting, getting people to vote. I'm on the committee now at my church, New Life Church, where we have a voters registration drive. And we're concentrating on the disenfranchised, because those are the ones that we really need to come out and vote. But the main reason why I got involved and why I've never missed an election is because people died for me to vote. And that's my main reason.
You know, I think it's very important that we key in on that. And one of the issues I think that we have is that we kind of tell Black history and Black voting as this very short fairy tale. You know, one morning Abraham Lincoln and Martin Luther King were having breakfast, and then they took the Magic School Bus with Rosa Parks down to Selma, did a bus boycott, and went to Washington for the march for a march. Then later on that day, Obama was elected, and then everything was fine. I think as long as people don't have a full understanding of that history, it makes it very difficult for them to understand the value of the vote that they hold. As I mentioned in the opening, we had a 7% drop, the first time in 20 years, a drop in African-American voter turnout. African-American male voter turnout dropped even more significantly than the overall number. So I'm going to open this up to everybody, round robin style. What do you think caused that drop in voter turnout between 2012 and 2016?
Well, I think the main drop was people were very disappointed after President Obama won because they didn't understand the government. A lot of us thought that when Obama became president, that everything would go our way, not understanding that when Obama won, the Republicans said their main goal was to make sure he wasn't reelected. So that's when I think people finally realized that it's not just the president, as the young brother said in the rap. It's the government that makes the laws. The president just has to say yes or no, or tries to, you know, put his 2 cents in. But we need to get out and vote from the local government all the way to the House of Representatives and the Senate to make a big difference. And I think people were very disappointed.
If I could, and I want to start by Brother Allen, if I could make just a friendly amendment to the earlier statement that you made, because I think language is important. And it's not so much that people died for our right to vote, but our people were murdered to keep us from voting. And that provides a little bit of extra clarity. We didn't just die. People murdered us to keep us from voting. You know, and I think that part of what accounts for the drop, and I'm just speaking for Black men, that's the reason why I was asked on this call, and I've been a Black man for 50 years. I think that Black men occupy a space and a reality that we do not spend enough time articulating. I see a lot of young brothers out here. First of all, you know, you got young brothers who are underemployed. They are, some of my own cousins, some of my own family members are not employable. You know, brothers who have issues with the law. Most of the men that I know have had negative experiences with law enforcement. Not to say that everybody's been incarcerated, but you have had experiences that were not positive, right? These are realities that we have that are not talked about. And so I believe that when Barack Obama was elected, I, as many other people, thought that finally he can see us. He can see me. And then when the government did what the government does and it worked the way that it is designed to work, I think that was painful for a lot of people who expected so much more, even though those expectations may have been unrealistic. And so now we've moved into another presidential cycle and another political cycle where those internal issues that we have are still not spoken of. So how do you tie people to, you know, the need to connect politically when they do not see this as benefiting their lives, and the discussions about how it benefits them doesn't speak to the deficiencies that they know exist?
Brother Miles, in all respect, excuse me, Brother Miles, hold on. In all respect, people were not only murdered, they died also. I've been a Black man. Hold on now, hold on. I've been a Black man for 64 years. And so a little longer than you. I've experienced a little bit more than you. I
Yes,
remember not being able to go to places that you grew up to be able to go to. Now, I know friends of mine, of their parents died. They weren't murdered, they died marching. So
Yes, sir.
as a general concept, yes, people were murdered, but people also just died. And to me, murder and death is the same thing. They dead.
Point taken.
Let's go to Marcus
Could I-
Carter and then Malawi. Marcus?
Well, first, let me echo my brethren, Attorney Maui Davis. He spoke to me. Others have said it, but I think you started out by saying that the local elections are the most important. I know we'll get to the national election and the electoral college, which I think needs to be abolished. That's later in the program. Died or murdered, died and or murdered is all noted. But in all fairness, I just personally think that the drop is because, you know, I can speak frankly, is that brothers, I was going to say brothers and sisters, but brothers, since that's what we're discussing here, are tired of simply going through the same rigmarole and voting for the lesser of two evils. We hear that all the time in our community, that we must vote for the lesser of two evils. And we use that we use as a guilt trip, in my personal opinion, humble opinion, in our community. We bring up the fact that our ancestors were murdered or died. And to be quite honest, I really think that that is a archaic narrative. I think that we need to start demanding more of our agenda and our wants and our needs and concerns, instead of just always going with the voting for the lesser of two evils. So I think that could be a possibility that has added to that decrease in brothers in the voting booth.
All right, Brother Malawi Davis.
Yeah, so I would like for us to go a little further around, I think, the frustration with some brothers. What you've seen on a national level, what you've seen Donald Trump do is exercise executive powers that unfortunately Barack Obama didn't. And we just have to be frank about that. And I think that that's troubling, right? And so when Marcus raises the issue about what are our needs and desires, you've seen Trump free people and pardon people, and we know that there are folks that are still locked up, that are incarcerated, that were there under President Obama's watch, who were not freed. And so that is deeply, I think that impacts people. And we just have to be real with it. You know, Tupac used to rap about, you know, there won't be a black president. And there was. And when there was, we didn't get what we thought we should have for whatever reason. And part of it has to be that historically, the Democrats and black folk are moving in ways that to appease people. That's not what the Republicans are doing. They're doing what they want to do, and how it hurts or harms us, they care not. But when it comes to when we are in power, we're trying to figure out how to be just and fair and all of that. Folks don't care about that. This is about power. This is a power game, a power struggle. And we have to just get real about that, stop tiptoeing around it, that when we have power, exercise it in our interest without apology. Exercise power without apology. Don't have black folks shed their blood for you to get into a position, whether you're a judge, a mayor, or a president, and then you're tiptoeing around and not being definitively black on an issue. That's what that's the issue. Just be unapologetically black. They ain't gonna vote you back in any damn way. So just do what you need to do in the interest of your people, and stop trying to placate folks who don't care nothing about you. And so I think it's just, that's the energy. My sons are 20 and 22. They're not excited about voting. I'm gonna drag their behinds out and they're gonna go vote, but they're not excited. There's nothing about the national election that excites them, period. Regardless of who's vice president or not.
Brother Hank Stewart, go ahead.
I just want to jump in. There's never been a candidate. I'm 57. I just turned 57. There's never been a candidate I've been excited about. But I understand what my responsibilities are, and that's the part that becomes a little frustrating. It's almost like we want bells and whistles and all of, but there's so many other things. Our lives depend upon voting, and when I look back at, the Obama administration and all of that, he lost he won the election in 2008, lost the House of the Senate in 2010 because we didn't go back to the polls. He won the re-election in 2012, but he lost the House in 2014 because we didn't go back to the polls. We don't understand the importance of midterms, every election. I mean, school board, county commissioner, the sheriff, the numbers always drop. A small amount of people always determine for the masses. And I'm gonna just say this, and I'm not just saying this because we're on Delta Sigma Thetas, on this call. I don't know why we have a problem voting for women and Black women particularly. That's another issue. Stacey Abrams was head and shoulders above Kemp, and we didn't want to. 12% of African Americans male voted the other way. So when we talk about all these we got to talk about real issues. And I think one of the biggest things, and I'm a child's advocate. I love children. I think one of the real problems is we don't take kids to the polls early enough with us. They should be going to it should never be a question if you're going to vote, because you've been voting all your life. You saw your parents vote all their lives, and they should be ready to go to the polls and excited about it, because that's something that you've seen your entire life. The 100 Black Men has a quote: "What they see is what they be." If your sons see you getting up, going to the poll, and you taking them with them and hitting that level and showing them the importance of it, then they, Jewish people take their children, they educate their children. We got to do a better job of doing that.
And now I noticed no one mentioned some of the legislative barriers that have been put in place, particularly to disenfranchise African Americans and African American men in particular. You have the issue of voter ID, which was put in place in Georgia, almost 15 years ago. And at first they required you to buy a $10 ID from the state, which equivocated to a poll tax. And now they've reformed it to only needing a government issued photo ID, but not accepting ID from private institutions. So if you have a Georgia State University ID, you can vote with that. If you have a Clark Atlanta University Panther Paw card, you can't vote with that. We saw in Minnesota and Wisconsin, new voter ID laws be put in place between the 2012 and 2016 election, which significantly impacted voter turnout. We're seeing right now the administration attacking the idea of mail-in voting, claiming that it's fraudulent without any actual evidence. What is the role that governmental policy plays in creating barriers for African Americans at the polls? And I guess we'll start with Malawi again. I think he has some. Dr. Peterson, let's start with you.
To me, one of the barriers is an issue that's close to my heart because of where I work. Ex-felons. After you've completed your sentence and got off of parole, you still can't vote because you have to pay all of your court costs and court fines. And being an ex-felon, it's hard to get a job. So if you don't have a job, you can't pay your fines. So you're being persecuted twice for the same crime. You have a lot of ex-felons that are homeless. You can't register to vote if you don't have an address. There are a lot of things that are stopping us, senior citizens who can't get out to vote. There's just so much that's stopping us from voting, and they're doing all they can that it's heartbreaking.
Marcus Colvin.
Well, yeah, I believe, I'm not certain, but I believe I would be accurate saying I'm the only ex-felon panelist. It should speak volumes, because I did have to go through the restoration process of my voting rights, which I have done. So that is one of the largest, I'd say, judicial or legislative kind of decreasing of numbers, considering that mass incarceration, prison industrial complex, school to prison pipeline, it's nothing but Black and brown that fill prisons all across this nation. And that is a huge pool of voters. Certain states, of course, allow convicted felons the restoration of their rights, but there are some states that absolutely do not. So I would just have to echo and piggyback off of Brother Allen, especially representing the convicted felons.
Hank Stewart.
You know, there's a quote that says, "One man or woman who's committed is far greater than 1,000 with interest." One man or woman who's committed is far greater than 1,000 with interest. And one of the things that I love about, you know, I used to love about sitting down and listening to Dr. Lowry and Miss Rita Sammys, and, you know, we would have lunch and hear them, just their commitment. You know, they were committed to getting it done. They didn't let things get, I mean, you know, they had small victories, but those small victories, they kept pushing. And it just seems like we're not made or cut from the same cloth. So any little thing seems like it deters us and it turns us around. You know, 381 days for the Montgomery bus boycott, 381 days. 381 days they walked. They didn't ride the bus. They didn't, you know, they carpooled. They had a commitment, 381 days. And so it just seems like, you know, we've got to be that committed. You know, I think back to the previous question that you asked, Brother Patillo, and you talked about, you know, some of the deterrents, and we didn't understand, had we voted for Michelle Nunn back in 2016, she would be on the bench right now, and they would have flipped that bench and da-da-da. We don't understand the commitment of being engaged and doing things. I haven't looked at a football game in 4 years because of Colin Kaepernick, because I'm committed to his fight. I understand his fight, and I've never been a Colin Kaepernick fan, but I understand his fight about this whole, you know, about you know, black men being killed. So I support the brother, and so we got to have I think we got to have that level of commitment, that fight, that commitment that, you know, you ain't gonna be turned around easily. You know, and you know, I would like to see more fight in us, you know, as men, you know, and protecting our women, protecting our families. And the way you protect your family is first by voting. The most important right you have is the right to vote. That's the one right that protects all of the rights. If you lose your right to vote, you lose all of the rights. That's the one right that protects it. We are a people created by laws. Attorney Maui Davis is the attorney, so I'm not going to jump in his lane. But I do know we were created laws by 13th, 14th, 15th Amendment. You know, and if you repeal those amendments of 13, 14, 15, and we're back in the form of slavery. Look at what was done to the Voters' Right Bill, this Section 4 and Section 5 of the pre-clearance. You know, so we've got to have a commitment. We got to stay on the wall. It's like we take a shot, a jump shot, and think we won the game when the enemy's taking the ball back and hit a three-pointer. They've erased everything we had on our two-pointer, plus taking us another step back.
So basically you're saying we're the Clippers.
Yeah, basically.
All right, going to Kevin Miles.
You know, I agree with what Brother Hank is saying, but I also believe that you can't overstate the role of voter suppression. You know, I remember when the voter ID bill went into effect in Alabama, and we challenged the fact that, you know, that it is essentially a poll tax. And their response was the same response that most states give, which is, we will provide you with a free ID if you request it. But the devil is always in the details, right? So what Alabama said is they'll have a mobile vehicle that will drive around and make these free IDs available. But what we actually found was that these mobile vehicles were parked in a parking lot and they didn't go anywhere. So if you didn't have transportation to get there, you couldn't get to where the mobile vehicle was. You know, I was called out to Dodge City, Kansas. Dodge City, Kansas in the last election cycle, and they have a huge immigrant population and a huge Latino population. They moved and consolidated their voting precinct, and they said they needed one large facility. They put it 2.5 miles away from the nearest bus stop, to make sure that anybody who needed public transportation would have a huge amount of difficulty getting back and forth, anticipating a huge drop-off. So those type things, we can't underestimate how important those are, because they do have a role. But the way that you counter that is by, you know, basically kind of fortifying our resolve inside the community and making people understand that, you know what, I don't care if you have to go to the poll in a hazmat suit in a thunderstorm. You have to get there.
Attorney Davis.
I want to just say he hit it. You're absolutely right, Kevin. I cannot, there's no ifs and buts about what you just said. You're exactly right. Suppression.
All right, Attorney Davis, I think you're still on mute.
So for me, it just keeps going back to us organizing and being organized. I think tonight is a prime example of power, right? That when we see what the Deltas have done here, it's about organizing, and the organizing has to go beyond voting. And so I just feel like we have to have a plan, right? We have to have two plans. One plan is if Trump gets reelected,
right,
which is a real possibility, right? Let's just what is our plan for our people, and how do we collectively come together and create a safety plan that reduces the number of lives that are lost and taken. One of the major things, as Brother Hank raised, and a number of folks have raised, is your ability to vote. As important as it is, it can be taken away based on convictions, felony convictions. And so all of this has really been re-implemented by Trump. The war on drugs under President Obama, as critical as I just was about him, that war on drugs was very, very different from what you're seeing right now. And the emphasis now, the Civil Rights Division, in terms of actually prosecuting and going after police-involved shootings, it's very different under Donald Trump than it was under Barack Obama. So I want to be clear. I'm not saying that nothing happened. I just want us to be clear that what is our organized response to Trump winning, and what is our organized response to Biden-Harris winning, right? Because when they win, they're not guaranteeing that we're going to be in a good space. We're going to have to hold them accountable. And that's one of the things that I think we lacked. And so I do believe that there's a need for us to have a people's assembly at the local level, at the regional level, at the national level, involving the Divine Nine, involving all of our civil rights, human rights organizations, and having a platform that we can hold them accountable. We got to have a Black agenda that we're saying you got to address these things. And we are not going to let you just play to the middle and focus on making sure you maintain the independent white voters to our demise. And so I think the organized effort after the election, before and after, is what's critical in my mind in terms of what we have to focus on and be about.
And I think Attorney Davis hit it directly on the head, and just kind of to piggyback on that point and transition into the next. One of the issues that I think many campaigns struggle with is exactly how to campaign to Black men. Primarily, you'll see this in just a lack of a Black male agenda for many candidates. When you talk to a lot of young brothers, they say, well, what am I going to get out of it if I vote? What is the agenda for Black men? And it seems that the political parties, their immediate response is criminal justice reform. Okay, for the rest of us not currently in jail, what is your agenda for us? So for the panelists, what should be on that agenda for Black men? I'll start with you, Marcus.
Oh man, let me just first, to touch on this, because I want to make sure that we're clear. I know we can always do better, but we have a generation that is under us. I'm the baby on this line, I believe, Patillo. I'm 46. That is really engaged right now. We have a generation that is thirsty for political knowledge. We have a generation that is taking seats. So honestly speaking, for the duration of this call so far, that has not been raised. I mean, we truly are in a revolutionary time. I like to call it a modern day Reconstruction era. So to act as if, and I'm not discharging charge to any one particular person, but I just don't want this call to be doom and gloom on the political positioning and posture of the black male. I know too many youths that are politically astute, but that passion that they have is not in a similar vein, again, like I spoke about as far as voting for the lesser of two evils. Just because you have a generation that is demanding, as you talked about, Brother Davis, a plan A and a contingency plan, which is just common sense. To me, a lot of times they get beat up when they are saying, well, our vote is not guaranteed. Now, I know during this climate, because of Trump, I understand the charged nature. But to be on point with your question, Patillo, we need fair housing. We need economic equality. Truth be told, to me, this is not going to be practical, but I don't deal in that practical realm. We still need reimbursement in the form of retribution and reparations for slavery. The foundation of this country, as everybody on this call and who's listening know, is beyond cracked. And so there's a generation that is coming that is demanding that the house be burned down and rebuilt. And we have an older generation that is telling them that's not practical. That's going to cause us to go backwards. Here's my closing statement on this. Unless we truly get serious about this power trip that is voting and be a bridge and some adhesive, so to speak, for this intergenerational movement that's going on, we're going to continue to repeat the same ills if we don't deal with the foundation. Black folks are so far behind, even though we are moving forward. Excuse my English, Patillo, there's a plethora of things that the black community needs: health, housing, economic equality, criminal justice reform. And again, we need what is owed to us on the debt on the backs of our ancestors.
Hank Stewart, what should be on the black men's agenda? If you were going to be telling a campaign, if you're the spokesperson for black men, what should be on that agenda?
I think our children, black children, it's got to be on there because they're going to grow up to be black men and black women. I think you got to have children on the agenda. Our children are not on our agenda from an education standpoint, health standpoint. Kids are 20% of our population, but they're 100% of our future. And so if you want to start building a bridge, you got to start with the foundation you put in there. And I think our children should be on that agenda.
Kevin Miles, when Trump speaks to his African-American supporters, you have the Black Voices for Trump, you have Blacks for Trump, and so on and so forth. The first thing they run down is First Step Act, opportunity zones, pardoning Alice Johnson, pardoning the other black guy at the convention, record black low unemployment, so on and so forth. What should be the rundown on what black men need for anybody who wants to come and get our vote?
The list is extensive. If you were to start with education, and here's the difficulty that we have, and I'm going to enunciate a few of those. But the difficulty that we have is that the enemy that we are fighting is white supremacy and all of the manifestations of white supremacy. And it's like whack-a-mole. You can smack down individual policies, but unless you challenge the mindset that created those policies, new policies are created to replace them, right? So there's some futility in just saying we need to go after these 10 things, because as you go after those 10, you'll get 10 more. But right. We have issues with, SROs that are in the school widely, broadly across all of our communities. I work in 17 states, and I can tell you my polling from my communities, right? These SROs directly feed, those are school resource officers. We have police officers patrolling the lunchrooms of 13 and 14-year-olds, right? That directly feeds the school to prison pipeline. We have schools all across the country, not just in the South, where you have more uniformed police officers than you have social workers, We have very few opportunities for summer jobs. We have very few resources that go into our communities that provide basic infrastructure that allow people to create their own businesses and generate their own generational wealth. We have things like the traditional undervaluing of Black households and Black-owned property, which keeps us from building generational wealth so that we can pass that on to our family. There's so many. You know, it's one of those things where anywhere you throw a rock, you're going to come up with individual policies. But the real target is disrupting the mindset that's creating those policies and actually challenging the ideology and the philosophy that says that it is okay to other Black people.
Dr. Peterson, well, what say you?
Well, my main agenda will be to, I'm not one to blame a lot of people, but ourselves. We accept these politicians that we have, that we vote into office, and they don't do anything for us. If you look at our neighborhoods are run down, but yet the white neighborhoods aren't. So I think we need to focus on education, voters' rights. Why are our schools not as good as the white schools? Why is it in our community that it's a known drug area, but our representatives, our congressmen, our local congressmen aren't putting pressure on the police to do anything about it? You don't have known drug areas or known high crime areas in the white community, but it's accepted in our community. We have to stop accepting this for ourselves and hold our people accountable. So we need to educate ourselves on how the legislation goes, like the young brother in the rap said at first, learn how it goes, and just, we've got to do better with ourselves. That's all I'm saying. We have to do much better with ourselves and just don't accept this BS that we've been given by our people that we put in office.
Brother Davis, what should be our legislative agenda?
Our legislative agenda addresses both what was raised by everyone. We have to have a comprehensive intergenerational reparations package that addresses education, housing, and when I say education, I'm talking about a Black child should not have to pay for school ever at any point. I don't care what, if they get a 2.0, they graduate from high school, they should be able to go to college free. Our ancestors, put in too much work. And so we have to stand on that. And see, what we end up doing is we won't do race specific because we have allowed folks to disarm us, right? When people are getting pulled over and shot, we know that race plays a factor in whether you're pulled over, whether you're ticketed, whether you're asked to step out of the car, and you're 3 times more likely to be shot and to be unarmed and shot than your white counterpart. So race plays a factor in every political decision in America. It's time for us to make that part of our agenda and not run from it. And so I think a comprehensive reparations package deals with the core issue that Brother Miles raised, which is white supremacy. At the heart of white supremacy, it was created to justify the enslavement of African people because they couldn't be Christian and treat us the way they treated us. So they had to dehumanize us so that they could both be Christian and racist, period. And so now we have to say, as a result of what you've done and the wealth that you have built that took all of these generations, this is a intergenerational struggle. And anything short of that, anything short of that is only putting a Band-Aid on a body full of cancer. You're putting a Band-Aid on a body full of cancer because this system itself is so rotten at its core. That's why the young people, and so when you ask what will get young people excited, something radical, something very radical. And that's why you have seen them in the street. You've seen them protesting. I agree with Brother Marcus. Many of them have a higher sense of consciousness and political consciousness than we have back when we were their age. They are born into this. Some of it they have to still mature into, but we have to be real about something radical. And those of us who are comfortable, and many of us are, and when I say comfortable, you got a house, you got your bills paid for, you driving a nice car. Those of us who are comfortable are going to have to be uncomfortable with raising some of the necessities that our people need. And we don't do that. We're not going. We can't lead folks who they have their agenda and what they want. So when people talk about even the looting, what were they doing? They were going to get what we got. They were going to get what we've been told is the good life. And you say, well, they grabbing refrigerator. That's not protest. It is a form of protest.
Come on now.
Because they're angry and tired of being disenfranchised and saying, if you go get education, you'll get this. And we know a whole bunch of unemployed, educated folks. And we know folks that are underemployed that are educated. And they have seen the game, they know the game, and they through with it. So that's why it has to be a very radical, multi-generational addressing at the core of the issue of white supremacy. Short of that, you know, they're not going to be really engaged. They're not.
And on that point, I think one of the issues we run into is that of the things that every single person mentioned, there's no major party which is talking about that agenda. There's no major candidate talking about that agenda, whether it be reparations, whether it be reforming the way that we police communities, taking police officers out of middle schools and high schools, working on economic development, really investing in entrepreneurship. How can we hold our officials more responsible for actually delivering the deliverables we need as African American men? As was mentioned earlier, it seems like on the other side, they don't really care about the naysayers or the blowback. You know, they'll say, "I'll build a wall." That's racist. Okay, I built the wall. They'll say, "Well, we're going to get rid of Obamacare." You can't do that. Okay, I got rid of it. They'll say, "Well, I'm going to appoint a Supreme Court justice." You can't do that. Okay, I'm going to appoint him on Saturday. And they don't really care about the kind of blowback, but the slightest bit of friction on our side of the aisle, and you won't never hear it again. I remember Obama saying that if he had a son, he would look like Trayvon Martin. Fox News blew up at him, and he never talked about it again for the next 6-7 years. Remember he did the beer summit with Henry Louis Gates, where he said the police officers acted stupidly. He got criticized for it, and hear about it again. So what is it that we can do to hold our elected officials after the election, after they get into office, hold them responsible for actually having deliverables for African American men? And I'll start with you, Kevin.
We need to go back to the fundamentals of organizing. And this is one where I might even get myself in trouble when I say this, but I'm gonna tell you the truth as I know it. Somehow we have moved to a place where we have greater tools than we've ever had. We have the ability to bring more people into activism than we've ever had. We can put out a call on social media and we can turn out 20,000 people in downtown Atlanta on 24 hours notice. But the fundamentals of organizing, social media did not supplant the need for actual organizing. At the end of the day, the city council is not checking Twitter to find out how they're gonna vote. Somebody gotta go to the meeting. Somebody gotta go to the school board meeting. Somebody gotta sit through it. Somebody gotta go to the county commission meeting. You cannot rely on the tools that we now have access to as though the tools are a replacement for a strategy. You know, Brother Mowley talked about earlier, we need an actual strategy. Well, we actually need to reconnect on what a strategy looks like. What does it mean to have a strategy? Because the strategy can't just be a communication strategy. You know, I am an advocate of marching. I teach this stuff to NAACP units all across the country. But a march is the equivalent of turning on a large megaphone to create a platform from which you can articulate an issue that had not gotten the attention that it needed. So the next logical step after the march is to say, we have marched, now what? We've got to do a better job of moving back to knowing what those options are and what a strategy, a multifaceted, multi-year strategy, so that we can actually move from anger to action. You know, it doesn't do us any good if there's, 50,000 people out in the street and the folks inside, all they have to do is just not pay attention to what's on the news and they can go ahead and vote how they want. you know, because they know that we're not going to vote them out. They know we're not going to take that step. I remember when I first moved here to Atlanta, we were down in Union City, what was the young man's name, Marcus? Because you were there. It was, and I don't know if you know that that was when I first got here. I literally pulled off the highway and went to a protest when I first moved to Atlanta. And
Ariston Waiters.
Ariston Waiters, and we were outside, and there were maybe 300 to 400 of us outside in a thunderstorm.
Brother Davis was there as well.
Yeah, during a city council meeting, and they came out and said that they would only let 20 people inside, and we rocked with it. That is, we've got to get back to the fundamentals of what it means. When John Lewis talked about good trouble, the operative word is not good. The operative word is trouble. You know, we've got to go back to that, taking the risks, getting in trouble, and actually putting together multi-year, multifaceted strategies that go beyond the communication strategy.
Dr. Peterson.
Yeah, I agree with what everyone is saying. What we have to do is get back to take ownership of our communities. We have to go to every meeting from the PTA all the way up. When I graduated from Morehouse, we had Minister Farrakhan spoke at our baccalaureate. And you know, a lot of people sleep during the baccalaureate. It's the one thing I remember from him. We need to keep the dollar in the Black community to strengthen ourselves economically. If we get our own jobs, we can hire our own people, then we don't have to worry about the government with welfare controlling us that way, keeping us in that type of slavery. So we need to go to jury duty to make sure that we get treated fairly in the courts. We need to go to PTA, let the school system know that we care about our children. I've been to PTA meetings where there's been like 20 parents of a school with 2,000. That makes no sense. We've got to be involved. We got to get back to teaching parents how to be parents, to raise their children instead of letting BET raise them. Ask a child their name, don't know their name, but they know every rap song out there. We got to change that. We got to start from at the cradle and bring the children up to the way they should be. And we as men have to be better role models in our community. You know, we can't let them look at the dope man and think he's a role model because he's got all these things. We have to show them how to go and how to do it legally and do it right and be positive role models. And I think that's a start that we need to do along with what everyone else is saying.
Marcus Coleman.
Well, I can't speak on this without bringing up my cousin, who is deceased, Charlie Enrique Jones III. Shout out to former state representative Abel Mabel Thomas, who is currently running to fill the duration of Congressman Lewis's seat. But working with her, I actually was able to spearhead an initiative that ended up in the changing of legislation here in the state of Georgia, and it is named after him, CJ's Law. This is in the vein of holding our elected officials accountable. We got to be more strategic and more deliberate on who we put in office. We have to be more strategic and more deliberate on who we raise up for a particular seat. I'll close with this because this is a great segue. I get to make this announcement today. It warms my spirit. Brother Miles, you will be affected by this directly. There was another initiative because I have actually kind of shifted my focus on the new city of South Fulton, which is where I reside, a 3.5-year new city. Just today, there's an initiative that I spearheaded that actually was voted on today, and it voted in unanimously. Here in the city of South Fulton, Brother Miley, you're going to love this as well. Here in the city of South Fulton today, there'll be a press conference tomorrow morning because we are deliberate about who we are as a city, being one of the largest, if not the largest, African-American city in the entire country. We have voted today unanimously that any officer that is involved in an encounter that leaves a civilian, Brother Hank, either maimed or deceased, that officer will immediately, officer or officers will immediately be alcohol tested and drug tested. This is huge, man. This is a huge game changer. We don't have a union here. We know that the police unions have been fighting the testing of officers for years. I'll be brief with it because, I mean, again, there will be more details, tomorrow at this press conference, but we know, those of us that fight police terrorism, all the time when these maimings and killings happen, we see the officers really amped up, really juiced up. Some of us even say, man, he must be on something. Then 3 to 4 weeks later, you know, we hear from the results of the toxicology report that states what the victim had in their system. Well, here in the city of South Fulton, as of voted in today, we will now know what the officers have in their system as well. That ain't the end all tell all, but that is elected officials working with your local PDs, working with advocates in order to produce policy change, holding elected officials accountable at the fullest. And I'm just happy to be able to put that out today.
So Attorney Malawi Davis, we are in a city like Atlanta for Black mayor, Black city council, Black county commission, Black everything down to dog catcher, but we have a severe police brutality problem. How can we hold public officials responsible, even beyond the just get out and vote, which we say every 2 to 4 years?
Yeah, I think I saw somebody put something in the chat about disruption. We have to bottom line is we have to be better organized. And Brother Miles mentioned it's a very big difference. Kwame Ture would talk about the difference in mobilization and organization. Mobilization is what we have seen when we watched the marches. The first march that we organized after George Zimmerman was acquitted had 5,000 people march from the Clark Atlanta University Center, CAU, to CNN. The next time you saw It's Bigger Than You, the young people, Sister L, they had about 10 to 12,000 march around the Centennial Olympic Park and then into CNN. Then you saw Philando Castile and Alton Sterling. So about 15. So that has been ramping up. But have we become more organized? Have we built more coalitions that have been sustainable? And I'll tell you, we haven't. In fact, I would submit that we're probably more fragmented in terms of organizations than we've ever been. There was a time that we were able to get everybody at a table and talk things through. Now, it feels like folk want to be more famous than they want to be free. And so it's a challenge. It's a real challenge. And so the ability for us to build coalitions, for us to have the Deltas in the room with the Nation of Islam, to have the brothers of Let Us Make Man in the room with the NAACP, and then for us to have a council of elders that say, this is what's acceptable. See, because as long as we submit solely to the governance of what is happening in the United States, that's a problem. Think about this, and I'll be quiet after this. All of our organizations, we have bylaws, we have standards. There are certain things that you cannot do if you want to remain in good standing. Where is that for us as a community of organizers? Where is that body that you can't do that and still say that you're representative of Black people's interests? You can't move in that way because that betrays the broader struggle. And that's the work that I think we have to be engaging in, is establishing that council of elders, because what that is, that's an act of self-determination. That's to say, we don't have to wait until this system says you're out of order. We can say there are certain things, as my brother mentioned, there's certain things that we can't allow to happen in our community. And we have, as Black men and as Black women of good conscience, we have a responsibility to hold ourselves accountable within coalitions and organizations that require us to move with a certain level of respect for and in the interest of our people.
All right, Hank Stewart, what say you on this issue? How do we hold these elected officials more responsible once they are actually in office? Why are we still, as Brother David said, and a lot of us met at different marches on police shootings over the years, and we see each other at these marches on police shootings. It seems like it's almost like a family reunion. How do we hold the people in power actually responsible so we can get more concrete change?
It's, a quote that I live by right now. And well, let me go say this. I remember talking to Dr. Lowry and them when Maynard Jackson first became the mayor of the city of Atlanta. Everybody rallied behind getting Maynard Jackson as mayor. He was sworn in on that Saturday. On that Monday, Joe Lowry and Joe Boone was out there picking at him about the police chief, right? They worked to get him in office. They held him accountable on Monday morning. I don't think Maynard had even sat in his seat yet before they were picketing and protesting with a bullhorn outside of City Hall. Give you a couple of quotes, and I live by these. I wake up and I live by them. It's our time, it's our turn. If we don't do our part, it's our fault. It's our time, it's our turn. And if we don't do our part, it's our fault. And the other one is it is the response, it's a Stokely Carmichael quote, and I love Stokely on this. It's the responsibility of the conscious to make the unconscious conscious of their unconscious behavior. It is the responsibility of the conscious to make the unconscious conscious of their unconscious behavior. I broke it down by saying it's the responsibility of those who get it to help those who don't get it, because those who don't get it don't realize they don't get it. And that's what the people on this call is. We're the conscious, and we got to help people get it. I remember listening and looking at social media, Patillo, and when the kids were out protesting and picking after George Floyd, I remember a lot of my friends, not all of them, but a lot of my friends were on social media. They need to go home. They burning the city down. They need to do this. I sure hope they vote. And it was those same kids that's gotten the laws passed in Minneapolis. They got laws passed.
Come on now.
I mean, they got a lot done. And all of a sudden, the same people that I saw who were criticizing our children, who were very judgmental, had their children out 3 weeks later when it was safe. You know, they had their children out there holding signs up when it was safe. But those kids were out there, those young people were out there, and I was out there. And I think, matter of fact, I saw my brother. We were out there together. He was with the bullhorn. We were out there. It was a lot of us out there. And I was at Attorney Maui Davis' march over in downtown Decatur. But we were very judgmental of those kids. One of the young people said to me, they said, if you all have a problem, check this out, adults. They said, if you all have a problem the way we protest, why don't y'all come out here and show us? I'm gonna say that real slow. Y'all got a problem the way we protest, why don't y'all come out here and show us how to protest? And so I think that it's just accountability. Stand on the wall. It's 381. You know, every time I start thinking about getting tired, today is day 1,363 straight workout days I've had. Haven't missed a workout day since December 30th, 2016. It's a commitment. I'm on the wall. I want to stay healthy so I can stay on the wall. It's a commitment. And the way we hold people accountable is by holding ourselves accountable and doing it. It ain't cute, it ain't sexy by being there, but it's the right thing to do. You sleep better. You know, you sleep better when you're on the right side of issues and you ain't wavering from them.
And
I'll take it back real quick.
Go ahead.
Just real quick. Brother Hank, you're absolutely correct, brother. It just ain't the youth. I mean, I'm gonna keep it gangster. Amongst brothers, we got so much dissension, power tripping, ego tripping. I mean, depending on who the messenger is, depending upon how many people are, how amplified that message will be. And I'm just gonna be very personal right here. As one that's been on the receiving end, as one that has been honored to be involved in some monumental things, it pisses me off to no end that certain things that I have been able to accomplish and have been a part of with coalitions and groups that might not be popular, they don't get amplified by certain brothers. We just got to be straight up here. So the dissension is just not with our youth, because our youth are learning from us. You know, certain brothers that, you know, might not have the vernacular of a brother from cut from the cloth, brother in clergy or politician. You know, we are very territorial when it comes to our so-called victories. So the elders, or not even the elders, because because we're not elders, but that intergenerational coalition that's being tossed around here, we got to do a damn better job of supporting one another. Just as simple as dissemination of information. Just because it doesn't come from your clique doesn't mean it's not potent. So we just got to be careful with preaching this unity, but not practicing it.
And let me say this, Mark. Let me say this real quick. And even being able to pull each other's coattail. How many times have you and I called each other?
Come on, brother.
And pulled each other's coattail about what we were when we were on the wrong side of something, or we didn't see eye to eye on something.
Oh, yes, sir.
It wasn't done on social media. I mean, it wasn't done on the blowhorn, but you and I have had many comments. Well, not many, because we don't disagree about that much. But when we have disagreed, we've taken the time to pick up the phone and call each other and say, let me tell you, and at least get the better perspective of what's going on. And it helped us to move our agenda along, both of our agendas along, because we better understood and we walked away better.
Yes, sir.
And I think that helps us all, even in the voting perspective. And so I think we got to be willing to call people. We had a discussion about another one of our brothers who now is spokesperson for 46-1, and we had a conversation. We have to be willing to call him to the carpet and say, bro, you're on the wrong side of this issue. You know what I mean? And have a quiet conversation. But if you don't, then not be afraid to stand up against him. Mm-hmm. We might not be standing up against him on everything, but on this issue right here, you're on the wrong side of the issue, bro. You're on the wrong side, and we got to be willing to call each other to the carpet. And I'll say this publicly, I welcome that. Because as a man, let me say this, as a man, I'll say it again, as a man, I want to be the best man I could possibly be. So you all are doing me a disservice if you see me wrong and don't say a damn thing to me. You're doing me wrong. You're not treating me right as a brother if you know I'm on the wrong side of the issue, and you don't call me and pull me and hold me accountable for it.
Absolutely, and as we get close to the end of our Q&A, one last question that I think we have to address for everyone is, what is the one piece of advice? Let's say you have a hypothetical 17-year-old who's turning 18 before the election. What is the one piece of advice you will give them with regards to voting, its importance, why they need to do it? What would be the one thing you would tell them? I'll start with Dr. Peterson.
I would tell them to learn the issues, vote on the issues, and vote your heart. See how it will affect everyone, not just you. Don't be selfish. Vote on what's best for everyone.
Kevin Miles.
I would tell them to be authentic, right? And we need to have conversations with our young brothers about agency, with Black people, young Black people, about agency. And like I said at the very beginning, the fact that from the time you get your first little summer job, the government is taking money out of your check. All of these things that you see dispersed around this country are things that you paid for, right? And we all need to understand that we not only have a stake in the country's future, we have ownership, and we have not received what we have paid for. So if I was to tell them anything, I would tell them, you know, your authenticity. When Brother Malley was talking earlier about being unapologetic, I don't have to qualify my desire for good schools. I don't have to qualify my desire for health care. I don't have to qualify my desire for, you know, I want to see redevelopment in my community. I don't want to see the police unless I call them. I don't have to feel like I'm begging for something. I don't have to feel like you're doing me a favor. You're not doing me a favor. I bought it. I paid for it. You used my money. Every check I have ever gotten, you took money out of it. The same as everybody else. And as Brother Malley talked about being comfortable, I've worked long enough to be a little comfortable. And what that tells me is I have paid as much as any white man, any white woman you can point to. So if they have something that my community don't have, I have a problem with it. And I want my kids to have a problem with it also. I want them to realize that inequality is not some perverse natural order. It is a plague that needs to be addressed.
Marcus Coleman.
All politics is local. All politics is local. All politics is local. I would, to a young person, I have two sons, 26 and 14. I am an advocate of the abolishment of the Electoral College. The whole everyone's vote counts is BS when it comes to the presidential election. That's why I say all politics is local. And I would tell them to keep pushing for reparations for slavery until what is owed to us is paid.
Hank Stewart.
You know, when I was a little boy, when we got sick, my mom would give us castor oil. And she would put it in the orange juice. And it would make, and we didn't know we was drinking the castor oil through the orange juice. That video we opened with this evening, I'm going to show it to every young person that I have in my foundation. Make them learn. Matter of fact, I'm going to put a little $100. I'm going to give them I think I'm going to actually put a little challenge to them. Who the first one can sing it all the way through, I'm going to get them 100, maybe a couple of $100. Because with them learning that, they're going to learn the body of politics. And it's in a language that they can understand. So I'm going to give that video is what I'm going to do. That's that to every young person, because if they learn that in the way that they learn music, then they will understand the body of politics.
Attorney Davis.
I would, this weekend, Saturday, we went down to Sylvania, Georgia to protest the death of Julian Lewis, a 60-year-old who, a state trooper, some of the most well-trained law enforcement in the state of Georgia. A state trooper ran him off the road with a pit maneuver and shot him in the face. And when we went down there to memorialize this brother, there were white militia on the rooftops with guns. That's what our children, we took children and elders there. That's what we were met with. And so I would just say that we're at war. And I would remind them, we've been at war and it has been unrelenting. And so one part of our tools to defend, to be offensive is voting. That's one part of it. And so just knowing that if we could just get in our spirit and get clarity that we're at war, that they are warring against us and they've never stopped. So every decision that we make has to be from a war posture, understanding whether it's when you step into that ballot box to vote, whether you going into your school, our young people have to understand the reason, even when they go into the school, you're at war. They're giving you information that is literally attacking your mind and trying to take you out. And so I just think we have to have that conversation and be real with it. And we can't sugarcoat it. We really cannot sugarcoat it. We are at war and we need to be on a war posture and war footing. And that's the only way. So that, as a part of my obligation, when I was in the Navy, I used to have to stand the watch. And as brother Hank Stewart said, you on that wall. One of the walls that you have to stand on is voting. It is, because we are war.
I want to thank all of you for an outstanding town hall and outstanding discussion. I think clearly we're going to have to continue this conversation because it is a voice that is not often heard in media. We have a lot of people who speak for us. Very rarely do we get to have conversations like this where we're speaking directly and frankly among each other, but for public consumption on the issues that are affecting our communities and many of the problems and solutions that can take place. I think is a hollow thing to say to young people, to say, well, just vote. We have to tell them why they're voting, what they're voting for, and what the follow-up is to the vote to keep them from being discouraged and to keep them involved in activism. And as Marcus said, let people know that progress is being made. We're not spinning our wheels. The current generation of social justice warriors, as they call them, have made more progress in the last decade than probably any nonviolent movement since the anti-apartheid movement in the early 1980s. So we are making progress. We are working. We are moving forward. I want to thank the ladies of Delta Sigma Theta for inviting me to moderate, and for this panel. I'd like to turn it over now to the
somebody for me. Oh, just pray for me. Oh, pray, pray for me, pray for me.
I'm Reverend Jesse Jackson. I was born in Greenville, South Carolina, in the throes of legal segregation of apartheid. But against those odds, with the help of God and loving parents and inspiring teachers, I was able to break that cycle and make a contribution. I was born in the throes of segregation, where we had limited options of access to education, healthcare, and jobs. And so I knew the struggle in the sense I was in the midst of it. But I was not struggling, I was surviving, I was adjusting.
At Greenville Sterling High School, Jackson graduated with offers for a minor league baseball contract and a college football scholarship. At North Carolina A&T, Jackson majored in sociology, was the quarterback on the football team, and served as the student body president. Dr. Mark.
All right, good morning, everybody. Want to thank all of you for joining us for day 2 of the Rainbow Push Coalition's Creating Opportunity Conference here in Atlanta, Georgia. The last panel you watched was a panel we co-sponsored with the Stone Mountain chapter Delta Sigma Theta, a conversation on Black men and the vote. It was an outstanding session, and we're probably going to replay that a little later on in the day for the non-early risers to get an opportunity to view that. We have a great day of programming, and I want to make sure that we kick it off on time. Our first session will be on small business. So for our business roundtable, I'm going to turn it over to our moderator, Dr. Jamie Pleasant. Dr. Pleasant, how are you this morning?
I'm doing good, Robert. How are you, my friend?
I am wonderful. And I got an email bright and early this morning from Beverly Foote saying, make sure to tell Dr. Pleasant happy birthday.
Well, thank you.
I want to tell you happy birthday, and I will turn the panel over to you.
Thank you so much. Welcome, everybody. Good morning. Glad to have everyone here. I'm going to introduce our distinguished panelists in a second, but just want to welcome everyone to the 21st Annual Creating Opportunity Conference that's presented by Rainbow Push Coalition. Again, we lift up and we honor our leader, Reverend Jesse L. Jackson Sr., who has just been doing an awesome job and is always at the forefront of advancing us in the proper places where we need to be. This particular session is entitled Exploring Options and Opportunities for Entrepreneurs as We Recover from COVID. Having said that, I would like now to introduce our distinguished panel, starting first with a very good friend, Mr. Maurice Coleman, who is Senior Vice President, Community Development Banking, GCB at Bank of America, Merrill Lynch International Limited. Good morning, sir.
Good morning. How are you, Dr. Pleasant?
I am doing just well. Always great to see you, man. Look, Maurice, every time I see you, look younger and younger, and I look older and older, man.
Not at all. You look great, Doc. It's always great to see you, and thank you for all you do in your service.
Thank you very much. Next, I'd like to introduce to everyone Doug Krentz, Vice President, Regions Bank. He is Vice President of Regions Financial, and we're glad to have him here. He has a number of years and wealth of experience in the banking industry. So we want to welcome you. Welcome, sir.
Thank you very much, and happy birthday.
Thank you so much. Next, we have Darshan. Did I pronounce that right?
Yes, you did.
Thank you. I've been practicing it before we started this morning. We would like to welcome our distinguished Georgia State House of Representative Darshan Kendrick. She owns Kendrick Law Practice, which caters to small business owners all over Georgia. And she's also the owner of The Social Prof. It's an online marketing consulting firm for attorneys and elected officials. She received her undergraduate degree at Oglethorpe University, her JD from the University of Georgia, and her MBA from Kennesaw State. Good morning.
Good morning.
Good. Glad to have you here. Finally, last but definitely not least, Attorney Ashley Bell, former SBA Regional Administrator. Ashley was appointed on February 21st, 2018 by the White House to serve as Regional Administrator for the U.S. Small Business Administration for Region 4, serving 9 districts located in the 8 southeastern states. Prior to this appointment, Attorney Bell served as the Associate Director for External Affairs for the U.S. Peace Corps and Special Assistance in the Public Affairs Bureau of the United States Department for the State. We welcome you, Attorney Bell.
Thank you so much. And my current title is partner at Denton, so I want to add that in there. That's
Please.
right now.
Thank you. Thank you so much, and forgive me. Thank you so much. Glad you made that clear. Listen, we want to go ahead and get started. As all of you know, a lot of businesses, small businesses particularly, have gone out of business and are continuing to close their doors as a result of the effects of COVID-19 and the pandemic. The economy has experienced major setbacks as well. In particular, small business entrepreneurs, they've really been hit the hardest during this time in our nation. Having said that, I want to throw out the first question, and it's open, and we'll just start. Whatever panelist wants to jump in, we'll start there and continue the conversation. What programs do you know of and are aware of that's available to assist entrepreneurs trying to survive during the current economic crisis? Anyone?
Go ahead.
I was going to say, well, I mean, it's probably just so many. Everybody's trying to figure out which one to talk about. Obviously, I just got off a panel a few days ago with the Atlanta Business League, who is doing a series of seminars and connecting with resources like SBA lenders and things in order to help people. I know ACE Loans, which is a nonprofit specifically geared towards women founders, is doing some amazing things and receiving some money in order to help with funding with entrepreneurs. I mean, there's lots of organizations that are out there, and really getting plugged into those organizations is, really one of the jobs that I do as a state representative and as a corporate attorney here in the state of Georgia. So, if anybody wants to contact me or look me up afterwards, I'll feel free to share any resources that I have. But those are the first two that come to mind for me.
Very good. Thank you. Doug?
Yeah, I'm a huge advocate of the Georgia SBDC. It's a free service. They can basically help an entrepreneur find new markets, give you access to research that you may not have to pay for. Their programs are generally free. There are 17 locations, and they're sponsored by the university system.
Very good.
Yeah, I want to add on to that. The SBDCs are partnered with SBA and the university system of Georgia. He's right, 17 locations. But I think the key point about SBDCs is not just about getting access to capital, but having a plan before you get to capital. So right now, there's a lot of moving parts. The marketplace is shifting. The idea is that you need to meet with someone who can help you come up with a plan so you know how you want to deploy the capital if you can get it. And if you can get it is key. You have, as our leader Darshan said, you have nonprofit institutions like ACE and other institutions around Atlanta that are nonprofit banks, micro lenders. A micro lender can get you up to about $50,000 right now with a 600 credit score. And a lot of people don't know that, but I say that's important because you can get instant cash, even though you're in a challenging time. And I think that our friends who are lenders right now at Regions and at Bank of America will tell you as SBA lenders, there's been modifications to their loan programs as well that through the CARES Act will run to the end of the year that can also get you access to capital that is increased and enhanced above and beyond what we normally do, what SBA normally did. And I think that's important to kind of know where that is. So where's the place that you go to get all that information? Obviously, SBA.gov is a good one. The Atlanta Business League, Invest Atlanta. And I think the key is what Darshan said earlier. The city level also has their own list of resources, the state level and the federal level. So it's about bringing all that together. And you got to start with a plan. So before you try to figure out how much money you need, figure out what you want to do with it.
Very good. Maurice?
Yeah, I think that's a very good point that Ashley made. A couple things I would say to help frame that to Dr. Pleasant. One, building on that concept of sources and uses, understanding what your uses are to identify the right sources. He mentioned the SBA. We should also be aware of community development financial institutions, CDFIs. We should be looking at the Opportunity Network, Finance Network, OFN. They have the list of the CDFIs nationally that are providing capital. And many of us saw during the period of social unrest, there have been many commitments made by institutions. Google made a $175 million commitment to support efforts in the African American and Latinx community. We saw the same with Netflix making a multi-million-dollar commitment. We at Bank of America are rolling out our commitment, which is a $1 billion commitment. So I think moving into this next quarter, first, we understand the awareness, which is what Mr. Bell said. Second, we understand the action. You got to come up with your sources and uses, and then you got to go out and you got to source those opportunities so you can move into the stage of accountability, which is attracting the right funding sources to support your efforts as an entrepreneur.
Excellent. Very good. Excellent. Thank you so much. Here's another question I want to throw out to the panel. What growth sectors, we do see, we know where we are, we know we're in the pandemic, we know businesses are closing, but as sure as there's anything that takes place in any economy, there's always opportunities. So what growth sectors do you see developing as a result of the shift in how we work and how we do business?
This
Go
is
ahead.
a good one. Go ahead, Maurice.
No, I was just going to say technology, clearly, right? So that's a huge growth sector. So we should be thinking about everything digital, especially as entrepreneurs. We should be thinking about the implementation of AI. We should be thinking about the implementation of blockchain. We need to be thinking holistically about how do we do things and conduct our business virtually, everything from supply chain to delivery of services and goods, as well as how we did it with brick and mortar. I think the economy is going to continue to shift. I don't know if we're going to go back to doing business or even providing education the same way. So I think anything that we can do to implement a digital execution and strategy is going to be critical for businesses moving forward.
Yeah, to piggyback off that, so every business is a technology business, whether you want to admit it or not. That is the wave of the future. But specific sectors are changing as far as opportunities. I happen to be a registered investment advisor here in the state of Georgia as well, and particularly the food delivery service sector is booming. I just saw that Instacart's IPO valuation has shot up because people are ordering their groceries online now. Obviously, healthcare is going to continue to rise, and the way that we do virtual meetings and telemedicine and things like that is going to continue. The financial sector, of course, the way that we just transact money is going to rely more and more on technology. And then education, to Maurice's point, the way that we educate is going to have to take really a change and a turn towards more technology based. So if I had to mention four specific technology sectors, it would be those four.
And I want to add on to that as well. I think that it's clear that we've never spent more money in the government than we have in a long, long time. The public sector is growing at an astronomical rate. So for those of you who have businesses that have a contract with a school board, with a hospital authority, with the state, with the city, many times there are corresponding contracts with the federal government, which is, as we know, is going to spend more money as we try to find our way out of COVID. So that also means because of the federal government set-aside programs, that you're going to see increased spending for women, minority, and veteran-owned businesses. So now's the time that if you're looking for an additional revenue stream, to don't forget about the public sector, because when private sector businesses may be slowing up their spend, the federal government is ramping it up. So now it's more critical than ever. Get your 8A, become a service-disabled vet company, a woman-owned company, and we have lots of ways that you can do that. So there's lots of nonprofits that can help you figure that out. But if you have a product or service that you offer to a local public sector, now is the best time to take your shot at the federal sector.
Within my client base, I've had a couple of clients that basically were able to pivot, I'll call it. So I've had retailers that have turned into mostly online. They've closed down their retail locations at this point in time effectively, or they're allowing only limited amounts of people into the store, and they've gone to an online kind of a format. And it's been fairly successful in keeping them healthy. Another place, it's kind of an unsexy part of the economy, but there's a lot of industrial service work out there right now because there's heavy transportation. There's still a fair amount of manufacturing going on, and companies need things like belting, hoses, equipment has to be cleaned out and moved. Transportation equipment needs to be maintained. And those are places in the economy that are still growing and very healthy.
And construction, construction throughout the economy has been considered an essential business. So we should be in that mix as well, in all facets of, I should say, real estate, from construction to property management, which is critical now, especially around the implementation of technology, to the supply chain component, the delivery of the actual resources to get things done. So we should be in all facets of that, including trades. So they are needed now more than ever. So we should be thinking about that industry as well as it continues to boom.
Very good. Excellent. Thank you very, very much. Let's go a little deeper here now. And we're all in the panel. We're sitting at our desk. We're comfortable. We're having a good time. But there are those entrepreneurs out there right now that's sitting on the edge of their seat. And there's some people who have really had planned in 2019, in the beginning or middle of 2020, to start their business and get it going. My question to the panel is this the right time right now to start a business? Why or why not?
Well, I'll kick it off. I think in some aspects, yes. I think there's more resources right now for small business owners than they've ever been. And especially if you want to talk about access to capital. If you look at what, the Small Business Administration was able to do with the Economic Injury Disaster Loan, you can get up to $150,000. But I can tell you, there's really not been a time where a small business owner who has been, could go to an institution and say, I need $150,000. I need you to amortize that over 30 years. And I don't want to pay back my first payment until a year. And I need you to cap the interest rate at 3.5. Like, that just doesn't exist. So there's lots of opportunities like that because of this crisis are unique opportunities to get access to capital, adjust your cash flow, refinance some debt, and put you on a good step forward. So when this is over, you're the first one jumping out of the hole.
Attorney Bell, I love what you're saying. I'm excited about how you said it, but I want to get real. So as an African-American male, if I walk into one of these institutions and tell them, hey, I really need $100 and something thousand plus dollars. Here's my business plan. Here are my sales receipts, et cetera, et cetera. Am I going to get service? What's the probability of me getting my hands on this money? Let's keep it real. This is Rainbow Push. Let's keep it real.
All right, so I'm gonna let my friends who are private sector bankers.
Okay.
I'm gonna let them explain how that may work at their institution. What I was talking about was that the federal government offers this EIDL program that is all online. So this is a federal program the money is 100% backed by the federal government, and so that in itself changes the entire dynamic because there's no profit-driven motive to it. So I'll let my friends on the private sector talk about that access to capital.
Okay.
Well, I think piggybacking off what Attorney Bell mentioned, I think it's important, to your point, Dr. Pleasant, that we do take stock of the time that we currently are living in. Unfortunately, COVID has had a very adverse impact, a negative impact on the African American and Latinx community. The numbers show, according to a study done by the University of California of Santa Cruz, that 41% of Black-owned businesses will shutter as a result of COVID this year. That's over 440,000 enterprises. I think that we have to be aware that, unfortunately, we talked about the pre-existing conditions in the country, those for African Americans in particular. People talked about those health pre-existing conditions, whether it's hypertension, high blood pressure, cholesterol, obesity, but there were some other pre-existing conditions, right? There's some socioeconomic pre-existing conditions, right? And one of them has just been inequality. The fact of the matter is that you've got entrepreneurs who are looking to start businesses, and many of them don't have a cushion. In America, for example, in Boston, the Boston Foundation released a study that said that whites had a net worth of $247,000, and African Americans in the city of Boston had a net worth of $8. Throughout the country, you see that type of disparity where you have, many of our white counterparts with very high net worth, and our Latinx and African American counterparts with lower net worth and very low net worth. So what that translates into business, it means that you don't have a cushion and you don't have the assets that you sometimes need for someone to lend against. So if we're keeping it real, we have to think about those 5 C's of credit. You have to think about, do I have collateral? You have to think about, do I have the credit capacity? You have to think about, do I have the cash flow? You have to think about, how am I going to size up relative to that structure of loan that I need where I can honor that actual payment? So yes, I think this is an opportunity, but I think you have to be cautiously optimistic, because the flip side of what I said about those numbers is, from the consumer standpoint, unemployment has been very, very high for the Latinx community and African Americans during this pandemic. Our numbers are 15+% versus others in the country. So that means if you're selling goods and services and you're running a barbershop, you're running a beauty salon, you're running a laundromat, and your primary customer base is minority and they're unemployed, where you want to get the revenue from? So you have to think this through. It's not just sort of a one and done. You have to be comprehensive in your approach and think about the structure that would allow your business to be sustainable.
Thank you.
To piggyback off that is very, very important. So the initial question was, is it a good time to start your business? And I would go even further and say, probably the better question is it the right time to start your business, sort of if you want to, if you're ready? Because I work with many people who think they know what it means to run a business. And then when I start to tell them all the things that come with running a business, they really don't want to run a business. What they want is a hobby and maybe make a little change, but they want to stay employed, sort of get a steady paycheck from an employer. So this is a great time to self-assess if you really are up for the task of being an entrepreneur, because what you see on TV is not real life, and so not everybody is meant to be an entrepreneur, and that is fine. That is totally okay. But knowing that up front really will give you a starting point before you even get to step B, which is is it a good time to start a business?
One of the places I've been directing some clients to, rather than coming out and trying to start a business in the middle of an economic downturn, is to maybe consider buying a business that's already in existence. There's a generational shift from baby boomers who are trying to retire and liquidate their companies. And there's a fair amount of money out there through the SBA program. And if you can develop that expertise or have some of that expertise, it might make sense to go out and shop for something that's already in existence. And then you're not starting at ground zero with that company. And to Maurice's point, you can build generational wealth, a little bit quicker, because you're starting on stair step number 3 versus, at the ground floor.
Very good. Yes, go ahead, Maurice.
No, I just building on Doug's point about the concept of intergenerational wealth. I think that's critical. So we're talking about the pandemic, but to Doug's point, we are less than 15 years removed from the recession. So the 2007 to 2010 recession had a real adverse impact on so many people in the community. And in particular, in the Latinx community and African American community, many lost their biggest asset on their balance sheet, their home. So now if you're thinking about starting a business, you got to really think about your assets and what are you willing to put up to make sure that you can succeed in operating that business in a sustainable fashion. And you got to think about, whether or not, to the point that was made earlier, this is a lifestyle business, or this is, i.e., a business that you want to start, or if you're solving for a need. And if you're solving for a need, you have greater probability that business will be successful versus a want, which is something that I want to do. So this is a great time, to really think about that assessment, as Deshaun said earlier, because it really is about you thinking about where you are and where you want to go.
Very good. Excellent. Here's another question. We're going to even get more real here. Do you feel that the distribution of financial relief and help for small businesses, was it handled equitably among all races? Why or why not?
That question is for Ashley.
Yeah, I mean, and I appreciate that question because I've been very upfront about. I think we need to have a very long memory as a community about what happened during this crisis. I think when you look at, the spearhead of the relief effort started with the PPP. My phone literally shut down with Black business owners trying to text me and call me saying, I have a big bank, but I can't get a call back. That I have an app on my phone and apparently I don't have a relationship. And that's two different things. And I think that we learned that when chaos hit, when people were calling their banks and could not get a response, that too many times those people were from communities, from underserved communities. And honestly, many times they were Black businesses that had money that couldn't get a call back. Ones that I've helped out for years. So what we need to learn is this, is that, what PPP did is it shifted, separated the big banks that many times were able to take care of their clientele that they chose to take care of. Many Black banks didn't get chosen. Many Black businesses didn't get chosen. And that hurts. That hurt so many people because they thought they had a relationship. So we have to shift the resources to CDFIs, okay? So here's the key. It's like my brother said from a minute ago, the Great Recession wiped out over half of Black banks in this country. We had over 50 Black banks in 2000. We have 20 right now, going on 19 because one's about to merge. When Black people were looking for credit and access to PPP, they had to go find Black banks when there weren't any. They were barely around, and they too had the same challenges of only taking care of their existing clients, but they did open up doors to take care of more. So the question is, what do we do? How do you solve the problem? The problem is you got to have more tools at the table. Yes, if you got a big bank and you got an email back and you did well, fine, keep that. But however, there's something to be said about your community bank, about knowing somebody who you can call when things go bad. And the last part about that is this: fintech is real. We would not have survived the crisis as much as we have if it wasn't for people like Magic Johnson putting together $100 million of his own money to start a fintech to get money to Latinx and Black businesses. Sean Diddy Combs, who did the exact same thing. You have people come out of nowhere, start a fintech, and put millions, hundreds of $millions in the community. This is us taking care of us. And I think the key is that we can never again just rely on just the big banks. I think the big banks are great. They have a big role. But at the same time, your local Black bank is important. Those Black fintechs that Darshawn works with Blacks in Technology, they are important. Every piece of that puzzle is important. And we can't forget that what happened to us in this last crisis, because it'll happen again unless we have a long memory about who was there and who wasn't.
Attorney Bell, could you explain real quickly what fintech is for our listeners?
Yeah, fintech is financial technology. So I'll give you an example. So what I was able to do with my job at SBA and working with our team was, once we realized that there was thousands of African-American businesses and Latin businesses that could not get in with their larger financial institutions, we had to bring in PayPal, Cash App, Cabbage, all of these fintechs that are on your phone, all of our point of sale businesses, our
Venmo
economy, Venmo, all of people could go on their PayPal and Venmo and see every transaction they've done. That's their bank. So we allowed them to become SBA lenders because they could get the money out quicker to people in the gig economy. That's fintech.
Yeah, and like you, Ashley, I serve on the Small Business and Jobs Creation Committee of the House, plus being a corporate attorney for the last decade here in Georgia. So if your phone shut down, mine shut down right along with you, because everyone was asking me, you know, what's going on with my loan application? Can you call somebody? People think I can work miracles, and even though Ashley is a friend of mine, I you know, tried to go through the right channels. And so in addition to really having strong relationships and sort of changing the access to the pipeline of access to capital, which you're talking about, the Black banks and the relationships, the other thing that I would caution people is to really get in place and think about putting in place structures and things so that you can be prepared for when these opportunities happen. So a lot of clients that I work with had, you know, sort of receipts or checks in a shoebox, or receipts in a you know, in a file somewhere. And the way that, you know, the SBA loan system works and the PPP loans work is they were looking for very specific information to verify. So it just prolonged the process, or either you got denied because things just weren't in order the way that they should be. Now, we can talk about all day why that was, but the point is knowing now what we know about how funds like this are going to be available. Now is the time to get a good accounting system, right?
Yeah. And
because half of it is really just paperwork, and making sure that we as Black businesses have the things that we need to have on our part in order to be able to take advantage of this. And I'm not really sure if there's an underlying reason why Black businesses necessarily don't have you know, an accountant, or at least an accounting system to make that happen. Maybe there's a distrust from a historical context, but the point is that, you know, we have to be prepared to take advantage of those opportunities as well as fix the systematic reasons why there were so many people who couldn't get it.
And I want to give a shout out to Rainbow Push, Reverend Yuri, and everybody at Rainbow Push. This would have been a lot worse had it not been for organizations like Rainbow Push that had staff dedicated to helping any and everybody who needed help. The Black community and the organizations that represent our legacy were a big part of making sure this wasn't worse. And so I got to thank Rainbow Push for always stepping up in the gap and being there for people when they couldn't get phone calls returned and emails because the world was so chaotic. So I just want to give that thanks to Reverend Yuri and his team.
Yes. Anyone else would like to comment on that? Okay.
Go ahead.
Yeah, no, go ahead, Doug. Go ahead.
I was just going to say all those points are very valid, and to piggyback off of something that Ashley said is that companies need to work with community banks when they're smaller and kind of work up the food chain to get that notice from their bank so that they're more important and they have that stronger relationship. And Ashley hit that spot on.
Very good. To all the panelists, the next question is this one. What, in your opinion, will be the signs of a real economic recovery in this country in the broad spectrum?
Manufacturing jobs. I mean, that's a very technical, you know, sort of advisor answer, but once you see manufacturing jobs specifically going up, that usually is an indication that that we're on a recovery. Now, that being said, I always have to caution people when we start listening to NPR News or The Economist, and they talk about, you know, how the jobless claim rates are going down or unemployment is going down. That is like the American numbers. I always like to check like the Black people numbers, because that's a whole different situation and numbers, and the people that I represent in my district and my firm, that's who the majority of them are. And so I really like to see those numbers. But I'll start off and say manufacturing jobs is sort of the technical way that we measure our economy here in the United States.
You know, I think it's going to be hard to say we recovered unless we learn from what just happened. I think that some key indicators, especially with Black businesses, and I think Darshan kind of hinted at it, you know, some people have a job, some people own a job, and some people own a business. They're two different things. If you own a job, that means you make enough money to take care of your bills, you do your thing, got the money to go on vacation once a year. Getting that back is not really recovery. We need people to own businesses. To own a business means that you have the infrastructure to survive the next COVID that comes. You have all the things that our friends at the banks that are on the panel with us are telling us that you're going to have in order to do business with them. So until we start owning businesses, because here's the reality, I cannot pass a job down to my kids, but I can pass down a business. So until we get back on the road to creating generational wealth by making sure that we're owning more than just jobs, but we have visions and plans and systems in place to survive the hard times and be able to pass down to the next generation everything that we put into these businesses, then I don't ever want to say that we have recovered, because Black people have been recovering for a long, long time. And I don't think that needs to be the benchmark.
Well, I think to that point, I would just hope that we do learn from the past so we can move with corrective steps towards the future. You know, if we're talking about going back to where we were, I'm not sure that we want to go back there. I'm not sure that we want to go back to communities where there is food insecurity. I'm not sure that we want to go back to communities where there is healthcare disparity. I'm not sure that we want to go back to communities where there's economic inequality. I'm hoping that we will take the corrective steps in this moment to reimagine a society and a community that is much better than the one that we had. I'm hoping that we can think about those 4 indicators: education, income, business, and health, and to figure out how do we create a more inclusive and more equitable society. So in the short term, Dr. Pleasant, I hope we get through this election. I hope it's successful. Next, I hope we get a vaccine. I hope we get through this flu season. I hope we're able to reopen the economy and allow free enterprise to work as it's supposed to work. But I'm hoping that people will lean in and to think about issues of unconscious bias, to think about issues of systematic inequality, and to think about the steps that need to be taken institutionally to correct those issues.
Very good. Excellent. One of the things that I really didn't give a brief bio of myself, and I want to do that now as it leads up to the next question. I am the Dean of Graduate Education at the Clark Atlanta University, full professor of business and marketing. Thanks so much. And one of the things that we used to do, and I remember this at Clark Atlanta University in the early 90s, we did a lot of 8A small business administration certifications where money was set aside to help minorities, underrepresented groups get training on how to run small businesses. Somewhere around the middle to the end of the 90s, it went away. It was gone. And then one of the things that I saw that was very interesting to me was the classification of what they called underrepresented minority groups. As we would open up our doors at Clark Atlanta University, I would see people of Anglo descent walking in the door, females, and I would go, "Why are you here?" And they would boldly tell me, "Because I am an underrepresented minority." So here's my question. What can we do to kind of level the playing field? And I don't want to present it as a loaded question, but the second part of the question is, what happened to 8A small business development, and what can we do to get it back going? And I think Attorney Bell, this will probably be in your court to start it off.
And that's a great question. You know, one of the biggest programs that I instituted during my tenure as SBA regional administrator was to hit directly on that. There's been a precipitous decline since the 90s, to your point, of the number of 8A firms. During my 2 years while I was SBA regional administrator in the Southeast was the first year in over 20 years that we saw an increase of 8A firms than a decrease. And that took a lot of work. That took a lot of going to every event Darshan would invite me to and everybody else would invite me to, screaming and shouting, "Here's why this is important." But I think when you talk about policy, when you talk about, you know, which policies you want to support, the 8A gets left out of the conversation. How many candidate forums or debates have you heard people talk about the 8A program? people forget the very first march on Washington was A. Philip Randolph marching to get contracts for African-American businesses with the federal government. That was before the 1963 March on Washington. So I say that because it's always been an important topic, but the reality is when the years you were talking about 8A, it was $40 million set aside.
Yeah.
Now it's 4. Wow. And now you had the increase in the advent of the Alaskan Native corporations, which are probably the group that you're talking about, that expanded tremendously who's eligible for 8A and isolated that group to have their own separate rules different than everybody else. So if you want to have a conversation about that, I think it's going to take our entire community adopting that as a platform for looking at what is the next step for us to increase the amount of opportunities for government spending when it comes to set-asides. Because right now, you're seeing a decline of the 8A program. And if you don't have businesses in the 8A program, you're not going to have one. And so I think you're spot on, but we have to talk about from a policy perspective and what we change. Fundamentally, access to capital, making sure that you have more, go from 4 million, you need to increase that, not decrease that. And you need to be lessen the requirements so that more African-American businesses can apply.
Yep, very good.
Beyond what Ashley was just talking about, there's a lot of large corporations that are incented to basically employ minority communities. And one of the things I think needs to happen with the 8A program is that there needs to be some type of an audit check off on 8A certifications. There are too many, to your point, Dr. Pleasant, there are too many firms that are set up where the wife is 51% owner, the husband is 49, they're Caucasian. It's set up that way so that they can qualify and try to get contracts. And the husband functionally runs the company. And to me, that's a disservice to the program and something that needs to be audited and ferreted out.
Yeah. Representative Darshan?
Yeah, I just don't want us to forget about sort of our state resources and ability to get involved here as well. Obviously, we don't have sort of the unlimited check that that the federal government has, because we have to have a balanced budget per our Constitution here in the state of Georgia. But there are ways, particularly the tax code here in the state of Georgia, we have over 150 tax exemptions, right? And who are those tax exemptions going to? So one of the things that I've been focusing on the last couple of years specifically is to get more tax breaks and tax credits to our HBCUs here in the state of Georgia, particularly because Georgia Tech gets, 20 to 30 million from the state budget each year. And we really need to invest not only more in our HBCUs, but particularly their innovation and entrepreneurship programs here in the state of Georgia, because obviously Georgia Tech is a great school and we're glad they're a research flagship, but let's not forget about all the ingenuity that's coming out of our great HBCUs that we have right here in the state of Georgia. So as we talk about, federal programs and things, just remember that on the state level, we can do some things here in the state of Georgia as well to help spur some, Black entrepreneurship and innovation as well.
Thank you. Maurice?
Yeah, I was just going to add to what Representative Darshan mentioned, that we should definitely look at the private-public partnerships, and we shouldn't leave that on the table as well. From the private sector, I mentioned Bank of America. We've made a $1 billion 4-year commitment to addressing social and economic inequality throughout the country. We have carved out and announced 25 million of that commitment will go to support HBCUs and community colleges, because we're focused on health, job training, small business, and housing to try to close the gap. In New York City this year, I financed a $126 million project, 236 units, multi-family development, mixed use, mixed income, with 2 minority contractors, the largest one done thus far in New York City. And that was a private-public partnership. So while I am all in favor of the government programs, we have the private sector paying attention to inequality, and we need to make sure that we're leveraging those opportunities as well, so we can take full advantage of this moment, and not just make it a moment, but make it a movement.
Very good. Thank you very much. Well, we've talked about a lot in this plenary, this session this morning. We've talked about the programs that are available to assist entrepreneurs that are trying to survive during the current economic crisis. We gave our definition and we shared our thoughts on whether this is not just the right time to start a business, but are you prepared to start your business? Are you ready to start your business? We talked about that. We talked about some resources that are available. We also discussed the inequality of the distribution of access to resources for entrepreneurs during this pandemic and the economic downturn that we've seen and the negative effect and impact it has had on small businesses. So what I'd like to do now is last comments as we wrap up from the panel. Last comments you'd like to share with budding entrepreneurs, struggling entrepreneurs, hopeful entrepreneurs that are thinking about where they are and what they want to be and what they want to become. It's open up to you, panelists, for your last comments.
Okay, fine, I'll start. Obviously, I'm biased in saying this, but we have 25 days until we have a national election. So I don't want people to think that what is on the ballot right now, it doesn't have anything to do with you because you're thinking about starting a business. Every business lives in a district. Every business has a member of Congress, has somebody that paves their roads and has their ordinances that they have to comply with. So just because you're a business owner and you're thinking about this great dream, don't lose sight of the fact that there still is a responsibility to go out there, research the candidates, and to vote for people that you want to make decisions, not only about your family, but about your business. And so I would encourage everyone to get socially involved and to make that decision and make that plan to vote in 25 days, within 25 days, because every day is election day, but the deadline is in 25 days. So make sure you get out and vote for your entrance.
That's a great point.
Go ahead, brother.
Go ahead, Ashley.
Yeah, I'll just jump in and say that, don't go through this alone. I know that COVID has required us to isolate ourselves and quarantine ourselves many times from those that we trust and love. But I can tell you there's never been a more important time for you to gather in the spaces and places with the people who care about what you care about. And that's the preservation and the liberty of Black Americans in this country. I think that's why you joined this webinar today. I think that's why you support organizations like the Rainbow Push Coalition and leaders like Reverend Jackson and Brother Patillo. But never, ever has there been a more important time to join a Black chamber, to put your money in Black financial institutions, to contribute to the causes that support our community. We can get through this together, but it's going to take more than us just talking about it. It's time to circulate our dollar more in the community during this time, more importantly than ever. And I think you see a new initiative pop up every day. But don't forget about the fundamentals. If you have a business, your business is to be dedicated to serving the people who are your clients, but also don't forget, as I said earlier, it's a difference between owning a job and owning a business. The fight for the survival of your business is just not for you, it's for your kids, it's for the generations to come after you. If this is going to be a moment in our history where we don't go back to where we were and what we were, then we have to understand that to go forward, we have to fundamentally change the way we do business as a community. Doing business with each other is a start, but it's also taking advantage of these resources that are out there to get a plan for the future so that this never happens again. Keep a very long memory. Don't let the history books write this for you. You got your own history book. It's in your head. You know every challenge that you had to meet. You know every struggle that you had to go through to get through COVID, and you're doing that right now. Write that down. Reach out to leaders like Dashawn Kendrick and myself, others. You got people who are here to help you, but do not go through this alone. You don't have to, you don't need to. And there's people out there and organizations like Rainbow Push that'll be there with you every step of the way.
Maurice?
No, I think, just to summarize what Representative Dashawn mentioned and Attorney Bell mentioned, I would just give the following advice to entrepreneurs. In this day and time, please do not be the best kept secret. You can be the best at what you do, but if no one knows about you, you're the best kept secret. It's imperative that you network. If you're not networking, then typically you're not working. So you have to think about your network. In order to expand your network, you have to make sure that you're visible. Some people say that your network will determine your net worth. So you have to really be thinking about who you're coming in contact with. I think that, to me, speaks to the point of it's not just what you know. Sometimes we feel it's just what we know. It's not just who you know, but it's also who knows you. And what do they know you for? What value proposition are you creating? What are you delivering? And I think if you're a minority-owned business today, and you're thinking about working with a larger corporation, albeit Google with their $200 million commitment to the space right now, again, Facebook in a similar range, the major corporations who've come out with these commitments, you got to ask them, what is your PhD approach to working with minority-owned businesses? How are you purchasing? How are you hiring? And how are you distributing through minority-owned businesses? Your PhD, how are you purchasing Black and brown, hiring Black and brown, and distributing Black and brown? That is so critical now because people are open, people are receptive. But if they don't know where you are, they can't come in contact with you to give you the hand up, not a handout. I mean, people are sometimes unclear. People want opportunity, not charity. And I think we have to be very clear about that.
Excellent. Doug?
Just say that everybody needs to be conscious that Jeff Bezos doesn't need any more of their money. And to Ashley's point, they really people need to shop where their local stores are and support their local businesses. And that's the first part of building strength in any community.
Very good. Thank you so much. I want to thank Attorney Bell. I want to thank my good friend Maurice. And oh, by the way, Maurice, I got to do it and I got to say it. Maurice is a Columbia University alum, great basketball player. He doesn't talk about that much. I've known Maurice for many, many years, way before he ever knew me, because of my sister lived in Brooklyn, New York, and Fort Greene. So I know you. And we'll leave that right there. To State Representative Kendrick, and again, Doug, we thank you so much. And my parting words to every entrepreneur that's listening to the panel, aspiring entrepreneur, wannabe entrepreneur, is remember, it starts with a thought. Then it starts with a dream, it goes to a thought, then it has to become a plan, then it has to take action, it has to have life. But I want to share this with you. Take the leap, be cautious, be prepared, educate yourselves. There are going to be many, many barriers, but remember, on the other side of a barrier is a great opportunity to prosper and create a living legacy. I don't like dead legacies. I love living legacies where you can look back with your children and your children's children while you're still here and look at the road that you carved out for them. So go for it, be for it, and do it. Thank you so much, and we're going to turn it back over to Attorney Patillo. Thank you again, and continue to lift up Rainbow Push Coalition and become a member, become a part, join us. We need all the help we can get. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Dr. Pleasant. I want to thank our entire panel for an outstanding session to kick off this second day of our conference. Bottom of the hour, we'll be having a roundtable with many of our Senate candidates here in Georgia. And while we're doing that, I wanted to present a short interview, a discussion between Reverend Jackson and Andrew Young, moderated by our friend Angela Ward from Game Changer Media. I think it's an outstanding opportunity for us to understand just what the generations that have gone before us went through. And I think if nothing else that we've learned this year is that we have to appreciate our leadership while they are here after the passing of C.T. Vivian, the passing of John Lewis, Ruth Bader Ginsburg. It's important for us to take in this knowledge while we still have them here before us. So while we set up for this next panel, I want to give you guys the opportunity to see this outstanding interview. And we will be back shortly. Thank you.
I'm Angela Ward. My mission is to make sure that we put money into the hands of Georgians. And I'm very skeptical of any idea that doesn't achieve that purpose.
I'm bringing you insight, access to innovators and thought leaders that are shaping our area.
Politically correct. 2 is marketing correct.
Leveraging more digital platforms, virtualization, school system.
Asking questions that put issues first and politics second.
The African American community has been particularly hard hit by COVID-19.
Some people do it for health, some people do it for the environment, some people do it for the animals. Whatever your reasoning is, just make sure it's something real to you.
This is the Game Changers.
Thank you everyone for joining us on the Game Changers with Angela Ward. I'm so honored to be here with you, Ambassador Young and Reverend Jackson, and also former mayor candidate Kevin Bussey. I just really want to, we are here at election time, and everyone is just really excited. We're really down to a matter of days right now. And I want to really talk about the voting. How do you feel with the current voting ballots as of right now, with the direction of voting and getting everyone out to vote? Reverend Jackson, do you feel that mail-in ballots would be very impactful for the election?
Well, they've worked in 6 states without a hitch. I think that Trump is trying to discredit the election because he really wants to create a calamity at the polls. He's doing it unusually. He's trying to hang on to power even though he's about to lose it. So I think that we should focus on census and voting. It may be mail in, it may be come to the polls, but don't miss this moment in history.
Right. Do you, Kevin, how do you feel? I know you want to ask about how effective it will be.
Yeah, coming from you guys, being pillars of our society, of our culture, how do you guys feel that, do you feel that it's going to be effective with the mail-in ballots?
No, let me say, I'm not worried about the shenanigans that they're going to try to pull. I think we've got enough warning on that. I think the one thing we have to concentrate on is getting as many people to the polls as possible, as early as possible.
Absolutely.
And in fact, I just came from voting for a special election we have here just a minute ago, just before I came here. And we're electing somebody to replace John Lewis till the end of this term. And there's a wonderful setup there that can handle a lot of people. We have opened up the gymnasium, the stadium for State Farm Arena is going to be a voting place. I saw that the Houston Rockets have developed a drive-by voting registration in Houston. And I think that all of the fuss has turned on our folk, and we just have to keep them turned on and don't let them get discouraged. So the counting is another issue. But if the way to deal with the count is to have such a large lead in early voting and get the mail-in voting quickly.
Right, it's so important to get.
In many places, they start counting the mail-in votes when they come in.
Right.
And so the thing we don't want is we don't want votes coming in at the last minute. We ought to try to have this election decided in October.
Right.
I know. It'd be such a large margin and such a big turnout that we don't even have to wait till election day.
That's right. I know comedian Ricky Smiley, I know that they are getting ready to, I believe starting in October, to really make an impact with driving around Florida. Do you feel that the state of Florida, would that be a really major impact on the election?
The state of Florida could decide the election, especially since they're going to put up money to let former convicted felons reactivate their vote by paying off all of their court costs. And I think that's one thing we can be grateful to Bloomberg for. If he didn't do anything else, he may have decided Florida for us.
Wow. And Reverend Jackson, how do you feel as far as in, with the state of Georgia, it's a huge race with Senator Perdue, with Reverend Warnock. Do you feel that Warnock will really, push over with Senator Perdue and Loeffler?
Let me say, first of all, you must identify your interest in vote. For example, 18-year-olds can now vote. All high schools and registered vote. Well, why? To get Pell Grants, scholarships, to avoid the war, because there's a war, that's who's going, 1881. College student loan debt reduction. So if we identify the reasons to vote, bottom up, not just top down, and Andy said we have so many votes until they can't steal enough.
Let me ask you this.
Yes, sir.
I couldn't hear Reverend Jackson very well, but I wanted to put in this, that Warnock could win this if we had Lieberman and the two Democrats running that can't win. They have not raised enough money to run a respectable campaign. And one of them is black, and the other is the son of a former Senator Lieberman. Now, on the front page of the Atlanta paper today, it said people are charging that Lieberman is blocking the election of a Democrat. And so there's pressure on him to drop out now. If we could get the other black candidate to drop out, Warnock has a very good campaign. And if he can get him in a runoff and have this landslide, we can make him a senator.
Right. And as I
But
just
remember, see, everybody wrote off Georgia when Clinton was running.
Yes.
And we called Clinton and he got down to Georgia. We had a rally with about 25,000 people that Hank Aaron helped us put together. And nobody wanted Clinton to come to Georgia. But because of Hank Aaron, he came to Georgia. We won Georgia by 11,000 votes. And we had 25,000 people in that stadium for his victory,
wow.
For his presence. And if he had not come to Georgia and had not won Georgia, he would not have been president.
Wow.
So I think you can never tell about Georgia. I only got elected, it was a pouring down rain, but I got elected because we had a 74% turnout of black voters in a pouring down rain all day and all night. And when I saw people coming out, y'all black women don't like to get wet. But they stood up in the rain, and but that changed the history of Georgia, because the next year I was able to take my campaign and put it into Maynard's campaign, and we elected Maynard mayor, and we've had 6 black mayors, in a row now. But if it hadn't been for that one 74% turnout, none of that could have happened.
Now, no, Mr. Bussey.
Angela?
Yes, sir.
Can it be nation by 112,000 votes less than 1 vote per precinct? Carter be forward by 1,000,005. margins matter in these big elections. Features and new registered voters. There's a new Georgia that can win this campaign for one up.
I know there were some issues, I know, during Kevin Bussey's run. Kevin, would you like to explain about some of our voters here, you know, in South Georgia that it's really hard? What do you recommend? And Kevin, would you like to explain your issues that you had with voters?
Sure. I was actually going to ask Ambassador Young and Reverend Jackson the same. Because you guys have gone through the civil rights movement, the era of voting, how do we get, as Congress John Lewis would say, how do we get our young African-American young generation out there to get into some good trouble, as John Lewis would say?
One thing I've asked young people when Trayvon Martin was, the trial came up, how many of you would like to vote change? I'm not into voting this state. I said, well, let's serve a jury. All those who vote can serve a jury. So young people can serve a jury. Power. So I think it's all about convincing them that they're empowered to vote. I was about your age when Andy was an old man. I used to run around behind Andy. That's how I got inspired.
Well, see, I guess that's one of my bigger issues is that we're standing on the shoulders, individuals like myself. We're standing on the shoulders of guys like you. You know, you ran for president. You were the mayor in Atlanta. So our political aspirations are because of you guys. But I guess there's a gray area for the generation, the millennial generation, or not the millennial, Generation Y. I believe that there's a disconnect. I don't know if they have anybody that they can look up to, somebody that they can say, hey, I want to take the mantle on and I want to move forward and get into some good trouble. So that's where that gray area is. And I think we need to try to find a way to fill that gap.
Well,
when the police shot the brother in the back in Atlanta, Paul Howell indicted him in 3 days. That's the vote figure. They got killed, George Floyd. Would have walked away, except when the Attorney General, Keith Ellison, took over. First time a white had been indicted in the history of Minnesota. So voting matters.
That's right.
Juror, judge, prosecutor, it matters.
And
you know, let me say, Brother Bussey.
Yes, sir.
We got a band. Just a bunch of high school kids that made a band. We got a flatbed truck, just a big truck. Put the band on the truck. I got on the truck. We had people hanging on all over the truck. And we would drive in through the Black communities, particularly, just around after the sun started going down. And we'd stop on a corner. And everybody would come out of their house. We'd have about a 5 or 10 minute street dance. And you'd have to give your speech and tell them to get out to vote. And then drive slowly on down to the next neighborhood and stop.
Wow.
But you gotta, I mean, we gotta do it our way. We can't just knock on doors. People aren't gonna let you in the door in this coronavirus.
That's right.
But they will look out that door and they will dance on their front steps if you got a good piece of music going.
That's right. Wow.
Now these are old folks, so you got to go back to the rock and roll area. They're not going. They're not into rap yet. I mean, and I don't know how to dance the rap music, but everybody knows how to dance to Gladys Knight and the Four Tops and Sonny. Well, you know who.
That's right.
Gotcha. Yes, sir. I think that's great and that's sound advice, profound advice. We have to meet them out there, get boots on the ground, and we have to touch bases with them the best we can during this COVID. That's right.
And with in my closing, with the passing of Ginsburg, how do you guys feel with President Trump, wanting to move forward with picking, someone for the courts?
I've seen so much of her lately as a kind of rock star, but November the 10th, affordable health care will come up for voting in the court. They kill affordable health care, 26 million people fall, more white than black. So it's not just her, she's standing between us in life and death. And I think that's, to me, that's why McConnell is such a big deal to us.
Right.
But you have to remember that Trump appointed, even the two people that Trump appointed to the court did not voted to make him expose his taxes. So
that's true.
The fact that we have a woman on the court that Trump appoints, I just can't believe that a woman who went to Notre Dame and who taught at Notre Dame, Father Hesburgh was with us in the movement in the 60s. And almost everybody I've worked with coming out of Notre Dame has been pretty good people. So he might appoint her, but I don't know, once she gets appointed, she's on her own. And then I don't know that the lady down there from Cuba, she's trying to get away from Castro. Trump is trying to be a Castro here. And so I just don't know that, I don't want to worry about what he does.
Right.
He is right now in real trouble. And I'm going to leave him to the Lord. But we got to get our people believing that this country, as bad as it is still better than any place I've ever been. And when people ask me, where would I rather live than here? I said, I've been to 152 countries.
My, wow.
And I loved them all. But when it comes to picking a place to live, I'm where I'm supposed to be.
Absolutely. Well, thank you so much, you guys.
Now, if it gets too tough in Atlanta, and you're the mayor down in Valdosta, I might come back down there.
Come on, you both have to come visit.
We'll welcome you with open arms.
South Georgia. Well, thank you so much. It's such an honor to have you guys on. I truly appreciate it. It's amazing, and to have a young Black man on, with, I know that the Trump administration is really trying to cater to Black people right now, and I believe they're in Atlanta today, I believe, if I'm not mistaken. And it was just really important for me to, to have a young Black male on with two of the greats, in our civil rights.
Saying we not young?
No.
Go ahead and get there, Ambassador Young.
I'm not saying
that's
that.
All right.
No, it's truly an honor, seriously. But I appreciate you and thank you for all that you are continuing to do. Reverend Jackson, I see you on the news all the time. I just seen you up there with George Floyd, the people that were protesting for him. And I see you guys all the time. It's just an honor, and I truly appreciate that. And thank you for coming on the Game Changers.
Who is Jesse Jackson?
Well, you know, it's been a long journey. And I thank God for allowing me to be a long distance runner. I am a servant whose work is not complete.
Have you ever witnessed the resolve of a real champion? I am somebody. Have you ever walked with Reverend Jesse Jackson on the road to battle? Have you ever seen him persist when others resist?
Hold your head high. Stick your chest out. You can make.
Have you ever seen him take the road less traveled?
We are humane people. We fight for justice and fairness.
Always a helping hand on the road to freedom. Reverend Jesse Jackson Sr. and the Rainbow Push Coalition, still the long-distance runner, and still no more impossible dreams.
Be admitted? No, sir, you cannot be admitted. Why? I am not going to serve you.
Because of my race?
I'm not going to serve you.
I didn't decide to become branded as a civil rights sit-inner. I couldn't use the public library, so I sat in and I was arrested. Took sacrifice and some risk involved in that.
Jesse Jackson has done that with me all his life. When I was tired, he manned the barricades. He made sure that as best he could, and that as best we could, our people would be all right.
Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. appoints Reverend Jackson in 1966 to head Chicago's Operation Breadbasket, Southern Christian Leadership Council's self-help economic uplift program. In August of 1967, Dr. King appoints Reverend Jackson National Director of Operation Breadbasket, which negotiates hundreds of jobs and millions of dollars for African American neighborhoods across the country.
I was a little boy who grew up in a community where black children could not go to the public schools. And lawyers came into our community and made them open up the public schools, and I thought that was going to be the end of the struggle. And what I learned quickly is that it was just the beginning of the struggle. A few years later, Dr. King was assassinated, and it was challenging to navigate all the ways you could be made to feel not as good as other people, not as smart as other people. And it was in the middle of that struggle that I began listening to you. And you gave these speeches, and you would ask people to repeat after you, and then you would say, I am somebody. And I remember watching the TV and saying over and over again, I am somebody.
Jesse Jackson, all his life, when you hear him say, I am somebody, he's saying that to himself as much as he's saying it to anybody else.
Beautiful!
My father has learned to take the broken pieces of life, the shredded pieces, the discarded pieces, and come up with something beautiful. He is a minister first. Many people see him as a politician first. Following in Jesus' tradition, that's what my father has done. Cast light into dark places to set the captive free.
We need our jobs. We need our money. We need our protection under the law. Parkism is racism. Wake up. Blow your trumpet. Let the world know we are displeased. We do not like it.
We talked about an organization that would involve people in a united struggle, and so it was people united at first to save humanity, and then at a later point it became people united to serve humanity.
Just what is Operation Push? Well, Operation Push is a civil economics organization. It's a religious organization with an economic mission. And we believe that the black church is the political and spiritual salvation of our people. And it is to that extent that we challenge churches and churchmen to get involved.
I think when I went to jail the first time, like I was born again. Something happened within me a fire was lit that never went out, really.
He formulated what he called a rainbow coalition of the dispossessed. That was African Americans, Latinos, poor people. What was surprising was a number of whites who really came up to him and saying, "You're the only person out of there who represent my point of view."
I was an undergraduate student in 1984. You were running for president. I was a student government president at North Carolina Central. You came to campus. And I can remember real well, they had a major politician that was supposed to be introducing you. And when you came in, you said, "No, I want a student. I want that student. I want the student government president." That happened to be me. And I had the privilege that day of introducing you to about 1,000 students or more in B. Duke Auditorium. And it was not only a tremendous experience for me, but a tremendous experience for the students.
Change comes about when our young black boys and young black girls in this country could see that there are those of us who are willing to make the supreme sacrifice and take the consequences because we have to leave a legacy to them.
Reverend Jackson, in our judgment, helped to enable a new generation of African Americans to serve. Right. This was the civil rights movement deciding that it was time to get involved in electoral politics, and Reverend Jackson was that vehicle for many of us to get involved.
America's future, the Reverend Jesse Lewis Jackson.
The manager of Walter Mondale's campaign called him out, and he said, you know, tomorrow night's speech is very important to the Democratic Party. Can you kind of give me an idea of the direction that you're going to go? And he said, tomorrow night, you will either be a chimp, a chump, or a champ, but you won't know until tomorrow night.
But just because you're born in the slum does not mean the slum is born in you, and you can rise above it. We must leave racial battleground and come to economic common ground and moral higher ground. America, our time has come, and come November, there will be a change because our time has come.
I remember 1988. I just remember Run, Jesse, Run. We were just cheering and chanting, and the impact of him, of seeing him at the DNC.
He was telling people, regardless of color, if they're really being poor, ignored by their government, or have been marginalized by a political and economic system that really doesn't care about them, that you should be supporting him.
We had what money could never buy in a campaign. We had passion.
Jesse Jackson, you see me on TV, but you don't know the me that makes me me.
He talked about not being able to do the stuff folk take for granted. And the young guys who didn't want to talk, didn't want to hear him, they started crying because he was able to convince them, I do really understand. You think you got a bad record? What my name is, where it came from, what my background is.
You see, I was born to a teenage mother who was born to a teenage mother. I understand. I know abandonment and people being mean to you and saying you're nothing and nobody and can never be anything. I understand. I understand when nobody knows your name. I understand when you have no name. I understand.
And he's talking about it to people who are sitting there thinking, that's me, that's me, that's me. And he's running for president. And he's on the stage. And the message he sent that was more than just subliminal, it was this reality that said, you know what, I can do that. Because he understands what I'm saying.
Around-the-clock medical watch has been ordered for Cesar Chavez, head of the United Farm Workers Union. He has been on a fast protesting the use of pesticides.
Today is day 30 of Cesar Chavez's water fast. Today he's lost approximately 30 pounds, which is about 17% of his body weight. We are getting to a critical point of his fast here.
In 1988, Cesar Chavez launches a hunger strike known as the Fast for Life on behalf of organizing the United Farm Workers. After 36 days of fasting, when Chavez could no longer physically continue the toll of the fast, Reverend Jesse Lewis Jackson Sr. answered the moral call of solidarity, along with a host of committed like minds to support and provide buoyancy to a fatigued Chavez.
Jesse Jackson touched on issues that were important to a lot of Americans of all races and all backgrounds who didn't feel that they were represented.
Hands that pick cotton will pick the next president of the United States of America. Those kinds of sayings help people to believe and understand that we had a right to be a part of the real politics of this country.
Wherever you are tonight, you can make it. Hold your head high. Stick your chest out. You can make it.
I was trying to carve out a lane of healing, or a lane of hope, a lane of reconstruction and revitalization. I wanted to try to pick up the broken pieces and connect them.
I was thinking about how even then you were thinking about the next generation. After that, you invited all of us to go out with you to dinner, and we went to this strange little place called Chicken Hut in Durham, North Carolina. I remember when we walked in, the lady was excited to see you, the owner, and she said, Reverend Jackson, whatever you want, it's on the house. And I remember that day that you took your wallet out and said, no, I can pay. If you want to give somebody something free, give it to one of the brothers on the street. Give it to somebody that can't pay. A whole lot of young people, we were watching that day, and we watched and we learned from you that really when we serve and when we are gifted, we're really supposed to be more concerned about others than our own self.
He proved that a black man could go out there and stand on his own, master the issues, master foreign policy.
Hi, I'm so happy to meet you.
I got this call from Tennessee Hoffler, who was our friend and our attorney and board member. Said, my friend's daughter is in captivity. Will you help? Of course we'll help. I was made aware of the work she had done by her mother and by Tennessee Hoffler. But I'm sensitive to the Algerian-U.S. relationship, compounded by the Trump era, frankly.
The hardest thing was not knowing how long I would be there. So they were throwing around some pretty long sentence terms.
We met Reverend Jackson Washington. In the wee hours, we organized a meeting with the ambassador and other political figures, and Isabella was freed within hours.
I had no idea about Reverend Jackson's involvement until after I got back and started to hear how things had developed on this side. I'm here thanks to you, and I'm really more grateful than words can express.
Thank you for allowing us to serve.
The Reverend Jesse Jackson, along with former POWs and U.S. servicemen Andrew Ramirez and Christopher Stone, were honored to help commemorate the 20th anniversary of the civil rights leaders securing their release and that of Stephen Gonzalez from captivity in Yugoslavia 2 decades ago.
They've been in isolation for 32 days. Heads covered, taking from place to place to drive them crazy.
We did not want to miss this chance to express our gratitude to those who placed themselves in harm's way to advance the cause of humanity.
The men and their families were celebrated at Rainbow Push as they shared the story of how they were captured on March 31st, 1999, while on a peacekeeping mission along the border between Kosovo and Macedonia.
We took direct fire on the vehicle. We truly did not believe that once they captured us, anything good was going to happen.
But it did when Jackson put together a delegation to travel to Belgrade to ask Yugoslavian President Slobodan Milosevic to release the American soldiers. After 33 days, the soldiers were freed.
They are brave, and I will always be eternally grateful for the efforts and the courage that it took.
Once home, the men visited Rainbow Push, and just like 20 years ago, went to Wrigley Field for a Cubs game.
Reverend Jackson, you told us in our first meeting in Belgrade, through our scars come our stars. Well, here with our families today, we see that you were right. Thank you.
Those experiences, just to see the incredible impact that he has internationally by picking up a phone, by going and meeting with diplomats to free U.S. citizens, is unparalleled. Because what the U.S. government couldn't do, Reverend Jackson did.
I called Rev. I said, Rev, we need you over here at Pittman Park. Rev came.
I had those 3 machines all morning. The 5 machines they just brought here. 10 machines, 5 new machines. So they already had machines, they just held them back to have the protest.
Reverend Jackson called officials immediately and 5 additional machines were delivered. As the machines were installed, people began to chant.
This is my birthday, and I feel that a birthday is a landmark. We should do something meaningful and sacred on a sacred day. Inmates, we want to register them to vote. 6,000 inmates here. So we're going to meet with the inmates today. We're going to meet with the judges, the state's attorney. Those who can get out, we want to get them out of jail and be back on the streets with some commitment to make society better.
It's hard to imagine how we could have come as far as we have without the creative power, the keen intellect, the loving heart, and the relentless passion of Jesse Louis Jackson. And God isn't done with him yet.
He was born in Greenville, South Carolina, October the 8th, 1941. There's a hero if you look into your heart. You don't have to be afraid of what you are. There is an answer.
Thank you, everybody. That is a video that we put together for Reverend Jackson, just to highlight to this generation what's going on, the history behind the organization, why it's so important to be involved. We want to start our conversation with our Georgia Senate candidates. Our moderator, Sadita Jackson, will be hopping on shortly, but I did want to, and the other candidates will be also joining us, but I did want to start off with Mr. Ossoff, and give him the opportunity to introduce himself uninterrupted, and then we'll do the same for the other candidates. So, Mr. Ossoff, thank you so much for joining us.
Oh, thank you, Robert. Thank you for the opportunity, and thank you, Reverend, for organizing this. It's a pleasure to join you, a pleasure to introduce myself to you. My name is John Ossoff. I'm the Democratic nominee for U.S. Senate, challenging incumbent Republican Senator David Perdue in one of Georgia's 2 United States Senate races this year. I am proud to run alongside my good friend, the Reverend Raphael Warnock of Ebenezer Baptist Church, who is challenging Kelly Loeffler in the other Senate race. For all of you tuning in, please remember we have 2 Senate races in Georgia this year. We are the only state in the country with 2 Senate races. After a decade of organizing and voter registration and turnout efforts and infrastructure building here in Georgia, we're poised to deliver 2 victories in these 2 Senate races, and the stakes couldn't be higher in 2020. For those of you I've not had the chance to introduce myself to directly, my wife, Alicia, and I were both born and raised here in Metro Atlanta. Alicia is an OBGYN physician. She's a doctor with Emory Healthcare. She works mostly in labor and delivery at Grady Hospital. I run a 30-year-old media production and investigative journalism company called Insight. We produce investigations of organized crime, political corruption, war crimes, and human rights abuses for news organizations all over the world. So in the last few years, for example, we've produced undercover investigations of human trafficking rings, of judicial corruption, bribery, corporate abuses, of quack doctors who kill and mutilate women. And I'm passionate about exposing and fighting corruption and the abuse of power. It's that same passion that's propelled me into the political arena at this moment in our history. We face a crisis of corruption in American politics. And it didn't start with Donald Trump. Donald Trump is a symptom of a deeper corruption, a political system, a campaign finance system that has become captured by concentrated wealth and concentrated power. That's the reason politicians like my opponent, Senator Perdue, vote to let insurance companies deny us health coverage because we're already sick with a pre-existing condition. That corruption is the reason politicians like my opponent, Senator Perdue, vote to let polluters destroy our clean air and clean water and contaminate our planet and our bodies, even though it's not in the interest of public health, and even though the public, the people, are united in demanding strong environmental protection. This corruption is the reason that our political leaders so often put the interests of their donors and themselves ahead of the interests of the people. But I believe that the people of Georgia are uniting this year in a way that is unprecedented. There is a multi-generational, multiracial coalition demanding criminal justice reform and strengthened civil rights and voting rights laws, demanding that public policy put the public's health ahead of the profits of the insurance and pharmaceutical industries, demanding the expansion of Medicaid, building new health clinics to serve underserved communities, and political leaders who will bridge divides and heal this country so we can unite to fight this virus and rebuild. We have been so terribly misled and divided in these last 4 years. We need unifying leadership that appeals to our common humanity and our common identity as Americans to bring this country back together, recommit to the founding principle of universal human rights that's in our founding documents. And let me just close with this, Robert. My mother came to this country as an immigrant when she was 23 years old because she believed in America. That doesn't mean she didn't recognize our flaws. That doesn't mean she had some fantastical idea about our history. She became an activist to demand women's rights and march for the Equal Rights Amendment. She became a citizen because she knew the ballot box is where we exercise our power and make change. But what's happened in the last 4 years has broken my mother's heart. We're at risk of losing ourselves in this country, of losing our commitment to progress and human rights. And with early voting opening on Monday, I want to urge everyone listening out there, everyone out on WAOK, everyone online, text VOTE to 51015 to get all the information you need about how to vote. Text VOTE to 51015 and empower yourself to participate in our democracy and demand change. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Mr. Ossoff. Our moderator, Santita Jackson, is joining us. And before I throw it over to her, I did want to give Ms. Johnson an opportunity to introduce herself also. Ms. Johnson?
Good morning, and thank you for the invitation to this forum. I sincerely appreciate it. For those of you that don't know who I am Tamara Johnson Shealy, candidate for the United States Senate, running in the special election against Ms. Kelly Loeffler. There are 21 candidates in this race, so I encourage everyone to take a really deep dive into the candidates, look at everybody's issues, make sure you be very aware of these platforms. I am a Democrat. I run very boldly and speak very boldly about the issues of the Black community. We're in the midst of a civil war and the next civil rights movement with the Black Lives Matter movement. I speak very boldly about reparations and the need to repair Black America. America will never heal if we don't get to the root of our pain. And our pain is race, racism, and race relations. So again, I am Tamara Johnson Shealy. I look forward to more to come in this panel. I'm an activist, I'm an advocate, and I'm an author. So thank you for giving me this opportunity this morning. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And with that, I will turn it over to our esteemed moderator, Ms. Santita Jackson. Santita, you can take over from here.
Mr. Robert Patillo, Attorney Robert Patillo, brilliant civil rights lawyer that you are. I thank you so much. And I'm so glad to have all of you here today. We welcome you to the 21st Annual Creating Opportunity Conference. And it is with great pleasure and honor that I am here because indeed, as the Rainbow Push Coalition is moving toward 50 years of existence and Reverend Jackson, 60 years of service between in all of his civil rights work. It is exciting to be here, and it's wonderful to see Mr. Ossoff and Mrs. Johnson Shealy, who are here along with Ed Tarver, continuing to serve, moving into the 21st century, moving us forward. If I could, I'd like to ask everyone to unmute themselves. Those of you who are here, Reverend Dr. Yearing, the Ossoff campaign, I really hope that Mr. Ossoff is still here. And Tamara Johnson Shealy. I'm so glad that you all are here. And let me start with you, Mr. Ossoff. It's wonderful to have you. Mrs. Tamara Johnson Shealy, wonderful to have you. I was just waiting for you to come up, buying time, but thank you so much. Of course, we were all so excited in your 2017 run for the Congress. I mean, you had us stirred up all over the country, Mr. Ossoff, and you've spent so much of you've dedicated your life to rooting out corruption. And so it would bring me to this question about why you're running today. Of course, I heard you in your opening remarks, but really kind of help us to dig down and see who you are and what it is that you're trying to do. Because we're living in a time in which we're seeing so much corruption that maybe was whispered about, it's now before us. So many of these issues, the Civil War that you mentioned, Mrs. Shealy, well, we've whispered about it. You know, we've been fighting it, litigating it since 1865. But guess what? We now really do see it's not over yet. And so coming out of this, the capital of the New South, John Ossoff, with this opportunity, I mean, you have shaken the establishment to its core. You've done that before and you're doing it right now. Who are you and why are you putting yourself through this process?
Well, thank you, Santita, for the question. And, you know, I was a very young man, just a student engaged and interested in history when I read Congressman John Lewis' memoir, Walking with the Wind, of his time helping to lead the civil rights movement. And I was so inspired by Congressman Lewis' story that I wrote him a letter and asked if I could come and learn from him and work for him. And I didn't even expect to hear back. But this is the kind of man that Congressman John Lewis was. He not only wrote me a letter, he offered me the opportunity to come and work for him. And that experience changed my life. Congressman Lewis taught me about the beloved community. He oriented me and shaped my worldview and my moral compass to understand his vision of a society where we recognize the folly of racism and poverty, and where we connect with each other through our mutual humanity and our shared commitment to one another as each other's keepers. And that was my first exposure to public service. I went on to work for Congressman Hank Johnson, another member of the Black Caucus from Georgia. I staffed his assignment on the Armed Services Committee in Washington, helping him to make foreign policy and defense policy. But I became so disillusioned and disgusted by what I saw in Washington, the way that lobbyist cash runs everything on Capitol Hill, the partisanship and gridlock and dysfunction and corruption. That's why I left and went into investigative journalism and media production, purer endeavors where exposing corruption, exposing crimes against humanity, piercing the shroud of secrecy behind which the corrupt so often believe they can act with impunity, is the work that my team and I do in journalism. And our work is seen by hundreds of millions of people around the world. In the last few years, we've produced multiple investigations of ISIS war crimes against women and girls, human traffickers, death squads, crooked judges. And I love doing that work. But when Donald Trump was elected in 2016, as it did for many people, it motivated me profoundly to re-engage in our democracy in a direct way. And I'm pursuing public office at this moment in our history because I believe this is a fork in the road for America. We can either recommit to a vision of this country rooted in the principles of universal human rights and committed to our democracy as a means of achieving progress, or we can continue down this path of authoritarianism and racism and corruption that Donald Trump and his enablers are presenting us with. And I regret, Santita, that I'm going to have to depart this earlier than the conclusion of the event. But I do want to thank you for the extraordinary opportunity to address this audience and the broader WAOK audience on the radio here, and for the opportunity to be here and to hear from you. It's with gratitude that I'm here. And I wish you, your family, and everybody listening good health and good luck in these difficult times.
We certainly wish the same for you and your wife as she's doing God's work as a physician. Just one more question, though, before you go.
Of course.
We're seeing a surge in voting all across the country. 6.6 million people have voted thus far already, early voting all across the United States. And this, according to the University of Florida, was going to be the most engaged election since 1908. They're expecting 75% of those who registered to vote. 180 million, 190 million people. The system is not even equipped to accommodate that many voters, but we still need people to get out to vote. Why don't you make your pitch? Let people know, really, given the fact that you have been digging down on corruption and you've been digging down on really making this country and the world what it's supposed to be. It tells someone who might be on the fence about voting, we're in a pandemic, someone who might be on the fence about voting because they're seeing so much that's disappointing. Tell us why we should vote and why we should vote for you. What are you going to do when you get to Washington?
Well, I think, Santita, it can be useful to take a step back from the sound and fury of partisan politics and from the immediate crises of the moment and consider the big picture. We are living through times of great tumult and anxiety and pain and suffering, an unprecedented public health emergency, an economic crisis that's severity has been made so much worse by our own government's incompetence. I mean, let's boil this down to the basics. A deadly virus is sweeping across our country. It is preying upon the least of these, the most vulnerable, our seniors, marginalized communities, Black Americans, those who have been systematically denied access to healthcare, equal opportunity, and public services. Our own government has systematically and willfully misled us about the true scope of the threat. Our president, our senator, brazenly, while they were receiving private briefings in Washington about how dangerous this virus was, telling us that it was no worse than the ordinary flu, undermining the doctors and scientists qualified to inform the public about how to protect ourselves and our families. Now, with nearly 250,000 Americans dead, continuing to downplay and deny the true severity of what's happening in America right now, it's completely unacceptable. And at the same time, we're living through this reckoning with racism embedded in laws and institutions, the emergence of a new multiracial, multi-generational coalition committed to reform and committed to change and equal protection and equal justice that I believe is laying the groundwork for what could be the most productive period in civil rights and voting rights legislation since the mid-1960s. And more broadly, this crisis of corruption that I discussed in my opening remarks, the reason that politicians put insurance companies and pharmaceutical company profits ahead of public health and the health of our neighbors and friends and relatives. What is it that we're trying to achieve? It's really not that complicated. Times like these can be disorienting, but the way forward isn't a mystery. The basic conditions of human flourishing, access to affordable housing, affordable healthcare, access to a living wage, access to education. That's why I'm championing debt-free public college and HBCU tuition, and equal justice under the law with voting rights. It's not complicated how we build the beloved community here in America. And once we dig out from the rubble of what this administration's destroyed in these last 4 years, we can get to work building that America. And we can unite this country behind that vision. But people have shed blood for the sacred right to vote, a right that remains under attack to this day. And I'm not asking anyone out there to go out and vote for my ambition. And I'm not asking anyone out there to go out and vote for the glory of any political party. I'm asking everyone to get out and vote because participating in our democracy is the way we shape history and the opportunities that we have. And it's never been more important. It's a matter of life and death. And for those who are interested in learning how to vote, my team and I are working to make it as easy as possible to get that information. You text VOTE to 51015. If you pull out your phone and text VOTE to 51015, my team will get in touch, make sure you have everything you need to make a plan to vote early next week. Santita, thank you again for the opportunity. God bless, good health to everybody. I appreciate you, and I wish everyone peace and health in these difficult times. Thank you so, so much.
Blessings to you. God bless.
Austin. All right, I think Santita is muted, so let me unmute her. Santita,
Unmute me.
There you go.
This is what happens when you are when you are working from home. They are working on my condominium. There you go.
Well, it's funny.
You know what?
It's funny because everyone else has had to adapt, but the president is refusing to do a virtual debate. We're all living virtually. Come on.
Oh, and it's so ironic because in 1960, former Vice President, then Vice President Richard Nixon and Senator John Kennedy, they did a virtual debate. They did a remote debate because of conflicting schedules. So there we go. But this is where we are. And so you're going to see me mute myself. It's not that I'm not listening to you. I'm listening. Robert, this is what I'd like to do. I was so excited. I'm always happy to see people running for office. And I'm particularly charged when I see women, particularly at this time, running for office, because it means so much, particularly when we watch Kamala Harris, as we watch even Mrs. Obama in another role. When we think of C. Dolores Tucker, when we think of Mrs. King and Mrs. Jean Young, and so many wonderful people who've made their contributions. And you are a business owner at that. You're looking at so much. And I want to know, Tamara Johnson-Shealy, why are you running for office? When I was doing a little bit of digging about you, what was striking to me on your website was, why am I running? Which I think is a tremendous question to ask and to answer, because we do know, Mr. Tarver, that this is a grueling process. It's very hard to run. So tell us, why are you doing it?
Yes, ma'am. Thank you. I'm called to this. I didn't choose to run. I come from the beauty and barber industry, an industry where, life is great. We make people feel good. It's a different kind of world that we live in. We're creative, we're artists. So this, coming into politics is it's a polar opposite of the world that I know. But I was called to this watching my industry politically. You don't think that hair is politics, but it is. There's politics behind the air we breathe, the water we drink, even the hair on our heads. And as a professional, I found out the hard way. And as I started to watch my industry, I became so intrigued with what was happening in my community, in my state, and nationally. And I'm like, oh my God, everything is political and you have to be engaged. So that is where I was called and drawn to this. And this isn't my first run. This is actually my fourth run. I ran 3 times for the Georgia State Senate District 40, came out of the gate, strong candidate against a staunch Republican. And I know how, Ed Tarver, I can tell you, we know this ain't easy work. This ain't easy work. So I commend you for getting in this race. And this race has a lot of great candidates in it. And I'm just glad to be in the midst. And like I said, I'm called to this. I didn't just choose it.
We are seeing poverty rising in ways that we have not seen since maybe more than 50 years ago. Mm-hmm. And when you get to Washington, and I'm going to speak in the affirmative to you and to Mr. Tarver, because when you get there, I want to know, what are you going to say? The pain on the ground is so profound. Mm-hmm. Some people are going to vote. Some people are not going to vote, although everyone should vote. But there's a lot of despair out here. We've shredded really 1 million jobs. People have gone to get unemployment benefits, 1 million plus persons every week since mid-March. I mean, this is an astonishing time. And no one's really talking about that. We've got our children who may or may not be in school for 1 week because of the pandemic. They're not eating. Their parents are not eating. And so people, particularly I think as African-American elected officials, you come in and there's another expectation that your constituents, your Black constituents, and I would think that your very poor constituents, whatever color, have of you, because they are dealing with bread and butter issues, even as they don't have bread and butter. And seriously, you're in an industry where Black women in particular, you'll always eat, because we are going to take care of our hair, because hair is political for us. you know, whether it's a wig, whether it's natural or straightened, whatever it is. So you get a chance to hear the discussions that we have when we relax and go to the beauty shop, when we relax and go get hair care products, because we all have the same problems. What can you bring to these constituents, many of whom are jaded? They've seen it, they've heard it all before. What are you going to do for me?
And this is where my training from the beauty and barber industry comes to the forefront. Like, the first thing we're taught to do is to listen. And I don't do a whole lot of talking, but I do a whole lot of listening. And I hear people, and I hear them with a different, not just my ears, I hear them in my spirit. I hear them in my soul. I hear them beyond what they're not saying to me. And one thing I think when it comes to, people getting to the polls, we can't guilt them or shame them into voting. We got to be very mindful that, particularly, I'm in my 40s, and particularly my generation and younger, that doesn't work. You got to give them solid reasons and solid answers and solutions. Don't just give them a whole lot of talking points. Let's be real with people. And when you talk about these bread and butter issues, get down to the root of it. Like, let's have a real conversation. And when, I'm going to take all of that to Washington. I'm going to take everything I hear, everything I feel, everything I know in my soul. I'm a Southern girl. I'm from the South. I'm from Georgia. So this isn't just an experience that, I've heard about or learned about. This is a lived experience for me. I know what it feels like to not have. I know that. I know I've lived that. I'm a mother of 2 sons, 2 Black boys, that every time they walk out of the house, I'm nervous, and I have to teach my children a different set of rules to survive in this America. So, I'm taking all that I am to Washington. And I think, and all that I am and all that I know is going to Washington.
And, it's wonderful that you have those experiences. And it's good to know that you're going to carry them with you. You're going to carry them with you. And I'm going to engage as we do this town hall. Mr. Tarver, I just want you to know, keep it unmuted, because I want us to talk with each other. Oh my gosh. But of course, many of you would know that you're the former U.S. District Attorney. And so you have really, you've seen the law from a place where it doesn't make us very comfortable, right? And yet you continue to serve, because I think that people go into your position really, given your background, really trying to make a difference, a positive difference. You want the system to work well for everybody. Do you hope to take to the U.S. Senate? What do you want to bring to the U.S. Senate?
Well, I certainly would like to thank you, and thank you for inviting me to participate this morning. Sorry for the mix-up. I just got the information a few moments ago, and so it took me a moment to change directions. But I certainly hope to bring to the U.S. Senate the understanding and the recognition that elections do matter. The people that we place in office does make a difference, and I've had a chance to experience that throughout my service on behalf of the public. One of the things that is most exhilarating about having being able to say that I'm the former United States Attorney for the Southern District of Georgia is the fact that we addressed some pretty serious issues, problems that were impacting the community, impacting the state, and with good leadership, with a good direction, with input, not only from the community but from across the state, we were able to make some positive progress that impacted the lives of the people that we served. And so I believe that elections have consequences. We're seeing that now. And if we want to bring about good consequences, we need to look at the experience, the background, the motives for the people that we elect to office. And if we invest a little time, if we look at the skills, the experience that they bring to the table, I think that we can take some positive steps forward towards addressing some of the issues that are really impacting Georgia and Georgia families right now. I was particularly interested in your comment about poverty during this campaign. I've tried to boldly go out, even though we're in the midst of COVID-19 and have visited parts of the state trying to and certainly social distancing as I've done that. But I'm amazed that you go into some of the smaller communities like Columbus, Muskogee County, or Albany and Dougherty County, and they've seen a tremendous rise in the percentage of poverty, the level of poverty in those communities. And those folks are asking for help. They're looking to leadership. They're looking to their elected leadership to help them chart their course going forward. And the one thing that I think we all agree is that there's been a lack of overall leadership from the top all the way down, not only from the White House down to the state of Georgia, but even at the height of the leadership, at the top of the leadership in Georgia, in terms of providing a clear direction as to how Georgians can protect themselves, but also continue to maintain their economic viability. How they can also continue to educate their children and provide for their families. And so that's the reason that I'm running. I'm running, everything that I've done in life has had a public service slant to it. I'm the son or the child of a military family. I for years got a chance to watch and was aware that my father got up at 4:30, 5 o'clock in the morning to go to put on his uniform and to go serve, and was so influenced by that. When I graduated from college, I volunteered and joined the military and served for 7 years. And even after entering my knee and leaving the military to pursue a legal education and graduated from law school, I learned time and time again that no matter what I was doing, there was a public service component to it, that people who needed assistance would reach out for assistance, and that they expected people in positions of responsibility to respond with good advice, with good ideas, with hard work and motivation. And so that's probably sums up the reason that I've decided to seek public office.
What do you say? Because we see people who have been prosecutors run for office. We see people who've been, we used to call the police the law. The police, they're the law. And anyone affiliated of the law. And now that community is facing tremendous challenge right now, but there's an old saying that a friend of mine gave to me some years ago. You want the police to have your back, you just don't want them on your back. What do you see, what can a U.S. Senator do at this time to help really bridge the divide and give us justice? And I'm going to take that question to you first, Mr. Tarver, and then to you, Mrs. Johnson-Shealy, because I think these are the things we're talking to. Poverty, I want to talk to you about the farmers, because you are in an urban and rural state. But first, let's look at the police. That's what's got everybody marching. It's had us marching for months, almost all year.
That's an excellent question, and it makes me think of back when I was right out of law school. I was selected to be the judicial law clerk to the federal judge, and one of the things that I noticed right away when I started working in the court system, in the judicial system, was every time the judge would come out of chambers and walk onto the bench, the marshal would order everyone in the courtroom to rise. He would say, "All rise," and he would announce that the United States District Court for the Southern District of Georgia was now in session, all having business before the court, come nigh and be heard. And I remember in a conversation with the judge asking, well, everybody knows that you're the federal judge. Why do that? Why go through that ceremony every time you come on the bench? And he believed that people had to trust in the system, and that ceremony continued to renew their trust and to show people that this was a serious and worthy endeavor of bringing their disputes to the court. And I think the same applies with our law enforcement. We give a tremendous amount of discretion over our lives to those who serve in law enforcement. And just based on their discretion alone, they can choose to exercise or use deadly force or not use deadly force. They can choose to restrict your liberty. They can put you in handcuffs or detain you. And it's based solely on that individual discretion. And we have seen now time and time again where that discretion is, in some cases, is being misdirected, being used inappropriately, being used based upon some type of implicit bias that individual may bring to the table. And the result of that is that an overall lack of confidence that the public is losing their confidence in our law enforcement system, which is crucial to maintaining order and discipline in our communities. And so I think that as a U.S. Senator, most definitely we can do something almost immediately. We can do something to make sure that those who have that discretion and who abuse it or misuse it are held accountable. And that's one thing that I hear over and over again from individuals is that just the overall appearance or belief that there's a lack of accountability for law enforcement, that they can do whatever they want. They can take someone's life, they can injure them, they can wrongfully detain or arrest someone, and nothing happens to that person. So I would certainly advocate taking a legislative approach to holding law enforcement accountable for misconduct. Not suggesting by any means that everyone who's a member of law enforcement is abusive or engages in misconduct, but those few who do need to be held accountable, and the public needs to be aware that they can be held accountable. The other thing that I think we can do as in the U.S. Senate is we can address this judicial created doctrine called qualified immunity, which has resulted in excess of 90% of the time when an officer has engaged in some type of misconduct or have been accused of engaging in some type of misconduct or abuse, that's used as a shield, and it protects them from liability or responsibility. And so I think that there should be some limits, at least limits, if not the complete elimination of the doctrine of qualified immunity. It's a doctrine that was not created by legislation. It was not created by our doctrine. And it certainly needs to be reviewed and adjusted or modified to make sure that it's providing the appropriate amount of protections for the citizens that law enforcement are supposed to protect and serve.
Everybody, we are talking with Ed Tarver. He is running for the U.S. Senate in the great state of Georgia. And we want you to like and share this broadcast, as we have this town hall, this political town hall in the great state of Georgia, the 21st annual Creating Opportunity Conference of the Rainbow Push Coalition. As we, in this great state of consequence, you all have given us so much exciting and really game-changing politics. Tamara Johnson, Sheely. I mean, at the same time, while we're looking, we are still very excited about Stacey Abrams and what she's been able to do. We're very excited by looking at all of you run for the Senate, because a couple of you are going to get it. But even if you don't get it, you've still lifted your profiles and you've become leaders in your community, which is what's really exciting. But while we have had this exciting moment in politics, we also had Ahmaud Arbery. We had George Floyd. And we had the conversation, Mr. Tarver, that we've heard Black parents and godparents and guardians for our children have with our children about the law. If you became the U.S. Senator, Tamara Johnson Sheely, what could your constituents expect you to do if you were Mrs. Arbery, if you were Mr. Floyd's parents? What would That's a lot.
That's a lot, because I am the mother of two sons, two black boys. The thought, I can't even imagine that. That weighs so heavy on my spirit and on my soul.
But I would imagine that's also why you're running. Mm-hmm. Because these moments, Mr. Tarver, Mrs. Sheely, make you say, like Lucy McBath, say, that's it. I've got to do something. Please.
And that's why I'm in this race. Like I said, we have to be engaged politically. We cannot sit on the sidelines. As you were talking, the theme of this is creating opportunities. I want to go back to something that's big on my platform. And I talk very boldly about reparations and the redress and the repair that needs to happen for Black America. And reparations is a new conversation, quote unquote. This has actually been introduced in Congress for many, many years. And it's in the House now. There's a study, HR 40. But on my platform, I talk about creating the actual infrastructure, creating the House, like we have the Veterans Administration, creating the Reparations Administration, because we really have to get to the root of what is ailing Black America for America to heal. Just to give you some facts, by 2053, the data has shown that Black America will have zero net wealth. And it stems from slavery to Black codes, Jim Crow, convict leasing, no New Deal, no GI Bill, redlining, war on drugs, mass incarceration, like now COVID-19. We know, we see, Black people feel, America gets a cold, we get pneumonia, right? We know that we have to be addressed as a people. With my plan for reparations, I want to establish literally, like I said, the infrastructure where we have a database that says who are the descendants of slavery in this country, who actually receives this reparations, who receives this repair. We create this database. My undergrad is in computer information systems. I have a holder master's in law from Emory University. We with this infrastructure, we create the policies to address, I talk about cash payments because as Dr. King, towards the end of his life, he mentioned we were going to Washington to get our check. So I do talk about the need for cash payments for those of us who are descendants of slavery in this country. I talk about the need for low to no interest home loans set aside for our small businesses and contracts, tuition reimbursement, student loan debt cancellation, whatever it takes, the mental health that needs to happen for us as a people. When we talk about this creating opportunities, the theme of what this is about today, we have to address Black America and be very specific with policies. I believe you're muted.
So as we look at these policies, we are looking at this unrest that it doesn't take. They're marching in Minnesota right now, in Minneapolis, St. Paul, because Derek Chauvin got out of jail with no transparency for this $1 million bail that he was able to post. And these are things that, and quite frankly, this is what gave Amy Klobuchar difficulty, and it kind of pushed her out of contention for the vice presidency, because they said, she'd been a prosecutor, didn't deal with that. And I think that politicians, elected officials, shall I say, really, elected officials, public servants on every level are being asked to answer that question. And as you look at restoration and reparation, is there one thing that you think can be done legislatively to repair the breach between the community, quite frankly, the white community too, and the American community and the police?
That is so ingrained in us as a nation. Mm-hmm. It runs so deep. Those are the slave patrols. Those are the people that were capturing us as we were trying to run away to freedom. So this thing is so ingrained. I do believe that we should maybe look at community policing, mm-hmm. where we have people that live in the community, police the community, maybe have more mental health professionals come out with police. Every time a phone call is made to the police, maybe you not send somebody that, an officer. Maybe if you have to send an officer, you send a mental health professional. Maybe there's an opportunity to talk this thing through versus going in and arresting somebody and locking somebody up or killing someone. So I believe we need to have a reform. I hear people saying defund. Those funds need to be reallocated. I like to see, like I say, more mental health professionals on the forefront with community policing.
At Tarver, I want to toss that to you as well. You've spoken of some legislative remedies, but our elected officials, our public servants, serve another kind of role for us as well. These are people we trust, people who we need to help us. What do you think, given your understanding of the system, what can be done to repair the breach? Just even one little step.
Well, I think there are a number of steps that we can do, but the first thing is to just recognize the enormity of the influence that law enforcement has in the community. And there are several different proposals. Community policing is one. But the one thing that we have to do is to be responsive to the voices of the people. You mentioned the protests that have been going on for months in this country right now. Probably the largest movement that we have seen in this country since the civil rights movement. And we have a number of people who are, all of those people, in fact, are demanding immediate change. They're demanding an immediate end to systemic racial and religious discrimination in our law enforcement. And they're looking, unfortunately, right now, they're looking to our elected officials, our elected leaders, to do something about it. And we've all regretfully seen what happened. I mean, there was one initial push that failed. Congress, the U.S. Senate, has walked away from that and have not returned to it. We see the same thing happening with the efforts to provide additional stimulus for the millions of Americans who are suffering now during this global pandemic. I think that we need to recognize when we've made a mistake from a legislative standpoint. You know, the one thing that I share with people is if we look back to the early 90s and the early 90s, there was a nationwide push in this country for a get tough on crime movement. Many Democrats, many national Democrats who are still prominent today, engaged in that, sponsored legislation that imposed mandatory minimum sentences. They took away discretion from judges. And you ask ourselves, well, what has been the result of that? Well, the result of that is today in this country, we incarcerate 2.3 million of our own citizens, more than any other country on the planet. The United States has that title. And if you look at the makeup of those 2.3 million people, 78% of those people are Black or brown. And so we have a mass incarceration system, a situation in this country that was largely created by legislative action that was taken intentionally by our elected leaders. But no one has stepped forward to say, hey, we may have acted too aggressively. This may have been a mistake. What are we going to do to fix it? And so I think it's time for our elected leaders to step forward. And when we've made a mistake, when an unintended consequences has occurred, then we need to work as quickly as we can to undo that. Because if we look at what's happening to the African-American community, look at the impact that our system of mass incarceration is having on the Black family. Look at what it's doing to Black communities nationwide and the destruction of Black communities nationwide. I'm very disappointed as a Democrat. I'm very disappointed that it appears to some that the voice of the Democratic Party has been muted somewhat. At one point, we would hear discussions that would be a part of the plank of every Democratic candidate and every of the party. Affirmative action used to be up front and very consistent. Now it's a nasty word. You don't even hear it mentioned anymore. We used to hear on a regular basis promoting legislation that was supportive of the Black family as a unit and bringing and keeping Black families together. That's not spoken about anymore. And I'm concerned that we have done some things that have had an unintended detrimental effect on the people that we serve, but there's been no action to undo those negative effects and that impact. And so I think that we just need to be bolder about recognizing when we've done something that we probably shouldn't have done, or that we got a result that was different than the result that we initially intended.
You know, the pandemic has really has exposed the great disparities of wealth in this country. I mean, there's a sharp divide between the haves and the have-nots. Our middle class is evaporating every week. And when we look at African Americans, you know, I can even go with Gone with the Wind, and it's not because you're in Atlanta, but I'm struck by Scarlett O'Hara's father said to her, remember, the land is what is most important. It's always the land. And we've been an agricultural people, Black people have been. And we've lost 90% of our land coming out of slavery. I mean, we are now down to about 1.4 million acres from 14 million. It's just unbelievable, but that's our wealth. And we're finding ProPublica and other news outlets have been doing studies and investigative reports showing that a lot of these Black farmers have had their land swindled from them, which is their wealth has been swindled from them. Like Tulsa was bombed by our government, and that wealth was taken from Black people. Let me start with you, Tamara Johnson-Shealy, because you're talking about restoration and reparation. And I think that's what people have to understand. That's what reparation is. It is a restoration, because that's what the 13th, 14th, and 15th Amendments were about. It was about restoring, giving us our citizenship, which we had earned, restoring our humanity, giving us the vote. It took us 95 years to really enact it, but what about the wealth? Because it is an economic fight that we have now. Is there anything, given the structure of the state, and I'm in the Midwest, so we are rural as well. Most people don't know that, but it's true. We grow the food here too. What can you say to those Black farmers in particular, and not just Black farmers, but President Trump has come up with a plan, a platinum plan, where he says he wants to help with 500,000 Black businesses. What can be done to help stop this hemorrhaging of monies out of the Black community and the poor people in Georgia and around the country?
I want people to understand there's a difference between income and wealth. Income is the money you make when you go to work, you pay your bills, you're living off of it. But wealth is something totally different. And generational wealth has been snatched from us generation after generation after generation. I got some data here. Only 2.6% of the 100 trillion in private wealth is what we have. We as a people, 2.6% of the $100 trillion in private wealth. All we have as a people.
And headed towards zero.
Headed towards zero by 2053.
Absolutely.
Gentrification, what you just spoke about with our farmers, we have to be mindful that this is happening to us, and only reparations, only a bold stand will close this racial wealth gap. America must be intentional about repairing and restoring us as a people, and we have to be very intentional about this demand. And we're in the height of a season where we can push this demand. Republicans and Democrats have to hear us. And I'm a Democrat, but Democrats have to hear us too. And they have to understand that this has to happen for us right here and right now.
Is there a specific program? Is there something that you would like to see? Because you have a business. And we're losing 1/5 of our churches, they say, will close. Half of the businesses that closed during the pandemic won't reopen, and that's a conservative estimate. What needs to happen? What do small business owners, what do people who have businesses, what do they need?
We have to be creative again. This is where I get excited. I love this question, because this is where I get excited. Because remember, when we came out of slavery, we had absolutely nothing. And that period of Reconstruction was magical for us. Like, we became all that we were going to be. Like, we opened our businesses. We bought and sold within our own community. That dollar turned over and over and over in our community. We were able to build wealth during Reconstruction. So we have to go back to what we did when we came out of slavery. And we're a creative people. So we know we have it in us. We can come out of anything. We just have to be intentional about doing it.
Absolutely. Do you believe, what do you think is most important, or do all of these issues have equal weight at Tarver? We need economic development. Our children need food as the schools are closed. Our parents need to go back to work, but they need a safe workplace. Many of our hospital workers, the essential workers who are African American and Latinx and poor white, they can't get PPEs. Even now, getting a mask, getting a gown. The people who clean the hospitals, we forget. There's a COVID-19 outbreak with the residential staff at the White House. You get into the U.S. Senate. What is like issue number 1, issue number 2, or Do all these issues have equal weight? Because everything is coming at you at one time.
Well, none of these issues have, I don't think they have equal weight, but they certainly have a priority. Certainly the priority right now relates to COVID-19 and those areas of our lives that have been impacted greatly by COVID-19. But I think that, I truly believe that, people want to have faith in their government. They want to have hope that the government is working with them in a manner that's going to allow them to improve their lives, improve their situation, and not feel like the issues and the issues that are addressed and the decisions are being made are against them. And far too many people believe that. And you made reference to the PPP, Personal Payroll Protection Plan program that the government initiated. That's a glaring example of how something that was presented as a measure that was going to help people fell so far short of helping those who needed it the most. Clearly, most individuals, most small business owners, most African-American Black business owners don't own large businesses, don't own large corporations. And the ones who had the small businesses are the ones that were not able to get that assistance. I heard a statistics here recently that said that 90% of all Black-owned businesses don't have any employees at all. Many of those businesses are the ones that are failing, are closing, never to reopen again, and with no assistance at all from our government. It would be great if small business owners had the clout, had the voice of our airline industry. We've all watched over the last couple of weeks where they basically demanded that if you don't give us another $25 billion, not the first $25 billion, but a second $25 billion, we're going to just lay off people wholesale. And it's going to put the country in a bind. Small business owners, and particularly Black business owners, don't have that voice. They don't have that clout to make those kinds of demands on our government. And so it's essential that folks like myself, like Tamara, folks who are offering themselves as representatives, as the voice for the people, that we embrace their voice and that we speak for them, and that we are sure that the resources of our government are not used recklessly and not used only for those for one segment, only for big business or only for government or only for the wealthy. Because there are a number of people out there that look to us, look to government, look to their elected leadership for guidance, for assistance, and for direction. And so I think that certainly a number one priority for me right now would be, in light of what's happening with the Black Lives Matter movement, I would certainly be a bold voice to return to the table to address the legislation that failed, and to stay and hammer it out until we reach some type of compromise that we can move forward on the issue of racial discrimination and racism in this country. I think that's an issue that we have dealt with and fought with for far too long. And we're at a point where we can possibly address it in a meaningful way. And we should not let our elected leadership walk away from that issue. It's important that we not only address it, but that we make some progress towards resolving it. Certainly we need to include the economic consequences of COVID-19, and we need to do all that we can to reopen our economy, fully reopen our economy. But we can't do that unless we can convince people that they're going to be safe, that their children are going to be safe, and that we can do that in the safest possible manner that will allow them to continue to earn their living, to continue to feed their families, but at the same time don't have to worry about being harmed, injured, or infected by COVID-19, or better, worse, taking it to their families and infecting their children and their families. So I think that those are two of the number one priorities that I would address. And I'm sorry, I have 2 minutes. I received this invitation at the last minute, and I have another event that I need to join at 12:30. But this is the issues that you're discussing are so important, and I appreciate the opportunity to have had this short period of time to join in the discussion. And I hope that if you do something like this again, that I'll have an opportunity to participate, because there's so many things that need to be said and discussed and addressed as it relates to these very important issues. But
Well, we
thank
want
you
to
very
thank
much.
you for being with us. We want to thank you for being with us today, because you did respond. You did respond, and you responded when you found out, and you wanted to get your voice to the people. And we're glad that we were able to do that. And before the election is over, I promise you, we will do this again.
Thank you very
Blessings
much.
to you. Blessings to you. Let me ask you before we go, because I see Attorney Patillo here, and we've got to close out to get to the next session. And if you could be here for another minute or so I can give you a closing thought, Mr. Tarver.
Okay.
Would you be able to do that?
I have 1 minute, really.
1 minute. You got it. Your closing thought.
My closing thought is that this is a tremendously difficult time in our country, and people are enduring just unimaginable amounts of uncertainty, some suffering, and they're looking to government, they're looking to elected leadership more now than probably at any time before. And I just think it's so important that one, that we exercise our right to vote, that we participate in the franchise, but that we also, in selecting who is going to be in a better position to help guide our country out of the situation that we're in, that we do so in a manner where we select those who have the experience, that have a demonstrated record of performance, and who can serve starting on day one to help not only our state, but our country move forward. So I thank you again for allowing me to be a part of it.
And thank you for being with us today. Thank you.
You have a great day.
God bless you. Be well. Tamara Johnson,
it's a tongue twister, I know.
my name is Santita, so I totally get it. But that having been said, no, but I want to give you all of that, because all of your names tell a story.
Mm-hmm.
There's some, I think there's a lot of power in that. What do you want us to know about you? Why should we vote for you? What can you do for us?
Yeah, and we're all on the next panel together, so that's why you saw all the other candidates kind of run out. But I'm going to take about 30 seconds and just encourage you to go to the polls, and vote your conscience and vote your interest. This particular race, this special election against Kelly Loeffler, has such a wide. You have all kinds of candidates on this ballot. But be mindful. Take a look at all of the platforms. Take a look at where we all stand. I'm the boldest. I'll tell you. I'll say it on this rainbow push. I know this audience is probably predominantly Black, but I'm the boldest, Blackest candidate on the ballot, where I speak very intentionally about reparations and the need to repair Black America. So I encourage you to take a look at my website. I am Tamara Johnson Shealy. Tamara for Georgia is my website. Again, tamaraforgeorgia.com. Santita, I thank you so very much for this opportunity.
And I thank you for being with us today. I know that you're running to the next panel, but thank you for participating with us. And let me toss to Attorney Robert Patillo. Blessings to you, blessings to you, blessings to you. Maybe when I get to Atlanta, help me get my hair done. I don't do anything with this. I just need it bleached right now. But Attorney Robert Patillo,
I can refer you to some great people. There's some bad stylists around here. I can tell you.
No, girl, I'm going to do this. I just need it bleached. I'm good. I'm done at this point in my life. So I can wear this. I got to pull it back.
Yes, I get it.
All right, blessings to you.
Thank you. Y'all have a great morning. Thank you.
You too. Attorney Robert Patillo, you've done a magnificent job pulling this conference together, and I thank you, and I hope that everyone will tune into you on WAOK, the iconic Black Talk radio station in Atlanta, every Sunday, because you're running off of Keep Hope Alive with us from 8 to 10 Eastern Standard Time, so that you can do your show from 1 to 4. But he is absolutely brilliant, and of course, you're a regular. You're part of the panel, part of the family of the Santita Jackson Show. The largest progressive talk radio station in the country, WCPT, and Talk 92.7 FM up in Madison, and AM 950 Radio, Minneapolis, St. Paul, covering the state. And we're going to be on in about 2 or 3 other cities in the next few weeks, so we're very excited. But I want to thank you for honoring me by including me to be a part of this wonderful town hall. And it's going to be exciting because you have 2 Senate seats that are up for grabs, and you've got a lot of great candidates who are running. And let's just hope that that everybody can get a chance to vote.
Absolutely. And I think the conversation you were just having is why it's so important to have representation in the race. Just think about when you were a little girl, the idea of having a conversation with a Senate candidate about getting your hair done. Back before we had representation, back when it was just older, whiter, less diverse. Georgia's a state that's 35% African American, 10 to 15% Latino, depending on what count, 5 to 6% Asian American, 52% women. Atlanta's one of the largest LGBTQ centers in the country. So these senators have an opportunity to flip the state. If we get full participation in the voter turnout numbers like we got for Obama in 2012, Barack Obama only lost to Mitt Romney by 3 percentage points in Georgia. We can not just get a seat, we can completely work towards flipping the Senate. And that's how you protect things such as the Voting Rights Act. That's how you protect things such as the civil rights protections and those sorts of things. So it's an outstanding panel that you had. It really was a blessing to have you moderate this panel for us. Thank you so much.
Blessings to you. And I will just say very quickly about the hair. For us, it is political because Black women in particular and Black men, but Black women in particular have had to sue to be able to wear our hair in a natural way in order to work. So to be able to ask that question, because these are issues that we want to take to our elected officials, they might seem like innocuous, meaningless issues to others, but they're really literally life and death issues to us. Bread and butter issues are life and death issues. And I'm so glad that they joined us and that they make fine candidates, but you've done a magnificent job with this conference. You and Trina.
Yes,
So
Trina,
so
the silent hand who brings all this together. And I want absolutely. Oh, there's always a Black woman in the making all the things work. What we're going to do next is play an interview that Reverend Jackson did about an hour ago from Maynard, Eaton, and then at the top of the hour we will be having our Black Mayors Roundtable. So I want to make sure everybody has a chance to tune in for that. Thank you so much again, Santita.
Blessings.
And we will keep things going in your honor as we move forward. But we're going to be listening to Reverend Jackson's interview and then switching over to our Black Mayors Roundtable. So stay tuned, everybody.
It's time once again for another edition of Talk to Me. And now, here's Emmy himself, 8-time Emmy Award-winning journalist, Maynard Eaton.
Hello again, friends, and welcome to Talk to Me. I'm Maynard Eaton, and this is a special edition. We have civil rights legend, Reverend Jesse Jackson with us. Reverend Jackson, thank you so much for joining us. How are you, sir?
I'm so glad to be with you. I feel so fortunate to be with you today. You mean so much to us. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir. Reverend Jackson, you just finished your 21st annual convention with Rainbow Push. What were the topics? Pandemic to presidential politics, or everything in between? What was the focus this year?
The pandemic, the medical pandemic, the virus is engulfing the whole nation. After all, you look at the number of people who are sick and dead, and numbers are rising, and how the president is flirting with it. And it didn't have to get this bad, but it's everywhere. Georgia's a red state. It's on the rise in Georgia, for example. Number two, you got Code 19, but also Code 1619, race relations. I mean, young man shot, killed in Brunswick, Georgia, and Atlanta, Georgia, and killings around the country. And then you have the militia go into the Michigan legislature armed and come back to kidnap the governor. This is real, and the president does not speak out against it. So you're looking at a very dangerous time in which we live. Having said that, we still must remain focused on census and voter turnout and voter count. we in the ex-slave states really have the power that say that you could Reverend Warner could win the seat in Georgia, the Senate seat.
Right.
The numbers are there. Harris could win the seat in South Carolina, could defeat Lindsey Graham. If could win the seat in Mississippi. Now, when you and I first met, we were fighting for the right to vote. Now I'm talking about the right to be senators. For the change. Dr. King never saw a black man in Atlanta, Montgomery, never saw a black man in Birmingham, Selma, or Richmond. The day Dr. King gave a speech in Washington, it occurs to me, Michael, the only black official in the whole South was Leroy Johnson in Atlanta.
That's right. Yeah.
Virginia around to Texas didn't have a single black elected except Atlanta, Georgia. And he was responsible for getting Ali back in the ring, by the way. As a matter of fact, it was in Atlanta, Georgia. Just one guy. So we have an explosion of politics across the South. But now, the last phase of our struggle, access to capital, industry, and technology. Even first phase in slavery, 246 years of struggle. In Jim Crow, another 100 years of lynchings and mob violence. Right to vote. But you can be out of slavery, have the vote, and starve death unless you have access to capital, industry, technology, and deal flow. That's why there's emphasis in this conference on access to capital. But Boeing is in South Carolina now. So South Carolina's the #1 tire production company in the country now. BMW is over in Volkswagen is in Chattanooga now. Toyota's in Mississippi now. So the New South has awesome possibility we must think about access to capital, however, Michael.
Reverend Jackson, you ran for president of the United States twice. I had the pleasure of covering you on some of your occasions. What are your thoughts now about where we are in presidential politics? It's a whole different world. Is it not from when you were seeking the seat?
Well, our confidence level has risen. When I first ran, my first problem was convincing blacks it was possible. Yeah. It was amazing how many black leaders said it's futile, it wasn't worth our time, we just going to be a good liberal. Well, I meant to defeat everybody, but the idea was a breakthrough psychologically. I remember sitting on the stages at night, and somebody said, well, you sitting up here on the stage with Hollins and Glenn. I said, but I came further to get here. But more than that, there are people behind me who will change the dynamics. The fact that you had the mayor of Atlanta and the running for the VP slot, for example.
Yeah.
You have a woman who went to Howard University who was one of my campaign leaders in California in '88, now on the ticket. And she did a marvelous job the other night. She's so precise, so ready, so prepared. It shows that we are unleashing a whole new generation of political leaders on our country. And they're humane. But I love the revolts this summer where nobody killed and sent by police during these revolts because the mayors were humane, whether Houston, Atlanta, or Chicago, the mayors were humane.
Reverend Jackson, you are, by all accounts, a civil rights legend. But this summer has seen the loss of Reverend Joe Lowry, Reverend C.T. Vivian, John Lewis. You and Andy Young are about the only ones left from that era, are you not? And what did that era mean to them?
It's a lonesome feeling. There's Andy Young, there's Reverend Otis Moss, Jr. in Cleveland, Ohio. There's Reverend Bernard Lafayette, who's chair of SCLC. So there are a few of us left, but God's blessed some of us be long distance runners. I think about it. 79 yesterday, 79 years old.
Wow.
Mandela came out of jail, he was 71. He became president of South Africa at 75. He married at age 80. You know, some of us are long distance runners. I thank God for allowing me to be a long distance runner, and I'm anxious to share with the coming generation what we learned.
Reverend Jackson, again, a civil rights legend, a Rainbow Push leader. But what do you make of Black Lives Matter? Is that the result of what you and others have done, Black Lives Matter, or are they directionless? as some
No,
say?
they have direction. You know, for a long time it seemed that Trayvon Martin killed in Florida and the killer walked free. Now people killed in Charleston and the family immediately forgives the killer. They take him to jail and stop getting a hamburger on the way. Diallo killed in New York, and Rodney King and Michael Brown. Somebody said, "Don't Black Lives Matter?" Because what was common about these cases, police who killed them walked away, as if we didn't matter. And so Black Lives Matter becomes the expression today for. It's a new book on an old song. There's a picture I saw the other day of Bruce Susan Howard in 1930s at Howard University saying stop lynching. They were saying Black Lives Matter. We were saying in the 60s, we were saying Black Lives Matter. We had to go back to the bus. I went to jail in 1960 in the public library. They say we're ignorant, they were locked out. So that Black Lives Matter is a step forward. And its reach has been so much broader than our reach was. There's a great reception among white people, young white America, and not so young white America. The corporate America is now seeing that the price America's paid locking out black talent has been a very expensive price. We have a lot to offer. And Black Lives Matter is raised consciousness. And that is its primary contribution, really, raising consciousness.
Are you hopeful about where we are? Are you confident about where Black America is today from whence you've come? You've been here the whole way. Where are we now, and how do you feel about where we are today as African Americans?
What makes me feel good today is that in the past, we fought without the right to vote. Now we have the power to change our situation. I mean, we have 60 blacks in Congress. And then I guess 63 with Dr. Kingsburg and Washington. Only Leroy Johnson was elected in the whole South. You got 4 black congressmen from Georgia alone, 60 across the country, 4 Latinos, 20 Asian Americans, 2 Native Americans, and they're working in concert. So I am some Democrat on the Congress is significant. Now this election, if Warnock wins and Harrison in South Carolina and Espen in California, we're going to have 5 blacks in the U.S. Senate. So politically, we're moving, and I'm excited about the prospects. If we use the right use of that vote, but the right use of the dollar as well, was we had the Wall Street Project, because access to capital is a big deal. We went to Silicon Valley some years ago, 136 board members, white, 186 white males, 36 white women, 3 blacks and 1 Latino. Now 30 blacks on boards in Silicon Valley, YouTube, Facebook and the like, Apple, because of our work there. And same is with all the industry in Detroit and the Southeast economic development. So I'm excited about the future, really. I think November 3rd, we're going to send a message to America. And it's not for blacks only. The Black Lives Matter is not just about black and white, it's about wrong and right, it's about sides of history. Or you on the side of history that encourages vigilantes to threaten to kidnap a governor? Yeah. You on the side of history that allows a 17-year-old kid to kill 2 people in Kenosha and become a hero for doing so? Are you on the side of history that will speak lightly of what happened in Charlottesville, the babies born on the borders? Are you on the humane side of history? And something that's Jimmy Carter's big contribution, by the way. Jimmy Carter said you should a fact in human rights and in foreign policy be human rights. It was seen as weak when he said it, but the fact is the strongest dimension of foreign policy, human rights, that comes out of Jimmy Carter in Plains, Georgia.
Finally, sir, you are beloved by whites, blacks, and everyone around the world. How are you feeling, Reverend Jackson? How you doing, man?
Doing very well. I contracted Parkinson's some time back. I worked real hard on my regimen. It affects your speech somewhat. It affects balance. But I take my therapy seriously. But I never stopped working. At the end of the day, if you treat everything dies within you, we're working right now. Remember, pushing Chicago, we're organizing a diaper drive. Hooked up with a diaper making company. Many poor mothers do not have diapers for their babies. They walk around with the same diaper on all day long. They get rashes. They're too poor to get diapers and baby shoes and baby clothes and baby food. The folks not on the census count. big deal this year. Voting makes the vote counts in November. I would say on the mailing thing, it's not dangerous as Trump says it is. But don't wait for November 3rd. Vote now. Vote early. Vote early, but do vote in the name of all that's precious to us. If you're interested in affordable health care, vote about it. Student loan debt, vote about it. Pell grants, vote about it. We don't always have that lever, Michael. We have levers that we never had before.
Ladies and gentlemen, what a treat. What a legend. Reverend Jesse Jackson Jr. Thank you so much for joining us. This has been a special edition of Talk to Me.
Michael. I want people who are watching us today to do one thing. Go to your website, rainbowpush.org, and push membership. Join Rainbow Push, our membership. My book, I have a book of sermons and speeches, 84 speeches in that book. I want people to buy that book as a keepsake, but also to read it to see what we're doing, Michael. Amazon.com, you can get the book today. Amazon.com. Join Rainbow Push, because people help push before you need help from push. We need you to join. Don't be a bystander. Join the movement. Make it happen. And you, as a journalist, you played your professional role, but you're in the movement, Michael, and that's why we love you so much. The book here.
Keeping hope alive. Very good. Well, I just want to say something to you. I just want to say it's Maynard, like your former good friend Maynard Jackson. That's the name. Also want to say.
That's a good thing.
Thank you so much, sir. Appreciate you. Take care.
Okay, Michael.
When was his last negative test? To make a judgment about the actions that were taken after that. Come here tomorrow
to answer you in this matter. Our God will defend us and fight for us. And even if he does not, we're committed to the values that we have believed. We're committed to the God we are serving.
The White House physician just cleared him for in-person events. So what could this mean with less than a month until the election? Joining me to debate, Black Voices for Trump Advisory Board member Paris Maynard and Democratic strategist Robert Patillo. Gentlemen, let's go. Let's get after it. Let's set the stage by reading a statement from the White House doctor. It reads as follows. Saturday will be day 10 since Thursday's diagnosis, and based on the trajectory of advanced diagnostics the team has been conducting, I fully anticipate the president's safe return to public engagements at that time. So, Robert, if the president is healthy enough to potentially do a rally tomorrow night, how can you justify using the 25th Amendment to remove him from office?
Well, a couple of things. One, a week ago today, the president was on an oxygen tank because of this virus. So the idea that he is completely non-toxic, non-contagious, a week later, I think, strains credulity. We remember from the Woodruff tapes, President Trump said that he is a cheerleader on these issues, that he is not, that he likes to downplay, that he doesn't want to inspire panic. So I think we need some independent evidence to show that the president is in a position to be going back into public life, especially when there's a cluster of 34 positive tests at the White House. Secondarily, on this idea that the 25th Amendment is a coup, that's not what it is at all. It is the ability of the president to temporarily transfer power to the vice president if he's physically unable to assume the duties of the office. President Bush wrote informal letters transferring power to Cheney when he had medical procedures. We saw the same thing with President Reagan when he transferred power to George H.W. Bush after being shot. So President Trump, if he doesn't believe Mike Pence can do the job of being president temporarily while he gets better, then he needs to tell the American people why they don't think Mike Pence can guide the ship for a few hours or a few days while the president recovers.
Paris, your response, a lot to unpack there.
I'm sorry, I missed the point in the bio when Robert went to medical school and when Nancy Pelosi became a medical doctor. Neither one of them have the profession, no credentials to even diagnose the president. What we do know is President Trump is not incapacitated. The examples that Robert put forth was in a time when these people were incapacitated or were on anesthesia. So this is not anything that has occurred right now. What Nancy Pelosi is doing is a distraction. She should be focused on passing a stimulus package to get $1,200 to every American that needs it because of this coronavirus from China. The president said he would sign a clean bill. That's what she should be focused on. If she cared about the people, she should be focused on passing some criminal justice reform measures in terms of policing, like Senator Tim Scott's Justice Act, which Dick Durbin called a token piece of legislation. If she were serious, she'd be doing things for the American people, not these silly political stunts that get us nowhere. President Trump is fine. His medical doctors, which is the best in the nation, have cleared him. Let's see where we go when it comes to the debate, but let's have that for the political process and let Nancy Pelosi focus on the things that she needs to for the American people. That's why people are so fed up with Congress, because they do nothing. Nancy Pelosi is embarrassing.
I'd love to get you guys to be able to respond, but I do want to move on to this next topic. Joe Biden saying you won't know his position on packing the court until after the election. Here's Joe in his own words.
I'll know my opinion on court packing when the election is over. Now, look, I know it's a great question, y'all, and I don't blame you for asking it. But you know, the moment I answer that question, the headline in every one of your papers will be about that.
We went long on the first one. Got to leave you at about 20 seconds each. Is that the mark of a leader, Robert, saying, I can't answer this question until after the election? I can't say something newsworthy because it's too newsworthy?
Yeah, President Trump did the exact same thing by saying he will not be negotiating the stimulus plan until after the election. The real question is why Republicans have been packing the court already for the last half decade by holding up all of President Obama's lower court appointments to the federal bench, as well as holding up Merrick Garland from being on the bench. So they have already packed the court, and now they're questioning Joe Biden about packing the court going further. So this is absolutely a distraction for what Republicans have already done.
Paris, what do you make of this packing the court argument that is not about adding numbers that a lot of the Democrats like Robert are saying, but is just doing their job of fulfilling seats?
Joe Biden is not being honest. He's not a leader. He knows exactly why he's not going to say that he wants to pack the court, and that's why he hasn't released his extreme list of Supreme Court nominees. It's because he's not a transparent leader. He's not an authentic leader. He's not someone who the American people can trust. Be honest, put forth your list, say that you're going to pack the court, but why don't you want to do that, Joe Biden? Because you're afraid to turn away independent voters. That's what it's about, because we know that Joe Biden is part of the extreme left of the radical Democrat Party.
Could have used a lot more time with you, gentlemen, but you know these issues aren't going away. We will have you back. Paris and Robert, thanks so much. Jillian.
All right, that was a little bit of fun we had this morning on Fox News, debating our I guess our friend Paris Maynard and having these conversations about what's going on nationally. But what I think people forget is that most of the action in elections takes place on the state and local level, that your local mayor is going to have a lot more of an impact on your life than the president ever will, that your city council and many of the issues that we seek to get taken care of happen on the state and local level, particularly on this issue of police brutality, on the economics of coronavirus and the shutdowns which have taken place. We saw particularly in many red states. Many red states have large blue cities in them. If you think about the fact that Donald Trump won states that include cities like New Orleans, Miami, Atlanta, Charlotte, Houston, Dallas, Detroit, all those cities ended up in states that Donald Trump won because we don't pay enough attention to the national level and what mayors are doing to address those issues. So we wanted to pull together this panel of Black mayors from across the country. And many of them are still working through, because Friday is a very popular conference call and Zoom call day as we transition into this digital world. But moderating this panel will be Shelley Davis. Shelley, how are you doing?
Doing good, Robert. Yourself?
I'm doing great. I want to thank you so much for committing your time to this, because with the amount of time you spent working on the Hill, working with Reverend Jackson, working on politics on every level, I can't think of any better person to guide this discussion. So some of our mayors will be hopping on throughout the call. I believe thus far we have a few on, so I wanted to turn the floor over to you to begin this conversation.
Great. Thanks again, Robert, and thank Reverend Jackson for hosting his 21st annual conference here in, they're in Atlanta. It's the 21st annual Creating Opportunities Conference presented by Rainbow Push. So we're excited to be here. And I want to jump right into it with the theme being conquering Corona, rebuilding our health, creating justice, and protecting the vote. Over the course of our next 2 days conference, we will discuss diverse subject matter and present and present our community with a blend of and array of experts, scholars, and elected officials. And so I see here that we have Mayor Messam on deck. So we'll go ahead and start with you, Mr. Mayor. Mr. Mayor, from what I understand, you we all know you from running for president several months ago. So we appreciate that and your efforts to throw your hat in the ring. We also understand that you also were a former NFL player as well. Is that correct?
Yes, correct.
Good deal.
By way of the Florida State University. Go Noles.
Right, FSU. Yeah. Well, glad to have you. Thanks so much for joining us. We also have Mayor. I tell you what we'll do. We'll go ahead and go with you, Mr. Mayor. What are some of the issues that you're facing in your city currently that would lend to the understanding of Corona, as well as understanding how do we deal with the rioting, with the protesting? How has that affected your city?
Well, thanks for having me on this very worthy occasion. Like many cities across the country, and I'm glad to share the panel with my colleagues from NBC Leo with the National League of Cities. Always good to be with my brothers. We've been fighting issues and advocating for local level issues across the country for many years. But in terms of COVID-19 caught the world by surprise, obviously. And in a city as diverse as the city of Miramar, where we have the haves and the haves not, the impact has been at all those varying levels. In all candor, Washington has really failed to really extend the necessary resources to local government. So we oftentimes find ourselves having to fend for ourselves. In the city of Miramar, we've had to adjust with the financial impact, the health impacts, the economic impacts from the standpoint of our residents not necessarily being able to go to work or to keep their businesses open due to the various levels of the impact of COVID-19. As you all may be aware, South Florida was the epicenter of the outbreak in Florida. We have since gotten our numbers down, but it's been very devastating for a lot of our residents. And coupled with that, with all the social unrest nationally, the city of Miramar is not foreign to peaceful demonstrations. We've had several demonstrations in our city. We're fortunate that we have not had a lot of the outside influences that have caused some of the disturbances that we've seen across the nation. So in the city of Miramar, we are actually busy in providing grant assistance to our small businesses. We hold weekly food distributions for our residents. We have served tens of thousands of meals to our residents. We have put moratoriums on utility bill disconnections. We provided rental assistance, mortgage assistance for our residents and our small businesses, especially the ones that have been forced to close through no fault of their own. So, but I'll hold off right there to allow my colleagues to give some insights as well. But we're here hard at work for our residents. We're closest to the people, and all we need is just Washington to release the resources that not only are due to our taxpayers, but to work together so that we can find solutions for all of our constituents during this very trying time.
So asking Washington to do their job and you can do yours, right?
Yes.
Mr. Mayor, thank you so much. I greatly appreciate it. Now, Mayor Johnson out of Savannah, I understand that early voting in Georgia is October the 12th through the 30th. What are some of the precautions? What are some of the things that your city is doing as it relates to getting out the vote early, and or if you're able to try to stop the suppression of things that are going on within your state?
Well, Brother Davis, first of all, thank you for the opportunity, and I am also honored to be with these two mayors who are leading in big ways across our country, and so certainly I'm just honored to just be in the space. For us, we recognize, particularly here in Georgia, with the high-profile gubernatorial race in which the election was effectively stolen, and things that have happened since, that we recognize that issues of suppressing the vote is very real. And so here we've wanted to make sure absolutely that our citizens have access to being able to vote. We have certainly promoted here in Savannah the need for people not only to vote in person early, but to vote absentee early. And to that end, we've partnered with our League of Women Voters and our Board of Registrars to purchase voting boxes, absentee boxes, to put them in neighborhoods in our cities where people can have the confidence of knowing that their ballot will be secure. Due to budget cuts a couple of years ago, Savannah, which is Georgia's first city, Georgia's first capital, we lost our mail distribution plan. So essentially, mail from Savannah essentially goes to Jacksonville, which is 2 hours away, and then comes back to Savannah. And so again, we just cannot waste or cannot risk having any vote to go away, not to come back. And so we want people to request absentee votes. We want them to place those absentee ballots into secure lock boxes. We want them to vote early. Again, as you said, it starts on this Monday. And we've had record registrations. We have a record requests for absentee ballots, and we're just hoping that translates into a fair accounting for votes. We know that Georgia is no longer red. Georgia looks a whole lot like blue to me. And so therefore, we want to make sure that every vote counts, and we want a fair accounting of those votes.
Mr. Mayor, is there a number or a website or any outlet that a local Savannah voter can go to, call, or reach out to for information, just general information?
There is, and I will have it to you momentarily.
Certainly, no worries. Thank you for joining us, and we'll continue the discussion. Mayor Lumumba, excuse me, my apologies for that. Tuskegee man, how you doing, buddy?
I'm doing well, brother. How are you doing?
I'm doing well, doing well. You seem to be the youngest brother on the panel here. Well, welcome. Thanks for joining us. We greatly appreciate you taking the time. We know that you have a busy schedule. What can young people do to turn their current social movements into political action as it relates to your city there in Jacksonville? I know that you just recently had you hosted a crime and justice summit. What did that look like, and what did you guys get out of that?
Well, first and foremost, let me make a correction there, because people in Jackson will be bothered. We're in Jackson, Mississippi, not Jacksonville.
My bad.
So sometimes our mail, and our baggage gets sent to Jacksonville. So that's why it's a sore subject. But as a young person, or relatively young person myself, that has grown up in a community organizing background, this is really important and a critical question for me, because I was raised in a situation where my parents thought that giving me a sense of community and an understanding of my responsibility to my community was as important a part of nurturing me as giving me food, water, and shelter. And so what we are trying to emphasize to our young people is that their time isn't coming, their time is now, and they have presence in the shaping of our world. In fact, as you asked the last two mayors, which I share the same sentiments, proud to be on this call with them, you asked them about some of the social unrest and the things that have been taking place across the country. It was led by our youth here in Jackson. It was led by college students that saw a need to make Mississippi's voice clear, to recognize the historic inequities that we face daily and that we all know far too well. But they have been at the forefront. What we have learned from our study in our different summits on criminal justice and the issue of crime is that it really is a multifaceted issue And just as much as it is a question or one component may be related to policing, it is also related to the social determining factors that lead to crime. It is impacted by the fact that you have high poverty, that you have communities that go through cycles of humiliation, where you see high poverty, high crime, poor performing schools, failing infrastructure. And so we have to dig in deeper to make certain that we are not only looking at the what, but the why. Why do we have crime? What are the things that are leading to that? And it's also often based on social sustainable development goals and the fact that we aren't meeting the mark there. And I think that we have to look at a completely different picture of what successful economies are. The problem with economists is that they don't study people. And an economy just can't be based on whether or not you have new edifices going up in your city, whether or not the GDP is considered to be high. You have to look at the sustainable development goals and really look at the fact of whether people have access to fresh fruit and vegetables, whether children have solid curriculum and education, and whether they have the support that they need in every regard. And so I would sum that up by saying that what we are pursuing in Jackson is the idea of moving away from these cycles of humiliation towards building what we refer to as a dignity economy, an economy which focuses and reflects the inherent dignity of every person that lives in our city.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I greatly appreciate that. I want to go back up to the top here and talk with Mayor Messon. As a business owner and as a mayor, how has that affected not only your business, but the city as a whole? And Mayor Lumumba mentioned about providing food for the residents and providing water. So what has that done to your city, or what are some of the things that you're doing in your city in order to try to address those issues? I'm pretty sure that there's a lot of unemployment, of course, across the board, across the country, but also within a local level within your city itself, as it relates to the city employees, to just everyday workers within the city, to needing food, to being able to pay their rent. What has the city done? Are there initiatives that you're working on, or just, as you mentioned earlier, I think, that you're needing the resources from the federal government? Given the fact that they're not helping from the federal level, what are you doing on a city level in order to try to help your citizens?
Yeah. On the personal side, in terms of my business as a builder, many of my clients are in the government sector, aviation sector, municipal governments, education sector. So we're considered essential services. So we've actually have not endured or faced many of the challenges of many of our businesses are in our city. We're forced to close. In fact, we actually picked up, because when schools are closed, that's when you can go in and make the necessary repairs that are required. But down to the granular level to the constituency, we treated COVID-19 basically like an emergency response. Here in South Florida, we're accustomed to having a couple of hurricanes per year, so we budget for that. We know that yeah, I think someone's on mute.
Yeah.
If you're on,
Hybert, can you mute your phone, please?
Yeah. So we basically, on the onset of COVID-19, we began to use some of those resources, knowing that it would take some time for the state or the federal government to be able to issue any relief funding at the local level. So we were prepared from that standpoint in terms of dollars. We basically applied resources such as food assistance, rent assistance. We immediately identified all of the businesses that were through an executive order forced to close their doors, began to reach out to them proactively to let them know that here are the resources that would be available. So back in April, we began to have assistance that would last or be able to assist those businesses through July, because we did not know how long it would take for us to get to some form of when we would be able to allow those businesses to come open. So taking a very proactive stance by understanding who would be impacted by either if it was one of my executive orders as the mayor or from the county or our governor, that we knew that they would be impacted. For our residents, the same thing. Understanding and reaching out, ensuring that our residents had masks, ensuring that we partnered with the local food pantry so that we made our parks available, government facilities available to do drive-by drop-offs for food and other resources. Although we closed our municipal facilities, our employees, we ensured that they had the proper PPEs. We provided testing for them because we know that we wanted for them to be available for our residents to provide the vital services that they still would need under COVID-19. We needed to make sure that they were okay, that their families were okay. So it's a very comprehensive approach. When the CARES Act was released, and I'm sure my colleagues may have faced the same thing. Cities who had populations less than $500,000 did not receive direct funding from the federal government. You either got your funding through the state, or in our case, it was the county government, and we had to fight for them to get our fair share of funding so that we could provide the necessary resources. So, but I think because of the fact that we are used to being in an emergency situation during this time of the year, during hurricane season, we basically put in place our emergency management procedures and treated COVID-19 as if it was like a hurricane, because it definitely hit our community as if it was a Category 5 hurricane.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. As it relates to, and I'm going to stick with you, but I also want to go to the other two mayors, Johnson and Lumumba, to answer this question. As far as police reform, have you been called on from your city council or from your local activists, your leaders in the community, Black Lives Matter movement? Have they asked for police reform, and how are you addressing that issue?
Well, in terms of police reform has always been a part of my legislative agenda, dating back when I first was elected to the commission before being elected the first Black mayor of my city back in 2015. We've been progressively making the necessary reform, but in specific response to after George Floyd, just to ensure that our residents had public trust in our continued efforts, I established a public safety council where I built a council that was made up of various members of our community, including law enforcement. I have two former special agents in charge of the FBI that are on this council, along with our youth, brothers and sisters from the street, professionals, even from our training department and the police department. And we began to have some very frank and direct discussions, and we're in the process of right now of instituting some recommendations to the Miramar City Commission and the police chief for adoption. And because of this inclusive nature of the community, I wanted to ensure that what was produced, that the residents had buy-in, that they had a stake in this process. So, every city is a little different. Like I tell my police chief all the time, who, by the way, happens to be African-American, that even though we don't have a bonfire going on, so to speak, in the city of Miramar, and we have a great relationship with our residents, but we're really only one incident away, one mistake by one of our officers in the community, and we will be ground zero like so many other communities. So I think we have to always be vigilant as well as intentional in the way that there is equity and justice in our communities.
Mayor Lumumba? I think you're on mute, buddy.
Yeah, I'm sorry. You do that once every conference call. But my circumstance is similar to Mayor Messam, in that this has always been a part of my work long before I became mayor, and it was a part of my agenda, my platform as I ran, that we have more measures of creating community engagement and relationship with community with our public safety division. In fact, my view is the same as our sister, and man, forgive me for my mind not working correctly right now. But the sister said that when you look deep into community, you find strength, not weakness. And I think that that's important. But what I've called from day one is creating a review board, a citizen review board. Now, due to state law, it does not have the teeth that it needs in terms of having the ability to have subpoena power. And I think that that's something that it really should have. But we also look for advice and instruction from community that can help with community sensitivity training, with measures that do court watch to make certain that justice is being dispersed in our municipal courts, not to change the decisions of the judges, but to give a proper review of what is and what is not taking place. I think that I am the only city that banned the release of a mugshot after an officer-involved shooting, whether the shooting was justified or not. I think that we don't have to make that individual suffer a second death of an assassination of their character. And no one should be, the image in which is displayed of them should be of the worst day of their life. In this 2020 age, there is so many other ways that we can display an image of a person. And we also created an officer ID task force. Prior to taking office, the city of Jackson had no policy that would release an officer's name after an officer-involved shooting. And so we created a task force comprised primarily of residents across the city, but also had a few officers that were on the task force so they could speak to the issue of their safety and their concerns, and what releasing their names would do. We ended up, and this is not where we started, but we ended up with a unanimous decision from that task force to release officers' names within a 72-hour time frame, unless there was credible information of a credible threat, and they would go before a 3-person anonymous board that would review that and say whether or not that could be, and 2 of those members are from the community and 1 is a municipal judge, whether that name should be released. We did not have body cams before we got in the city. And so just giving that other level of transparency in what is taking place. But ultimately, my position is that we have a problem in our criminal justice system in its entirety. And it's not only in need of reform, it's in need of reconstruction. And so many of the things we depend on in our society and our economy is interdependent on our criminal justice system. And because we have so much financial reliance on the criminal justice system, that leads to the social ills that we see. And I'm going to wrap up here, but I want to finish this point. I am a recovering attorney. And so I've seen this, defense attorney, and so I've seen this on multiple levels. But if you look at all of the people that are paid by our criminal justice system. You have the lawyers, you have the judges, you have the law enforcement, and we have far more law enforcement today than we've ever had in our history. You have your city police, and your county police, and your state police, and your federal police, and your secret police who watch the secret police, your probation and parole officers, your prison guards, and all the companies that contract with the prisons. And all of that depends on an over-incarceration of our society. And so that necessitates the conflict that we see in our community. And so we have to make certain that in the process that we serve as mayors and doing the things that happen right on the ground level, that we have the bigger discussions about how we shift away from our dependence on this economy and find other means of creating financial support. Because if we don't, then it really just remains a discussion and not real action.
Right. I agree with that totally. Thank you for that, Mr. Mayor. Mayor Johnson?
Well, I remain fully cognizant of the fact that myself and my 2 beloved esteemed brother mayors, if we did not have suits on and we were in our communities where we were not immediately identifiable, the reaction to us might be different than in our official capacities. And so we fully recognize that at the end of the day, when the titles are gone, we are still Black men in our communities, and we have to recognize that. I certainly, as they both did, ran on being able to reimagine police, On my first day in office, I joined Mayors Against Illegal Guns because I felt that that was necessary to be part of a consortium of mayors across the country that believes that guns in illegal hands is a bad thing. And you can still support the Second Amendment and still believe that the proliferation of guns in your community in illegal hands is a bad thing. And then, you know, as we moved forward, we do have an accredited police department led by an African-American police chief. But of course, what was happening around the country gave us the opportunity to really to accelerate our efforts as it relates to police involvement. So we formed what was called Savannah Cares, which is the Citizens Accountability and Review of Emergency Services. And the acronym is CARES. And it was in response to President Obama's My Brother Keeper's pledge for mayors to do 4 things. One was to review your use of force policies in your police department. Second was to engage the community about their experiences, both good and bad, with law enforcement. 3, to report your results to the community. And the last one was to implement the reforms. And so Savannah Cares was our response to be able to do that. The initial thought was it would be between 90 and 100 days. We found here that it was bigger than that. So actually just last week, the committee issued interim recommendations that many I thought were very common sense, but yet we didn't have them. For example, no profanity policy as it relates to that, because we see obviously that police, and I've been a police officer and in law enforcement for 25 years, that police, depending on the situation, speaks to one group of people one way and speaks to another group of people another way. And we think that professionalism, integrity, and respect should be non-negotiable to everybody, no matter where you sit on the spectrum, whether you're the homeless guy on the street or whether you live in a $1 million mansion. There are other things such as increasing our de-escalation training, also our implicit bias training as well, filling our use of force review committee to making sure that we're able to have a limit, a 90-day limit on the time it takes us to do internal affairs investigations, eliminating the use of warning shots. When you shoot, guns go somewhere, the bullets go somewhere. And so, you know, who to be to know where that bullet will go. Increase public education and to eliminate what's called battle dress uniforms. In cities across the nation, you will see that our police have gotten more and more militarized. They look more like an army, and they're police officers. And so they need to look like police officers. And then to be able to explicitly prohibit chokeholds. We outlaw them, but we do not explicitly say in our policy to be able to do that. So this created an opportunity for us to do that. The other opportunity we had was to create what's known as Real Savannah. I know Mayor Messon will be familiar with that, racial equity and leadership. And this is the Savannah style version of it. And it was for us to be able to look at disparities across the board. At one point you have things that are perceived, you have things that people felt or believe, you have perceptions. But this was our opportunity under my leadership to let's look at disparities across the board and let's just put the data where it is. Let's call the thing, and then let's figure out ways to address it. And I think it's necessary for us to quantify where we are in a particular place. And then if that thing is a thing, then what are we going to do to be able to address it? The pandemic, as horrible as it is and has been for people, is really giving us opportunities to stop and to think, to hear. And I think that our cities will emerge better because we've had the opportunity to really look at how we're doing business. This pandemic has exposed every vulnerability there is in our social welfare system. Those who were poor were poorer. Those who didn't have homes were even more homeless. And then those who never thought that they would found themselves in this way. So this allowed governments really to get back to the basis of improving the human quotient making sure that we are really touching lives in the things that we're doing. Because ultimately that's what government is being able to charge to do. To be able to be that bridge to help people get from one place to another, to be able to empower them to be able to help themselves.
COVID-19 has exposed us on many levels, and you're right. It's unfortunate that it has stricken and has killed 200 plus Americans, and across the country over a million plus that have been that are positive with it. But one of the things, when I was on the city council in Georgetown, Texas, some years ago, one of the things that I initiated with my city manager, who happened to be white, which was very much on my side in trying to do be more collective and engaging in the community. We created something back then in '95, which is called community policing, which was something that we involved the police officers within our community. We tried to make sure that the officers that were on the beat actually lived in the community, that were part of the community. Because once you're part of a community, then you're going to be more active. You're going to be more positive towards the people that you see in church, at the local grocery store, at the drive-in, or wherever. Community policing is in my opinion, and was very helpful. Are those some of the tactics that each of you are using? And would you briefly touch on more of a community policing base as it relates to, more of the militarized portion that you spoke of? Because it's almost fearful. You walking down the street and you see a police officer with a gun in their hand, or a armed rifle per se. That's kind of frightening to your everyday citizen. What are some of the things that you guys are doing across the board, all three of you, that you're doing to not give that whole structured, militarized, fear in the American people?
Yeah, so in the city of Miramar, our police chief has fully adopted President Obama's task force on 21st century policing, which speaks a lot about community policing. In fact, we have an entire division of community resource officers. Their primary responsibility is to engage their district, from attending homeowners association meetings, from knowing the various religious facilities and churches and synagogues and mosques in our city, and really having true relationships. In fact, we actually have some resource officers in all of our schools, and they engage in so many activities that truly build relationships. Like even my twin daughters, who are now juniors in college, they still know their resource officer from elementary school by first name, because that's the type of relationship that they have been able to engage. And the purpose of that is so that our kids don't see the police as adversaries. They actually see them as human beings, and vice versa. I think for those cities that have, in their police departments, that have really dissected the report that was the product of the task force by former President Obama, there are many nuggets in there. There are many policy recommendations that really address from what is the complexion of your police departments. Does your police department reflect the dynamics and diversity of your community, or the demographics of your community? Start there. There's always room for improvement, because we know that the police, the institution of policing, we know the history of it, and there's a lot of legacy baggage that seems to be very hard to be shaken over the generations and the years, and with all these reforms and all these changes, it has not gone without resistance. So you have to be able to navigate that entire process in terms of changing the culture of your police department. When I first got elected as a city commissioner in a city that is about 65% African and Caribbean American, the police department was less than 20% of any Black descendant on the police department. now it's upwards of 30+%, over the years. So we still have more progress to make. But with these steps, we can't be incrementalists. We have to be assertive. We have to be intentional in terms of this is how we want to keep our community safe, because there's a lot of recommendations and best practices that are available for our police agencies to follow.
Mayor Johnson.
Well, we're trying to get people engaged. For those who don't like policing, I tell them community policing starts in the community. If you want people from your neighborhood to understand your life and how you live, then step up and be a police officer. If not, cities are forced to be able to put people in your neighborhoods who may not understand how you live. That is some of why I became a police officer some years ago. And so for us, it's really an opportunity to promote a good career field for individuals that have the sensitivity of dealing in neighborhoods. I think it's good when people see people that they know, people that they know their paths, they went to high school with, and yet, know that those folks are protecting them. I'm from Brooklyn, New York. And the interesting thing about that was in Brooklyn and also in Savannah, growing up, we never depended on the police to protect us.
Right. Yeah.
The police were the little old ladies who lived on both sides of the street, that if you were cutting up, they would go and they would deal with you first.
Yep.
And then they would tell your parents, who would deal with you second and third and fourth. And
so in the South, they had the right to whoop my tail.
Absolutely, because they were empowered to. Yeah. And so I think, unfortunately, we have gotten to a point where we have become so victimized that we feel that it's somebody else's responsibility. We are all, I think, beneficiaries of men in the community that say, you know what, as elders, that we're going to talk to these kids on the corner. We're going to make sure that you stay straight. And I will tell you that their interventions in my life personally have been more rewarding than any police officer that's ever interacted with me. So when we talk about community policing is not necessarily and totally done by police. It's about us really improving our community's wherewithal to be able to help us to police ourselves. That all of us have a responsibility for every young person on our block. We all have the responsibility for every elder, every widow, every widower on our block in our neighborhoods. That if we look and see something that is not right, chances are it's not right. And so if you see something, to be able to say something. If you're able to do those things, the police become a whole lot more effective. And again, there are some places I know, for example, I'm very familiar with a street in Bushwick, in Brooklyn, that the Nation of Islam has really commandeered as being their own. And so where there might be crime going on everywhere around Bushwick, in that square block, there is no crime, because the community says there will be no crime. And I think we have to become indignant like that. If you're going to come into our space and you're going to disturb our space, then you won't be in our space.
Indeed. Mayor Lumumba?
Yes, and just joining in with the sentiment of Mayor Johnson with respect to community. That quote earlier that I said, that when you look deep inside a community, you find strength, not weakness. I want to give credit to our sister Ella Baker. That's who said that. But beyond that, we have to understand that community is closest to the solutions. When there is crime taking place, when there is a certain young person who is displaying behavior which is troubling or concerning, Miss Jones knows that. Right? Ms. Jones sees that taking place. And so that's why we have to be able to use community as a resource. And that's really what community policing is all about. One thing that our police department has embraced that we think is not only useful from a community relationship standpoint, but from a public safety standpoint long-term, is the implementation of a credible messenger program. The credible messenger program that we are utilizing and building is one where we're taking advantage of returning citizens who have recognized that at a certain point in their life, they may have been a part of the problem and now they want to be a part of the solution. And they recognize some of the common patterns with some young people that may be suffering from some needs ultimately that aren't being addressed, and feel divorced from society at large, and are more inclined to engage in less desirable behavior. And so as a young mayor, people often look at me to be able to speak to young people. But there are certain experiences that I, due to the privilege of where my parents were able to put me, that I have not experienced, right? I did not go without house or home, right? I did not experience hunger like some of our young people have experienced hunger. And so to have the ability for people who have had similar circumstances, similar experiences to relate to young people is truly advantageous. And sometimes that means that we have to allow them to operate and work in a space where they build trust amongst those young people. And we know that the relationship between community and police in many of our cities is somewhat taboo, and people don't want to be labeled as a snitch, right? But we still need to be able to use those people who are willing to help, that are just as concerned about violence in their community as other people are, because they live next to it. They hear the gunshots. They're worried about whether it's coming into their walls. And so we should be able to start hiring them. I think that's when we look on a federal level at a lot of the DOJ grants, we need to be able to start using these dollars for more of these programs that actually take advantage of people's understanding of these problems and infiltrate the problem from a different angle. And so that's important, and that's something that we're proud that we're standing up. Now, when you're going in some of the most volatile circumstances and conflicts, that requires a certain level of preparation and training. And so that doesn't happen overnight. And that's why we need the dollars to build these programs even stronger. And that's what we're trying to do.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Greatly appreciate that. Gentlemen, protecting the vote. There are so many tactics across the country that these red states, which I think each of you are in, that they're taking in order to try to suppress our vote. What are some of the strategic things that you're doing to try and suppress them? In the webinar chat, there's been questions about and/or either suggestions, and I think Mayor Johnson has mentioned certain things about how to vote early, the process of absentee ballots. Can each of you give us just about 3 to 4 minutes each on what is the process, what can folks do, and if you don't have the information now, we can our organization will provide that information later. But it's important that they understand the process within each of your cities. So we'll start with you, Mr. Mayor, Lumumba.
So in Mississippi, early voting takes place by going to your circuit court house and voting there. So in Jackson, you would have to go to that location in order to early vote. And so we've been doing things, and not necessarily, I want to give credit where it's due. Zach Wallace, who is our circuit court clerk, very, very engaging, powerful, community-driven brother. We've been doing things to promote people coming in and taking advantage of that early voting process, whether that's food trucks right outside of it. We all like a good meal, music that draws people in, and a constant and consistent message over the importance of what is taking place and people's need to be there and to be present. There is absentee voting where you have to receive your ballot beforehand. We know all of the fear and concern that Mayor Messam spoke to. We're in a similar circumstance where our mail does not circulate just in our city. It goes to Memphis before it comes back to Jackson. So we're encouraging people to take advantage of that as soon as possible. As we have been speaking, gentlemen, I have issued an executive order like my sister, Keisha Lance Bottoms, and so many other mayors that seeks to give time off to city employees on election day. Now, Mississippi law prohibits me from just giving them the entire day unless it is a federally recognized holiday. And we know for a long time we've been fighting nationally for election day to be recognized as a federal holiday. But I can make certain that I can give them an early day. So I will be releasing them really, really early once we do that. Otherwise, it is considered an illegal donation by Mississippi standards. But we have to make it convenient. We know that through COVID, there are going to be challenges at the polls in terms of the number of people that support the poll working process. A lot of the people, I don't know what it looks like in my comrades' cities, but a lot of the people who work those polls are are elders in our community and the most vulnerable to the virus. And so we're having to make certain that we think this thing through from the very onset and make certain that we're prepared and we're not overwhelmed and people feel comfortable in the voting process and no one is turned away due to any fear or any effort to push them away.
Mayor Johnson?
Well, first of all, man, we blew here in Georgia. I mean, you said we red. We just been acting red. I mean, right now we're a healthy shade of light blue. And, but I think that again, until we act blue, then we're not. But for us, and I'm sure we send out our thoughts and prayers to those in the Gulf that are being affected by weather. Here in Savannah, this is really the time of year when we are most susceptible to hurricanes. And so we are encouraging people to get out just because we don't know what might happen on election day. In Savannah, it could be 90 degrees, it could be 50 degrees, it could be torrential rains. And we know because of COVID and social distancing, the lines will be long. And I know sometimes people's patience and also people's tolerance and their ability to stay in long lines is affected.
Let me ask you a quick question with that. Have you ever been in an election during one of these hurricanes or inclement weather of some sort that prevented you from voting? Did you have to push it back, move forward? Has there ever been an issue of that?
No, we've gotten close.
Okay.
They've happened in early October. As a matter of fact, a couple of times right at this time right here, we were dealing with of some of those issues. But we recognize, again, nothing has been consistent with our weather patterns. And so we have to plan for every single type of thing that might happen. Also, we still in our community are at about 8% positivity rate, which is still significant community spread. And as Brother Mayor said, I mean, a lot of people working these polls are older. And so we're looking for poll workers. We're looking for opportunities of getting people to serve as poll workers that may have never served before. We are not the strong mayor form of government that they are in Jackson or Atlanta, but we're investigating our options of being able to allow our employees to be able to be available to vote during early voting and to vote on election day.
The city manager strong?
Yes, we are. City manager, council manager form of government. So we have to, as the mayor said, we have to find ways to be effective within the rules that are set for us. And so we're looking to see how we can also join and be a part of that. We, again, have talked about the lock boxes, the ballot boxes that are around. We're going to create days where people can meet us there and bring those ballots. We think that absentee ballots work. I voted for the first time in my life absentee this last voting cycle. And essentially, I filled out my ballot, and I took it to the Board of Elections, and I dropped it in the secure voting box there. And again, we want to make sure we don't want people to trust the mail. We want them not to leave anything to chance.
Yep.
Do it early. I mean, I know there are some people, and I know some of our older folks, they'll tell me, I'm used to waiting on election day. Yeah. Well, we don't know what election day is. We had some significant problems here in Savannah and in Georgia during the primary voting season, in which some of those votes were not counted for days. Yeah. And so again, we don't want to leave anything to chance. We're asking people to be creative, be on the forefront of that. And again, we're just going to make ourselves available to keep talking about finding ways to tell people to vote. I'm walking around like this right about now, telling people to vote.
Indeed.
Good. We're blue. Blue.
Oh, blue, right. And Mr. Mayor, I'll just read the caption that you put in the chat. It's, if you'd like to register, if you'd like to request an absentee ballot, you can do so until Friday, October the 30th. You can also request a ballot online at ballotrequest.sos.ga.gov. Or in Georgia, those planning to vote in person on election day can find their polling place at mvp.sos.ga.gov.
Right. And early voting for us starts on Monday. It starts this Monday.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you.
Mayor Messam?
Yeah, so as you all know, Florida has been and will continue to be ground zero for election day. We're basically a less than 1% state. I was just looking at a statistic that showed how important the Black vote is in Miami-Dade County, which is the county just south of Miramar. President Trump in 2016 won the election by 100,000 votes in Florida, won the state, and more just by 100,000 votes, which is minuscule when you compare the number of voters in the state of Florida. In Miami-Dade County alone, there were over 200,000 African Americans that did not take the time to even vote, and they are registered to vote. So that is the travesty of it. And my dear brother in Georgia, Mayor Johnson, they had the statistic for Georgia was that he won Georgia, I think, by a couple 100,000 votes. And forget the number of votes, but it was like 200,000 statewide that didn't vote, African Americans in the entire state of Georgia that could have tipped the scale.
Oh, yeah.
So our efforts has been focused. We're on a series. We're in the middle of a campaign right now. Voter registration just closed on Monday, October 5th, and we had a fiasco where some of the registration servers went down, and there's a push to extend it to the end of the month, and our governor's trying to challenge that. Go figure. But now we are pushing for folks to vote early when early voting starts in a couple of weeks. About a week and a half. In the state of Florida, we have 2 weekends before election day to vote. So we make a big effort, folks, to the polls early. We have events like everyone else, like Souls to the Polls and different other themed voting to get folks to vote early in blocks by affinity groups like organizations. There are seniors out. We provide transportation to these early voting sites. In our area, the Postal Service over the years has been reliable. Our mail doesn't travel very far to get to the Supervisor Elections Office, which is the county's constitutional officer over elections in Broward County. But we definitely are encouraging everyone to vote by mail now. Don't wait, because the ballots have already been sent out for those who have already requested, and you still can request up to 8 days before the election. You can request an absentee ballot to vote. The state of Florida, we have been fighting over the years to make voting by mail and voting early as convenient as possible. So we have won some battles, but trust me, there's always an effort to try to suppress the vote, especially when you have such tight margins in the state of Florida. The former Democratic candidate for governor, Andrew Gillum, lost to DeSantis by 30-something plus thousand votes in the entire state of Florida. That's just how close elections are here in Florida. So it's very critical for that. So from my office, I continually have a nonpartisan campaign about getting our residents registered to vote, providing resources and information in terms to where they can vote early in our city. So in fact, Miramar is ground zero in Broward County for the liberal vote. We know that our city drives a lot of the numbers, being the 13th largest city now in the state of Florida. For those of you who are familiar with South Florida, it's very contiguous from Palm Beach County down to Miami-Dade County. For a stretch of over 50 miles, you can go from city to city and not know what city you're in, because that's how contiguous and densely populated South Florida is. But we are very serious about ensuring that our residents can get out and vote, and we actually have an early voting site right at our regional library behind City Hall and we know that this election cycle has already been busy. So we have a lot of work to do, only a few more weeks left before November 3rd, and we're just encouraging everyone to exercise their right to. Too many people have died, too many people have sweat equity in this, that we are standing on their shoulders, and we must, if we're not voting, then we can't complain. Just shut up. Right. If we're not voting, and it's more than us just voting, it's about getting our households to vote. It's about getting our family and friend members to vote. Just and reach out to individuals and make sure that they have everything together. Because sometimes someone and you're one of your family members may not even know their status hitting on that last day. So I just like to commend everyone for their efforts. This is it's a heavy lift, but it's a lift that's worth it.
Yes, indeed. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. As we close out, I'd like to give each of you about a minute and a half to close out, but I'd like you to answer this question within that minute. What keeps you up at night? Lumumba, we'll start with you.
Well, what's going to keep me up tonight is Tropical Storm Delta, and as it comes through our area. But I'm really concerned about how we are taking care of people and the opportunities that our people have historically been left out of. We've talked about a number of issues today, whether it's from COVID to criminal justice reform to voter disenfranchisement. And those issues are, may be different sides of the same coin. And it all boils down to the fact that people haven't had the ability to live self-determined lives. They haven't had the ability to be a part of a dignity economy. And so as a mayor, I really, it would be hard pressed to pick one issue. Obviously, when I see murders take place in my city, that is disheartening and it's hurtful. My brother was shot in Jackson, Mississippi when I was a young boy. So I've experienced what a call like that in the middle of the night is like. And so there are so many issues that our people are suffering from. And so we have to have a comprehensive view of how we address these things. We have to see community as a resource in the process. I'm thankful at this time that I have mayors, such as the two gentlemen that are on this call, that I know that if I needed something, I can lean on, and hopefully they know the same. But all that is important. But this job is more than a notion. So there are quite a few things, whether it's on the public safety tip or whether it's on the financial tip. Sometimes there are things that we're concerned about that might, look at financial collapse in our cities in some ways. And so there are fires that the community sees, but there are far more fires that they never are aware of that we have to deal with.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Mayor Johnson, we'll let you go, and then we'll close out with Mayor Messa.
Well, again, thank you so much for the opportunity. And again, I remain inspired by these two mayors that I have great respect for, and I walk in their footsteps, as both have been mayors prior to me. What keeps me up at night is the fact that as I lay in my bed, there are people in Savannah who don't have beds to lay in. I have the ability to have electricity and leave the lights on far too long than I should, but some people don't have lights. Or I'm able to go and take a shower and be in a bathtub if I choose to be that, and some people haven't washed in days. Or I can go and get a bowl of cereal, something to eat. And the fact is, some people have not been able to eat in days. As I'm sure my brother Mans will agree, at the end of the day, until everybody has a seat at the table, none of us have a seat at the table. And it's not just enough for us to be happy because some people have. We have to live and work until all people have. And so we are responsible for the all. We're not responsible for the some. As long as there's gun violence in my community, I can't be happy. As long as there are people living below the poverty line, I can't be happy. Until people are able to live and inspire and live their best lives, I can't be happy. And so I don't sleep a whole lot. And I wish that Mayor Lumumba and Mayor Messam would have told me this before I started this road, because you are essentially the pastor, the bishop of your city. You're the father of your city. And you just find that there are a lot of sleepless nights just making sure that your folks are all right. And again, thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Greatly appreciated. Mayor Messam?
Great. Well, Mayor Johnson, had Mayor Lumumba and myself warned you. We were afraid that Savannah would not have the leader that it has today. Because your service and your energy and your commitment is needed. To ensure that that the residents in your city have the leadership to make Savannah an even greater city than it already is. Before I get to the answer, we had a great time in Jackson when we visited the great city of Jackson with the National Black Caucus of Local Elected Officials, which is a constituency group of the National League of Cities. And we thank the mayor for his hospitality when we visited Jackson. Had a great time sharing ideas and best practices. But there are a lot of things, as a mayor, as was previously shared, that keeps you up at night. And we may be at the local level, but when you really think about it, all the chaos that we're seeing going on right now is a battle in America. And that battle basically is a battle between what America is for some people versus what America should be for everyone. And what America is for some people, they are very reluctant in ensuring that there is equity across all of our country. And that just trickles down to our local governments. And that's why I love to see brothers and sisters who get elected in office, especially in cities where we don't traditionally have had the fortune of being in that leadership position. But now that we are, the accountability is upon us to ensure that we are fighting and working every day, and to be bold enough to make those changes, those institutional changes from an economic standpoint, from a social justice standpoint, from a criminal justice standpoint. We have to be there to make radical and meaningful change for our communities as a whole, but specifically for African Americans, because in so many instances, our community has held the short end of the stick. One of the things that we are doing here in the city of Miramar, a lot of local cities don't take the effort to do a disparity study, something as simple as a disparity study to see how you're spending your tax dollars. And we did that. Mostly county governments, airport authorities, port authorities, school districts, they typically do these studies, and they are able to institute federal programs like a MWE program. Some folks may have mixed feelings about that, but I know that a city who has a much smaller budget than Jackson and Savannah, we'll take our little nearly $500 million budget. That's a lot of money that is being spent every year, and people of color have not gotten their fair share of contracts. They don't have their seat at the table. And that's not just in construction and goods and services, but bond attorneys, from insurance brokers, everything that we procure and buy as a service. What I do know as a Black business owner myself, who's more likely to hire Black men and women in our community? Other Black business owners. So when we can move those barriers and so that they can effectively compete for business, and where there's disparity, put policies in place to make up for those gaps, then we'll start seeing some changes in our community, and not just in government procurement, but in the private sector as well. So as a Black mayor in my city, who I know that I have a lot of relationships across the country with colleagues across the country, and I challenge them all the time. If you're not helping to build up Black business owners in your community, Black organizations in your community, Black people in your community, when they have for generations have been left behind, you need to quietly let your term run out and let someone who will get in that seat and fight those battles. Now, I say that recognizing that you may have other constituencies in your city, and you can still continue to serve them while making sure that you are covering gaps that have been created dating back from slavery to Jim Crow to where we are today. So I just glad to be on this panel. I'm always available when needed, and I'm always looking for ways to learn, as I'm always looking for ways to share successes that we're having here in South Florida. So God bless you all and keep you, and you all have a blessed afternoon.
Mayor Messam, Mayor Lumumba, Mayor Johnson, thank you guys so much on behalf of Reverend Jackson. We appreciate your time. We appreciate you taking the opportunity to lead your cities, to help lead this panel. And we look forward to working with you in the future. I sent each of you an inbox to stay in contact with us thereafter the fact. But we really appreciate you, and let's go vote. So when I understand, we can go vote.org to register or for any questions that you have. We greatly appreciate it, and thanks so much, and enjoy the rest of your weekend.
Thank you so much, Shelley, for moderating this panel. I think that we cannot let it be lost upon us having three black men mayors on this panel is very historic, particularly when we started off the day with our sessions on Black male voting. If you ever have a question about, or if you ever get a question from a young Black male about why he should vote, show them this panel. This is why they need to vote, because representation matters, and who is out there speaking for you matters. So thank you so much for
Robert, let me throw something in.
Go ahead, Chip.
One of the things that I'm pretty sure that Reverend was recognizing and would acknowledge that it was purposely done this way for only Black men. Women, you are leaders, you are heroes and sheroes. We greatly appreciate everything that you do, but this time it was our day, only for an hour, I guess. But thanks a lot, Robert, for giving me the opportunity. I enjoyed it. It was a great opportunity.
Thank you so much. All right, and so while we set up for our next panel will be on international. We'll be talking about global and the African diaspora and what it means for business. A great panel organized by our international director, James Gomez. So we'll be switching over to that briefly, and want to make sure everybody acknowledges and understands that Reverend Jackson's birthday is coming up. So we want to make sure you guys hear a special message about that.
Rainbow Push Coalition presents the 79th Birthday Celebration Caravan for the Reverend Jesse Jackson. Saturday, October 10th, 12 noon to 4 p.m., 930 East 50th and Drexel in Chicago. Soul 1063 will be broadcasting live. You don't want to miss it. At 11 a.m., there will be a caravan meetup at 5200 South Payne Drive in Chicago. For more details, call 773-FREEDOM or go to www.rainbowpush.org.
I'm Angela Ward. My mission is to make sure that we put money into the hands of Georgians, and I'm very skeptical of any idea that doesn't achieve that purpose.
I'm bringing you insight, access to innovators and thought leaders that are shaping our area.
Politically correct. 2 is marketing correct.
Leveraging more digital platforms, virtualization, school system.
Asking questions that put issues first and politics second.
The African American community has been particularly hard hit by COVID-19.
Some people do it for health, some people do it for the environment, some people do it for the animals. Whatever your reasoning is, just make sure it's something real to you.
This is the Game Changers.
Thank
thank you everyone for joining us on the Game Changers with Angela Ward. I'm so honored to be here with you, Ambassador Young and Reverend Jackson, and also former mayor candidate Kevin Bussey. I just really want to, we are here at election time, and everyone is just really excited. We're really down to a matter of days right now. And I want to really talk about the voting. How do you feel with the current voting ballots as of right now, with the direction of voting and getting everyone out to vote? Reverend Jackson, do you feel that mail-in ballots would be very impactful for the election?
Well, they've worked in 6 states for that without a hitch. I think that Trump is trying to discredit the election because he really wants to create a calamity at the polls. He's doing it unusually. He's trying to hang on to power even though he's about to lose it. So I think that we should focus on census and voting. Maybe mail in and maybe come to the polls, but don't miss this moment in history.
Right. Do you, Kevin, how do you feel? I know you want to ask about how effective it will be.
Yeah, coming from you guys, being pillars of our society, of our culture, how do you guys feel that, do you feel that it's going to be effective with the mail-in ballots?
No, let me say, I'm not worried about the shenanigans that they're going to try to pull. I think we've got enough warning on that. I think the one thing we have to concentrate on is getting as many people to the polls as possible, as early as possible.
Absolutely.
And in fact, I just came from voting for a special election we have here just a minute ago, just before I came here. And we're electing somebody to replace John Lewis till the end of this term. And there's a wonderful setup there that can handle a lot of people. We have opened up the gymnasium, the stadium for State Farm Arena is going to be a voting place. I saw that the Houston Rockets have developed a drive-by voting registration in Houston. And I think that all of the fuss has turned on our folk, and we just have to keep them turned on and don't let them get discouraged. So the counting is another issue. But if the way to deal with the count is to have such a large lead in early voting, and get the mail-in voting quickly.
Right, it's so important to get.
In many places, they start counting the mail-in votes when they come in.
Right.
And so the thing we don't want is we don't want votes coming in at the last minute. We ought to try to have this election decided in October.
Right.
I know. It'd be such a large margin and such a big turnout that we don't even have to wait till election day.
That's right. I know comedian Ricky Smiley, I know that they are getting ready to, I believe starting in October, to really make an impact with driving around Florida. Do you feel that the state of Florida, would that be a really major impact on the election?
The state of Florida could decide the election, especially since they're going to put up money to let former convicted felons reactivate their vote by paying off all of their court costs. And I think that's one thing we can be grateful to Bloomberg for. If he didn't do anything else, he may have decided Florida for us.
Wow. And Reverend Jackson, how do you feel as far as with the state of Georgia, you know, it's a huge race with Senator Perdue, with Raphael, Reverend Warnock. Do you feel that Warnock will really, you know, push over with Senator Perdue and Loeffler?
Let me say, first of all, you must identify your interest in vote. For example, 18-year-olds can now vote. Ohio State can register and vote. Well, why? To get Pell Grants, scholarships, to avoid the war, because there's a war, that's who's going, 18, not 81. College student loan debt reduction. So if we identify the reasons to vote, bottom up, not just top down, and Andy said we have so many votes until they can't steal enough.
Let me ask you this.
Yes, sir.
I couldn't hear Reverend Jackson very well, but I wanted to put in this, that Warnock could win this if we had Lieberman and the two Democrats running that can't win. They have not raised enough money to run a respectable campaign.
Mm-hmm.
And one of them is black, and the other is the son of a former Senator Lieberman. Now, on the front page of the Atlanta paper today, it said people are charging that Lieberman is blocking the election of a Democrat. And so there's pressure on him to drop out now. If we could get the other black candidate to drop out, Warnock has a very good campaign. And if he can get him in a runoff and have this landslide, we can make him a senator.
Right. And as I
But
just
remember, see, everybody wrote off Georgia when Clinton was running.
Yes.
And we called Clinton and he got down to Georgia. We had a rally with about 25,000 people that Hank Aaron helped us put together. And nobody wanted Clinton to come to Georgia. But because of Hank Aaron, he came to Georgia. We won Georgia by 11,000 votes. And we had 25,000 people in that stadium for his victory,
wow.
For his presence. And if he had not come to Georgia and had not won Georgia, he would not have been president.
Wow.
So I think you can never tell about Georgia. I only got elected, it was a pouring down rain, but I got elected because we had a 74% turnout of black voters in a pouring down rain all day and all night. And when I saw people coming out, you know, y'all black women don't like to get wet. But they stood up in the rain, and but that changed the history of Georgia, because the next year I was able to take my campaign and put it into Maynard's campaign, and we elected Maynard mayor, and we've had 6 black mayors, you know, in a row now. But if it hadn't been for that one 74% turnout, none of that could have happened.
Now, no, Mr. Bussey.
Angela?
Yes, sir.
Can it be nation by 112,000 votes less than 1 vote per precinct? Carter be forward by 1.5 million. Margins matter in these big elections. Teachers and new registered voters. There's a new Georgia that can win this campaign for Warnock.
I know there were some issues, I know, during Kevin Bussey's run. Kevin, would you like to explain about some of our voters here, you know, in South Georgia, that it's really hard? What do you recommend? And Kevin, would you like to explain your issues that you had with voters?
Sure. I was actually going to ask Ambassador Young and Reverend Jackson the same. because you guys have gone through the civil rights movement, the era of voting, how do we get, as Congress John Lewis would say, how do we get our young African-American generation, young generation out there to get into some good trouble, as John Lewis would say?
One thing I've asked young people when Trayvon Martin was, the trial came up, how many of you would like to vote change? I'm not into voting this thing. I said, well, let's serve a jury. All those who vote can serve a jury. So young people can serve a jury. Power. Power. And so I think it's all about convincing them that they have power to vote. I was about your age when Andy was an old man. I used to run around behind Andy. That's how I got inspired.
Well, see, I guess that's one of my bigger issues is that we're standing on the shoulders, individuals like myself. We're standing on the shoulders of guys like you. You know, you ran for president. You were the mayor in Atlanta. So our political aspirations are because of you guys. But I guess there's a gray area for the generation, the millennial generation, or not the millennial, Generation Y. I believe that there's a disconnect. I don't know if they have anybody that they can look up to, somebody that they can say, hey, I want to take the mantle on and I want to move forward and get into some good trouble. So that's where that gray area is. And I think we need to try to find a way to fill that gap.
Well, when the police shot the brother in the back in Atlanta, Paul Howell indicted him in 3 days. That's the vote figure. They got killed, George Floyd would have walked away, except when the Attorney General, Keith Ellison, took over. First time a white has been indicted in the history of Minnesota. So voting matters.
That's right.
Juror or judge, prosecutor, it matters.
And
let me say, Brother Bussey.
Yes, sir.
We got a band. Just a bunch of high school kids that made a band. We got a flatbed truck, just a big truck. Put the band on the truck. I got on the truck. We had people hanging on all over the truck. And we would drive in through the Black communities, particularly, just around after the sun started going down. And we'd stop on a corner, and everybody would come out of the house. We'd have about a 5 to 10 minute street dance, and you'd have to give your speech and tell them to get out to vote, and then drive slowly on down to the next neighborhood and stop.
Wow.
But you gotta, I mean, we gotta do it our way. We can't just knock on doors. People aren't gonna let you in the door in this coronavirus.
That's right.
But they will look out that door and they will dance on their front steps if you got a good piece of music going.
That's right. Wow.
Now these are old folks, so you got to go back to the rock and roll area. They're not going. They're not into rap yet. I mean, and I don't know how to dance to rap music, but everybody knows how to dance to Gladys Knight and the Four Tops and Sonny. Well, you know who.
That's right.
Gotcha. Yes, sir. I think that's great, and that's sound advice, profound advice. We have to meet them out there, get boots on the ground, and we have to touch bases with them the best we can during this COVID. That's right.
And with in my closing, with the passing of Ginsburg, how do you guys feel with President Trump, wanting to move forward with picking, someone for the courts?
I've seen so much of her lately as a kind of rock star, but November the 10th, affordable health care will come up for voting in the court. They kill affordable health care, 26 million people fall, more white than black. So it's not just her, she's standing between us in life and death. And I think that, to me, that's And that's why McConnell is such a big deal to us.
Right.
But you know, you have to remember that Trump appointed, even the two people that Trump appointed to the court did not vote, voted to make him expose his taxes. So
That's true.
The fact that we have a woman on the court that Trump appoints, I just can't believe that a woman who went to Notre Dame and who taught at Notre Dame, Father Hesburgh was with us in the movement in the 60s. And almost everybody I've worked with coming out of Notre Dame has been pretty good people. So he might appoint her, but I don't know, once she gets appointed, she's on her own. And then I don't know that the lady down there from Cuba, she's trying to get away from Castro. Trump is trying to be a Castro here. And so I just don't know that, I don't want to worry about what he does.
Right.
He is right now in real trouble. And I'm going to leave him to the Lord. But we got to get our people believing that this country, as bad as it is still better than any place I've ever been. And when people ask me, where would I rather live than here? I said, you know, I've been to 152 countries. And I loved them all. But when it comes to picking a place to live, I'm where I'm supposed to be.
Absolutely. Well, thank you so much, you guys.
Now, if it gets too tough in Atlanta, and you the mayor down in Valdosta, I might come back down there.
Come on, you both have to come visit. You both
welcome you with open arms.
South Georgia. Well, thank you so much. It's such an honor to have you guys on. I truly appreciate it. It's amazing, and to have, you know, a young Black man on, you know, with, I know that the Trump administration is really trying to cater to Black people right now, and I believe they're in Atlanta today, I believe, if I'm not mistaken. And it was just really important for me to, you know, to have a young Black male on with two of the greats, you know, in our civil rights.
Saying we not young?
No.
Go ahead and get Ambassador Young.
I'm not saying
That's
that.
all right.
No, it's truly an honor, seriously. But I appreciate you and thank you for all that you are continuing to do. Reverend Jackson, I see you on the news all the time. I just seen you up there with George Floyd, the people that were protesting for him. And I see you guys all the time. It's just an honor, and I truly appreciate that. And thank you for coming on the Game Changers.
All right, want to thank so much. Again, that was a interview from last week with Reverend Jackson and also Ambassador Andrew Young with our friend Angela Ward over with Game Changers. I want to throw it over now to Miss Matilda Aram, who is the president of the Ghana International Chamber of Commerce, to present our session on the African diaspora and global issues. Matilda, I'm going to ask you to unmute, and then I will turn the floor over to you. So thank you so much, and you can take it away.
Thank you, Brother Robert. I hope all is well. Thank you. Can you hear me?
Thank you.
Good.
Yes, ma'am.
Good. So good afternoon and good evening, everyone. As you know, I think we have, just a panelist for now, right? So it's not fully open.
Yes, it's just a panelist for now. We'll open up for questions later. If you are an attendee and you have questions, just drop those in the chat box, and it'll be easier for us to get those answered.
Okay then. So thank you so much, panelists. I see everybody on board. Honorable, can you kindly, His Royal Majesty, can you unmute yourself? I can unmute you. Try. Dahlia, all of you, can you kindly unmute yourselves? Sam, see you. Thank you. Hi, everyone.
The only problem is my video is muted. I cannot unmute it.
Okay, let me see if I can help you out with that. You know, it's not working here. Let me see. Mr. Beasley. Okay. Robert, Robert do you have, okay, I'm trying to see if I can unmute.
Yes, I'm unmuting everybody now.
Okay, thank you. In a video also, if you don't mind. Let's see here. I hope all is well with all of you. Got 3 minutes? Yes. Sam.
Good to see you.
Yes, good to see you. Your Majesty, yes.
Hi, Majesty.
Yeah. Your Majesty, I think you are still on video. Hey, on photo. Let me see. Honorable D. Dawkins is here too. Mr. Beasley, you can kindly unmute Mr. Beasley. I saw him. Dahlia.
Good evening.
Good evening. How are you? Yeah.
Hi, Mother Matilda. How are you doing?
I'm good, thank you. Let me see. Do we have everybody on? His Majesty. I saw him briefly, and I think he disappeared. Royal Majesty. I cannot see Herbert. Mr. Beasley. Okay, I'm muting. Okay. Somebody else. Your Majesty, your phone is on mute. Can see you. Let's see. Unmute, Mr. Beasley. I'm trying to unmute.
Yeah.
Okay, good.
Yes, I'm here, Matilda. How you doing? How you doing, Matilda?
Thank you, Your Majesty. Your video is off. I can't see you. And Honorable D. Dawkins, I can see you. Okay, good. I'm unmuting. Yeah, okay. So I would definitely ask that everybody unmute unless it's time to, and I will find a way to help also. Brother James, how are you? Are we good? 1 more minute. Anybody has any question? I think I have everybody on board. Yeah. Anybody has any question before we start? Thank you so much for joining us. I am hoping this will be very interactive. I'll make it pertaining to almost everybody's life. If there is a conversation that you want to maybe chip in a minute or two, please let me know, and we'll make this happen. Yeah. So, Robert, I think we should be good. Dahlia,
all right, ready to roll.
Mr. B, Your Majesty, everybody is on? Yes. Yeah, ready to go. Yeah.
Yes. Yeah.
Thank you.
All right, Matilda, I'm going to turn the floor over to you to make opening statements as the moderator. The discussion is yours.
Thank you, Brother Robert. Thank you so much. Thank you for joining us. Good evening to some of us and good afternoon to some of us, because this is an international panelist, so we have people joining in from overseas. Thank you for Rainbow Push for making this possible for us to get the conversation out there. Today we will discuss Africa and her diaspora within the context of the African Continental Free Trade Area, beyond the return and the Africa we want. And I just wanted to kind of put a little bit out there what the Africa Continental Free Trade Area means. That we recently, as African country for the first time, 54 African countries have signed an agreement to do business with each other, the movement of goods and people within the continent of Africa. Its seat is in Ghana. And then, so that has also become the largest free trade area possible. At the same time, about 12 years ago, the African Union instituted the CIST region. The CIST region means that all African descent that are not on the continent, that means my brothers and sisters here, Colombia, everybody, we are part of the CIST region, part of the African Union, because Africa has 5 regions, North, South, East, and West, and the Central, and we are officially the CIST region. So it means all of us are part of it. And then last year constituted the 400 year of return since the first enslavement ship hit Jamestown in Virginia. The first ship was August 28, 1619. So Ghana started the year of return, where African Union is now talking about a decade of return. So Ghana started inviting brothers and sisters to come home and be part of the economic growth of the continent. And since then, I mean, it was very successful. I think everybody here is very much aware of it. So our conversation is going to be based around that, what we need to do and what the opportunities are. So with this, I would like to introduce the panelists, the distinguished panelists briefly, and then I will allow each and every panelist to have a two to 5 minutes to talk about themselves, reintroduction themselves, and then we'll delve into the conversation. So it is my honor, without further ado, it is my honor to have Dr. Joe Beasley. He's the president of Joe Beasley Foundation. I call him the Oasis because I have learned so much from him, and you will get to know the wealth of information and experience that he brings to this conversation. And then the next panelist is His Royal Majesty Ezi Chukwudu J. Ehenutu. He is the King of Igbo in Ghana and the business movement. It is important to see how we are connected, both by trade and everything else. You will get to know more about him too. Then I have our Dr. Sam Osama Chiribi. That's a dear friend of mine, PhD, University of Amsterdam, senior lecturer at Emory University, and also a former member of parliament in the Netherlands. So he understands the trade, both from the EU standpoint, NAFTA standpoint, and then AU standpoint also. And then on the next list, I have our dear friend, Honorable D. Dawkins Hagler, also sometimes known as a Reverend. He's a former Democratic House of Representatives, a powerhouse. She understands the relationship between the continent and the US and the global Blackness. So I'm excited to have her on the panel also. And then last is Dahlia Anthony, Director of Business Development at Smart Recruitment UK. She is now moved to Ghana as a diaspora, so we'll understand what it takes to be on the continent. So with this, I would like to call on Dr. Joe Beasley to give us a brief introductory. Dr. Beasley.
Thank you very much, Matilda. And I'm grateful to Reverend Jackson, who has been really on the international stage for many years, and largely because of his work, I got more involved in Africa. And I believe that the African-American diaspora was very instrumental in getting South Africa out from under apartheid. So I think what we need to do is really look at how it was that, you know, for 500 years, we had this slave trade that has scattered us all over the Americas. And then we need to look at some of the decisions that were made and who made those decisions. And then, you know, on the continent of Africa itself, I believe we have to revisit the 1884-1885 Berlin, Germany conference and get some sense of, as an African people, you know, who we are. We just recently here in Atlanta have hired a new school superintendent. But our education, even though the schools here in Atlanta have been resegregated and about 95% African, but we're teaching Eurocentric education. And I think that does our kids a disservice. And so I think that if we really get down and fully understand how we got to this point, and I'm grateful to James Gomez, who almost constantly sending me information about what's going on in Africa. And I think we have an opportunity to become kind of experts on what's going on in Africa. And we should look at our Jewish brothers and sisters and take their example and understand that our motherland is on the continent of Africa, and the welfare of the people on the continent of Africa is very much our business. So I'm very delighted that this sixth district is coming into being, and I believe that African Americans have a lot to offer, not only to here in the United States, but, you know, throughout the Black world.
Thank you, Dr. Beasley. You said something that we have some to offer. And I always say that before we go to that it's kind of like a Joseph meets Moses right now that we do have. So it's important we get to that at some point. So thank you. His Royal Majesty, Ezi Chukwudi J. Inenetu, King of Igbo. Thank you. Can you give us a brief comment?
Good evening here from Africa, wonderful people over the world and listeners today. I am His Royal Majesty, also the president of Feasible Ghana Foundation. I am a king, I'm also a businessman over here in Africa. By the special grace of God, I tell people every time that Africa is the next destination of the world because God really blessed Africa with all the things that we need, both in human capacity and a whole lot. In terms of minerals, Africa is blessed. In terms of human resources, Africa is blessed. So I think it's a time Africans in diaspora should think about how we can develop African continent. And I'm so happy with the youth return that the president of Ghana established. And this will also bring development more closer to Africans. And the African Americans that live in America should also know that the DNA of every African American is down here in Africa. And I think they will do more better back home if they also channel their investment and their businesses over here. Let us join together to develop Africa, to make this continent one of the best continents on earth. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Your Royal Majesty. Dr. Sam, thank you.
Thank you so much for inviting me. Let me first say I'm so honored to be here with Your Majesty, with Dr. Beasley, with you, Sister Arhin, and also to be linked to the Reverend Jesse Jackson. I was with the Reverend in Africa, Tanzania, at the Tribunal of Africa, Rwanda Tribunal, and he spoke to my students. He was so absolutely articulate, and he said something really important about that the old diaspora, which is the African American diaspora, is visiting Africa and want to really do something to help Africa. At that time, it was the big summit that Ambassador Young was also present in, and he totally agreed that the old diaspora, African American diaspora, needs to connect with with Africa and with new diasporas, and to create a new platform to help Africa. And I do believe, and here linking it's something with the previous panel with Ambassador Young. He said something really important. He said, Atlanta, that's why I'm wearing the peach tie today. Even if I'm from Africa, I'm from when spending time in Europe and just came here some years ago, I feel that in this city of the dream and the dreamer, the city of the dream, with the only place where we can make a suspension bridge between Africa and America, because we have here the dream, we have the brains, we have Joe Beasley, we have Arhin, and we have a number of things. And just to tell you something else quickly, because His Majesty is here. We've been with American students from Emory to Ghana, and they love that nation. I really do think that Ghana, but also Nigeria and North Africa and South Africa, if they get their act together as regional and within this new framework with continental trade, will change a number of things, especially with the help of this African American and African diaspora, which I call the diaspora of the diaspora. Thank you for inviting me, and I don't want to take so much time.
Thank you, Dr. Sam Shirabi. Honorable D. Dawkins Hager, please.
Hello, everyone, and thank you so much for allowing me to be on this panel, Matilda. Again, I want to give my thanks to Reverend Jesse Jackson and Rainbow Push and Robert Patillo for being the executive director here in the Atlanta area, state of Georgia. So Africa is near and dear to my heart. I believe that I am really a daughter of Africa, not just because I believe we all have originated from the continent, but I have made myself more present on the continent over the past 15 years. And so in my line of work, not only have I been a legislator, but I have a organization called the Organization of World Leaders that bridges the gap between leaders on the continent, whether they are presidents, prime ministers, those in the banking arena, education, medicine, law, with those who are in the diaspora. And so for me, it is important that we understand that we are one. We come from one seed, and that we have to bridge this gap in order for us to be effective. Africa has the resources, and America, those of us who in the diaspora, we have the know-how, only because we've been in the West for so long. And I think together, when we fuse our resources with our knowledge, we can overcome so many obstacles. Africa has been raped and pilfered for so long by colonizers in the West, and it is time for Africans to have their right place in the world. And so I don't believe that Africa is the next frontier. I believe Africa has always been the frontier, and it has been manipulated and used by many, even some on the continent. But that's because the trauma of slavery is deep, but we'll talk about that later. So we have to really go deep, because when you have unresolved and unaccounted for, and we still haven't really done reparations across the board trauma, then there are a lot of things residual that happens, and there's a distrust between the brothers and sisters on the continent and those in the diaspora. So that's where I'm going to start. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Dahlia, can you please, are you there?
Good evening, Madam Moderator, Madam Matilda. Thank you for the opportunity. Thank you, distinguished panelists. I want to thank Reverend Jackson for the opportunity to even be on this platform with such wonderful members of society. One who was born in Africa and have lived in diaspora, particularly the UK. I think when we ask the question, what sort of Africa do we want? We really want to see the Africa that we are living in the West, in the continent of Africa, on the continent of Africa. What do I mean by that? I mean that awareness of who we are must be an educational opportunity for us to talk more about who we are as a person, as a people, as a nation, as a continent. I am hoping that what the European Union was able to do in bringing together many countries as one body, we Africans can do the same and be one people, truly, not just to refer to ourselves as diaspora, but just as Africans, not separating all African Americans, African diaspora, just Africans. And I think that coming together and knowing about ourselves, knowing about who we are, will give us great scope or insight to start doing business, to start learning, to start teaching, absorbing information, creating structures, putting in place infrastructure that we need, whether it is educational or foundational or in construction or whichever way. So I thank you once again. It's an introduction to who I am. I run a company called Smart Recruitment UK simply because I have a passion for young people. The foundation to build young people up in Africa, build the apprenticeship, build the skills is really the Africa I want to see. Thank you.
Thank you, Dahlia. And I think definitely Rainbow Push, Reverend Jesse Jackson, happy birthday. And then the best is yet to come. I am very excited about this, and I would love to introduce Brother Gomez to say a few words. He is the international head of Rainbow Push Coalition. He is the one that has made it possible for us to come closer. So, Brother James Gomez, can you please give us a few words before I start?
Thank you, Sister Matilda. And I want to thank all of you for taking the time during these difficult and complicated times to join us for this panel. And it's good to know that, and I hope so, that all of you and your families are well and safe. And one thing about the importance of this forum is that it is a continuation of what we have been doing every year. We have two sessions focusing on the continent and the diaspora, one during our annual convention and one also during in New York. And with the help of Sister Matilda and Joe Beasley, we expanded to Atlanta. And for the interest of time, I'm just here to listen to your thoughts and ideas, and hopefully from here on, we can be more connected in terms of doing better to improve the situation in the continent. Thank you so much.
Thank you. So I will take it, Dr. Sam Tirby. You know, you were talking about if Atlanta, especially from Atlanta's standpoint, if we are able to come together and move our conversation forward, Africa definitely will rise. You know, with the scramble for Africa, like Dr. Beasley said, was, at some point, that is what got us to this point. There's a second scramble for Africa. We are all aware, especially under the perceived economic impact of COVID-19. The world is coming to Africa, is coming at Africa to take everything else that is there, from the natural resources to the human resource. So I wanted to know, with your experience as being a member of parliament and also an educator, with the NAFTA, the EU agreement, the new Continental Free Trade Area agreement, what does Africa need to look out for? And what are the lessons? What do we need to do so we do not fall under this guise of the second scramble of Africa? So Dr. Sam.
Thank you so much, Matilda, again, our true ambassador to the world. And especially, I really have a special place for you in my heart, because you've been always there for my students and other students and everything. When there is a conversation in Africa, you will find Matilda, and always trying to bring, the European and the experience of advanced societies, economies, if I may say, America, Europe, NAFTA, etc., to Africa, to find lessons. What are the lessons learned? So I was a member of the European, the Dutch Parliament, but I was also a member of the Council of Europe and the West European Union. And I must say, I've been, I've seen, the developments and of the EU. I saw, in 2004, 16 new members from the Eastern European countries who are absolutely were not ready for democracy, not ready for anything, no real infrastructure, joined the European Union. And there was a structural fund to help those countries, in spite of the problems we see, problems now with Poland, with some problem with Hungary, with governance, with, putting like the whole Supreme Court under, almost an authoritarian way. In Europe, these things happen. However, the resilience of the European Union is so big that they have a lot of funds and protocols to keep things in check and to do something like that. So the first thing is that we don't have really, as Africa, a big, fund to help the very poor countries. So what you will have an uneven development in Africa, even with this amazing free trade, zone, which is going to be a historic moment for Africa, for businesses, for a number. So, I have a number of points that I could talk about, but I don't want to take much of your time. I can talk about, the boundaries. I can talk about the banking industry. I can talk about the new protocols. I can talk about a number of things, and also the help of, companies, and especially creating new circles. However, the will is there in Africa. I see, the 8 regional communities, or the 8 regional blocks, will be in a way consolidated, and there is this will actually to abolish, a number of things within them, especially to have free trade, to have circulation of goods and people. But the problem, the only problem is that there will be an overlap between the 8 communities and this region, because when we recently asked Nigeria, what are you going to stick to, which the regional agreement or the continental agreement, Nigeria said, well, if they don't overlap and if there is a problem, we're going to stick to the regional agreement. So there are some things that we have to iron out that we don't have, you know, in the future, problems with Brexit or the Grexit or something else, you know, because you know, if you could say, a union can break too. So that's why a little bit, not hasty, but really a good step forward will help. And that's why I think that this COVID-19 was a blessing in disguise, because we should have started actually in July, and we said, no, we're going to start a little slower, because we have to work a number of things out. But there is an enormous will within in Rwanda, in Nigeria, in Ghana, in Morocco, in South Africa, to do something. And I think if we start with doing these kind of things, we will be able to solve a number of interesting problems. Because don't forget, the youth bulge in Africa is unprecedented. There is an enormous energy to help and to do something. They need jobs. And there are ideas how to do that. And I see also, like, for example, already like Ghana started with a number of interesting initiatives that I can talk about. Nigeria too, like even some business people trying to imitate some European things. Like one, for Dangote, for example, a very important rich guy in an important, you know, player in Nigeria, said we have to start to write the refineries. We have to work first the infrastructure. We had to have to ensure a kind of independency. We cannot send our oil to outside the country and then bring you know, gas to be able to use in cars and things like that. Let's start doing it here in this country. So actually there are a number of things that you have to have. Food insufficiency. You need to have security in Africa, and it has to be, you know, so I can talk about a number of things if you want me to continue. I have like 5 lessons I can share with you from the European Union, but because I don't want to be, you know, alone talking here. I don't want to. I can interact with my my colleagues, because we have, you know, Dr. Beasley here and His Majesty. So thank you so much for giving me this opportunity, and I will talk about the 5 lessons in a minute.
Thank you. We'll come back and forth. So with that, I would like to actually, since we talked about policies, apart from the business, you talk about policies, I'd like to go to Reverend Honorable D. Dawkins Hagler. She's very familiar with both terrain. If I say both, that means the 2 continents that we are right now to reside in. What will be some of the policies that the African government needs to put in place to enable us? And I always tell some of the leaders that I work with that here in this country, some people don't like the affirmative action, but it was put in place to make sure certain people get ahead because they've been pushed back for so long. What are some of the policies that you think African leaders should put in place so that the diaspora, the CIS region, can be a real conversation and not just tourists when they get on the continent, but part of the continent's growth?
So I'm going to do that twofold. So thank you for that question. One of the things that I think that Africa could do is make it easier for dual citizenship across the board. Because when you have dual citizenship, you feel like you have you're part of that entity. For instance, when Africans come here, they don't give up their citizenship in their native countries. But when we go there, we would have to give it up. So I think that's one of the things they should really look at, is the dual citizenship and how we approach that situation. Now, the real issue is not so much the policies of Africa as it is the distrust or mistrust of those in America doing business with those on the continent. Because you don't have that problem with China, with India, with places like Belgium. You know, do you understand what I'm saying? They know how to, the Portuguese, they know how to go in and do business with Africans. And so America is the one who actually needs to do a better job as it relates to trade between Africa, because if they don't get in control of this situation now, China is going to have such a stronghold on the continent that I don't know how we will recover if we don't address that situation right now in 2020. I have seen, so when I travel to the continent, I'm gonna give you an example. I was working, me and my business partner, Keith Granberry, we were trying to help a company, which we thought was a South African company, which it was. We thought it was indigenous South Africans, only to find out that the president, the CEO, was actually Portuguese. But at that time, the ball had already started rolling and they had an airport contract in, let's say, Rwanda. And so we had already started doing the work because the managers that we had met, they were South African. But by the time it got to the end towards the deal and we were competing and fighting against China, but because we went in, Keith and I, African Americans, believe it or not, the relationship was just better. We moved the ball and we were able to get the contract. But then at the end, we found out it was Portuguese. Portuguese got it instead of the Chinese. But the problem is, we've got to stop the distrust. The mistrust has got to stop. And so we have to be better articulators of who and what we are in America versus the continent, that we are our brothers and sisters keepers. America, and I don't know how we've been so short-sighted with Africa, because many of the resources we need, even for cell phones, for, just to do the technology there, it comes from the Congo. Do you understand? People think that they were just watching a movie when they were watching Black Panther, but there really is titanium, and it really does come from the Congo, and we really are using it in products. So this stuff is not mythical, it's real, but we've got to do a better job. So the policy, I would say, Africa, do a better job as far as dual citizenship, and maybe there should be some type of free trade agreement, at least on the part of those who are ancestors. Like I like when, I think her name was Sister Dahlia, when she said, we got to stop calling ourselves, those are the diasporas, just start calling ourselves Africans. When Africans, no matter where we are in the world, start trusting each other, things will begin to change.
Thank you. The next one, just gleaming from this conversation, His Royal Majesty, Your Royal Majesty. There is, recently we saw some things also going on where South Africa was kind of claiming they don't want Nigerians. Ghana also kind of started doing certain things where I know there's certain conversations going on for us to at least iron out these differences. My question is, taken from what Honorable D. Dawkins said, is even if Nigerians are having challenges doing business in Ghana, and now we are asking that the Year of Fraternal Brothers and Sisters should join us. You are a successful Nigerian who is living in Ghana, doing business all over in Africa. What are we missing? What do we need to do to make this a reality that Honorable D. Dawkins Hagler just mentioned?
Okay, Matilda, thank you so much for this wonderful bringing us together. It is a blessing to each every one of us and our listeners everywhere. Matilda, listen, I've lived in Ghana for 25 years and I married a Ghanaian for 22 years. Ghana has been a very wonderful country, a blessed land for many foreigners that live in Ghana, and the people of Ghana really welcomed us very well. But sometimes in policies, there are some policies that people want to wake it up. Some policies might not help the continent as Africans. Some policies might not help the ECOWAS sub-region, the 16 countries that make up the ECOWAS sub-region. But some people, maybe one or two personal reasons or for selfish interest, they can wake up some certain policies. There are some constitutional rights put together many years ago in so many countries. And it's not everybody that can look into some of those areas. But people can just wake up one day and say, hey, this area is the area that is covering, protecting the indigenous people of the land. This is one problem we have in Ghana, because some Ghanaian traders will understand against Nigerians that there's some level of policies that is prohibited, that foreigners should not be in retail in Ghana. And believe me, though this is rules and regulation in the trade
ministry of Ghana, but I look at it that we are all Africans of African continent. We are West Africans. We don't need to implement these rules to people from Western, to Asians and people like that, but not just Africans here, that we are all together to promote African trade, to promote African business, to promote ourselves as citizens of Africa. Now, in South Africa, the same thing happened over there, but we keep telling them, we keep coming, we continue like this. It's not gonna make Africa be what it's supposed to be. At the same time, it also make the African diasporas, for them to be scared or not to come. If Africans that live here in Africa are prohibited to do retail, to do sales, to do business down here in Africa while we are here, how much more them, the African diasporas coming from over there to do business? So apparently, basically, this will also affect the progress of developing Africa as a continent. So I keep saying this also through my where I help entire African children, sons and daughters, not just only Ghanaians, not just only Nigerians. I tell people that Africans, we are Black people. We need to protect each other. We need to work together. We need to promote Africa as a continent. So I know that this thing sometimes is an individual, to excel within African continent. But we must put a stop to this.
Thank you, Your Excellency. So then with that, I mean, you make a very, very, very good point. So Dr. Beasley, with this, when we see His Royal Majesty says something will make some people not excel. With the Continental Free Trade Agreement that has been set up in Ghana, we are seeing subtly behind the scenes that other countries, let's say some West and the East, countries are encouraging Africa to set up these kind of rules. Because right now it says, for example, like in Ghana, to do trade, you need a minimum of $1 million if you are not a Ghanaian to do business in Ghana. So that automatically rules out the diaspora. When you really look at, unless diaspora come together as a branch, like maybe the Black Engineers Association, then that can be done. So maybe there's a plus where we could do that. But looking at Dr. Beasley, looking at this kind of conversation, will it not be a good idea for us to encourage the African Union or have more conversation with the African Union to make sure that when they are sitting, African Union meeting is called, the CIS region is there from infrastructure and everything else, not just we are invited to come and then one person is sitting in the room, but make the CIS region the part of the African that when we meet, that we can have these conversations and express concerns and making sure that we are not cut out completely. Haiti, for example, is part of African Union. I don't understand, well, I'm not in policy, but Israel is an observer. So I'm wondering, what do we need to do, Dr. Beasley, to make sure that we can get African government to enable the CIS region to have a bigger part of the conversation?
Well, I wish, people at the level of Reverend Jackson and maybe Andy Young talking to some of the presidents on the continent, I believe they should require anybody doing business anywhere in Africa to have with them a minority a partner, and so like a joint venture, and that would really cut us more into the wealth of Africa. And we talked a little earlier about the Chinese and what they're doing in Africa. And well, we have to understand that Africa is our birthright, and we're going to demand those of us in the diaspora to say to China, you could come in there and buy land and whatever, but that's our birthright. But on the one hand, let's take a company like Delta Airlines, who Delta, uses more fuel than any other entity in the world except the United States Air Force. And they love the Nigerian crude oil. Now, I've been working with Delta and also with the Nigerian government. And I arranged a meeting for the oil minister to come in and meet with Delta Airlines. And rather than them buying Delta crude, Nigerian crude on the spot market, they could buy it directly from the government and at a tremendous savings. So I just think those kind of things, another company like Coca-Cola is headquartered here in the United States. Up until very recently, about 90% of all the ownership of Coca-Cola on the continent of Africa was owned by white Americans, white Europeans. Only about 10% of the ownership in Coke is owned by Africans themselves. So we've said to Coke, that is not going to survive in the 21st century because we're living in an age of information, and the Africans not going to continue to drink Coke and make Europeans wealthy. So I think we could play a very large role, and I just see there was a new ambassador appointed from the African Union, and of course, I think you were here when I had the former ambassador to the United States from the African Union here at the house, and I would hope that somehow that we could establish some relationship. I talked to Mr. Gomez, I guess yesterday, where he sent me information about the new appointment, and I want our information because I want to be proactive, and I would hope that that they would get together with the members of the Congressional Black Caucus, and we'd have a real synergy going out, not just sporadically, but we would how to pull these contacts together. So I'm happy to be as engaged in Africa as I possibly can. And the Royal Majesty, he's from Nigeria, right?
No, Ghana.
Is that right?
Yes.
Yeah. Well, I visited when his dad was a king. He gave us a royal meeting while I was there in Nigeria. I guess it's been about 5 or 6 years ago, maybe a little bit longer. So we've got to do everything we can, to come together. And when we come together, not just to go shopping or whatever, but let's talk about some real meaningful contacts.
Thank you, Dr. Beasley. Thank you, Dr. Beasley. This is very important. We're talking about policies and a little bit, because without the strong foundation, everything that is built is literally built like on sand. So moving not from this, but with the policies that we really need to focus on, where we need to put our attention. We want to, Dahlia, I'd like to know, you lived in UK for quite some time and just came home. So you literally represent us here, the diaspora, the historical and the current diaspora, like Dr. Sam Tirby said. The current diaspora is us, and the historical diaspora is our brothers and sisters. And I use, like I said, I use the analogy of I am Moses and my brothers and sisters here are Joseph, because Joseph knew what to do when there was famine, So we are here to encourage and work with each other to be able to go. You just left and went to Ghana. What are some of the opportunities? Because when you go and you are fresh, the opportunities just staring you in the face. When you haven't been there, you don't know what's going on. What are some of the opportunities? What needs to be done? How were you able to acclimate into the system so easily? Or what are some of the challenges that you can share with us today?
Thank you again, Madam Matilda, for the opportunity to tell you about this. Having left the UK and come to Ghana. It was that is in the West, which we have all gotten so comfortable with, has been built in Africa. So we are definitely, I was definitely challenged, to say the least, and it took some time to build up my circle to move forward. I had great friends and family and structures I put in place to help me move forward. So what I would say, having lived in the UK for more than 25 years, coming back home to Africa, I think that the opportunities here are the infrastructure. So
Alia, you keep going in and out. Okay.
Everything, if you take an angle base in agriculture, there are not many in Ghana. So we are looking at that. We are looking at financing. The diaspora wants to.
Dalia, your volume.
Work and invest, finance, training up the young people, training up. Yes, ma'am.
So you keep going in and out.
Sorry. Terrible network in Africa. Forgive me. I will try that again. So, so we want to really look into agriculture. What can we do in terms of machineries in agriculture? Those are the opportunities here. You want to look at construction, building affordable housing for the people here on the continent. I mean, here in Ghana, where I live, you've got houses being built and priced in dollars, although we operate in CDs. So affordable housing would be one of the key places to also go to. I want to talk about education, basic education, and the training, vocational training to finish a job well in construction is definitely great. So in the construction trade, you need to have the apprenticeships, the foundational work, the structure, the basic jobs to be completed needs that education. You want to also look at healthcare. We don't have good healthcare facilities here. Many opportunities within the healthcare sector, and to say the least. So how did I come and survive it? I think that with the willingness I am an African. I was born on the continent of Africa. I am used to being an African, even if I lived abroad. So I think that having a mindset, a transformed mindset that you're going home to build will give you the enthusiasm to build it. Thank you.
Thank you, Dalia. Your Royal Majesty, so you are a business mogul in Ghana. I know a few things about it. If you want to share some of the things you're doing in Ghana, I think will be very important. They say Ghana is the gateway for Africa, and some people say Nigeria is the destination. So I'm surprised that you ended up in Ghana as the final destination. Your Majesty, His Royal Majesty, I wanted to know what are some of the opportunities, because we are here, we have a lot of our brothers and sisters here. We really have a strong interest in the continent. Here on this side, I tell people that, our brothers and sisters, African Americans, spend $1.3 trillion a year, right, in spending. But then there are ways that we can do that and make sure it's an investment. The diaspora alone, the continent, spend about $50 billion back home. What are some of the opportunities from your standpoint that exist that, yes, through the issues that we have and everything else, can be realized within this year of return to make sure we are in alignment with the Africa we want conversation, like Dalia was saying, roads, hospitals, education. What and how are we supposed to enter the market? Your Royal Majesty. I think we lost him.
Yes.
Royal Majesty, you there?
Okay, remember that everything in this world, Can you hear me? The
Yes.
network is bad.
Yes, we
Can
can.
you hear me? I'm here. Hello, Matilda.
Yes, we can.
Yes, Matilda, I'm here. I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yes, Your Majesty.
Can you hear me, Matilda?
I can hear. Can anybody
Hello?
hear me? Yes.
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Okay. There are millions of business opportunities. There are millions of business opportunities in Ghana, in Africa, not just only in Ghana. Remember that. Yes, remember that one of the most important things in one's life is food. And Africa is blessed with greens. Africa is blessed with tropical rainy season, that whatever crops you plant in Africa will do very well. Fertilizer. And the population in Africa is so large that no amount of food you produce to export it out of Africa, you make money in return back home. So the opportunity of farming in Ghana, in Africa, is so huge. Look at a country like Zimbabwe, the country that most average people, it's a lot of soil that Africa have. So in agriculture, there's a lot of money in agriculture. A lot of well-to-do Africans also fly to abroad for medication. So if we have modern 5-star hospitals here, you're gonna make money out of it. In terms of clothing, business in clothing is a lot of money. I'm into clothing in children things, 0 to 16 years. We do best, and it's moving like crazy. I am into manufacturing of juice, organic juice. It is crazy. It's moving very well here. I'm also a farmer that will farm yam, cassava, and all kind of products. Is going very well here in Ghana. It also in the education sector. Our people also need to be educated. If you set up schools here, you're gonna make money out of it. I'm also into education sector. I am the owner of Vision College here in Ghana. A lot of areas that you invest in Africa, you make money. Okay, look at ordinary hair. Matilda, the hair you got there right now, I hope it's human being that plaited the hair for you. It's a lot of money. People make a lot of money from this. Africans need this. Africans are strong enough also to do this. And labor is cheap here in Africa. So if the diasporan region can come into Africa for proper establishment in all sectors, believe me, they're gonna make it, because there's no amount of money you invested in Africa that you're not gonna take the money back in millionfold. Like you said, that Ghana is gateway, Nigeria is destination, but in all terms, Africa, we are gateway of the world, and we're the decision of the world, because God has blessed us in all the areas. Gold business in good in Africa. Africa has the best quality of gold. Africa has the best quality of diamond. Africa have iron ore. Africa have mica. Africa have copper, oil, and all these sectors. So people coming into Africa, there are a lot of things you can do with us in Africa. I believe me, you make it times 1 million. Whatever you are doing over there in Africa.
Thank you, Your Majesty. It was a bit.
Hello, my friend.
Yes.
Network is very bad. Hello.
So, yes, Your.
Hello, Matilda. Like I told this information, we help people. We support 1,000 people every Friday. Send them by giving them food, supporting them by giving them clothes.
Thank you. So, Your Majesty. Yes. Your Majesty, thank you so much. You said something very important, even though some of them I'm sure that people understood. You were talking about food, fertilizer, clothing, gold, all this is in Africa. And by the way, my hair is my own hair, so I don't have to pay. You know, and then secondly, I see that the way the network is, we definitely probably need investment in the infrastructure. And what really baffles me sometimes is the biggest trunks that the network can kind of drive on lays under the seas of Nigeria and Ghana. So we should now be experiencing this, since the trunk that really feeds the whole world in terms of network infrastructure is under the seas of Ghana and Nigeria. We should look at investment in that space. So I would like to basically continue this conversation by turning it over to anybody has any, yeah, Sam, go ahead.
So I'm really happy with what His Royal Highness just said, which is that Africa is open for business and there are millions of opportunities. And I think if I may say something about the lessons that we have to learn from Europe, I say first, let's start with a strong union that have two arms, a left hand and a right hand. Because I said in the beginning, there are rich countries and poor countries in Africa. There are countries that are gonna get more from this continental trade than other ones. And the left hand and the right hand means a left hand is the protective land, the countries that are landlocked, that don't have any possibilities to be totally in full swing with the economy and still have problems with infrastructure, can be also helped through a special fund, what they call the left hand with the protective hand. And the right hand is the blue market, the blue economy that is going to help Africa not to be just a blurb on the radar screen of globalization, but that's why I said in the beginning, this pandemic is, I'm so sorry for all the people who died. I'm really, my prayers go with them, but this is a blessing in disguise, because the whole global chain idea is going to be revamped and rethinked. Europe is not going to send things anymore to China, other places, or even that they're going to do countries that there is a kind of proximity to Europe. And I think Africa is going to be a very, very important point in that point. Second, after a very strong union, well, the poor is helped. So we don't need to have the discussion we are having now in America about Obamacare or no Obamacare. Everybody should have, in a way, in the future, access to universal healthcare. So, but it's going to happen one day in Africa. Second point, which is a strong banking system. 80% of the Africans are unbanked, have no African. And my dear friend, John Hope Bryant from Operation Hope is doing so much to help the African Americans who are unbanked to be banked. And the same thing we have to do in Europe, in Africa, to turn the informal economy a little bit to more formal economy and help the individual to have bank accounts in order to, to be linked to this continental economy and creating a real market for something like that, where people also something like that. In addition to that, I'm so happy with the third point is infrastructure. And I applaud and salute the Trans-Gambia Bridge that has been made to do something in Africa is really very, very, very important. And this is what the European Union did, is investing in infrastructure in other countries. When I used to go from the Netherlands, drive from Amsterdam to Morocco and to Africa, there was no real highways in the 80s and early 90s in Spain. It was made by the money of the European Union. We should help Africans create a better infrastructure. And that's what we need. Third point, what I want to do, create is, in a way, create something that will bring the growth will return to Africa. And we know we are having a lot of problems with growth there. And I do applaud the idea of the billionaire Dangote, who said we need to ask the African champion, any country, any individual in the world, any part of the diaspora that wants to champion something in Africa, should be applauded and helped to bring. And that's why harnessing all the energy, the creative energy coming from the diaspora and the old diaspora, link it to this new market. That's why I applaud what people just said. dual citizenship, the right birth of a right that Dr. Beasley just was talking about. We see a whole movement in America with DNA. The mayor of Atlanta did DNA tests, the previous one, and found that partly is Igbo, partly is La, and then so proud of it. We have, I think that idea is very, very, very important to promote that. And don't forget that America doesn't do much trade with Africa. It's only, again, a very small percentage. And what we need to do, just what we did from Atlanta during the civil rights movement, put pressure on South Africa to stop apartheid. We have to push this government and any government in America to do trade with Africa. Only like 5% or less is trade with Africa. We should put anybody who is in Biden or anybody else has to do to be Africa, to be in the radar screen. And only the diaspora can push and put and become the biggest lobby for Africa. And I have a lot of things to say, but let me just stop with these kind of things. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Sam. I really agree with you and everything else that that's why I keep saying that the Josephs, the diaspora, the current former diaspora. So Honorable D, you are the Joseph. You are the ones that can bring Africa not to its needs, to do right thing. You are the ones that can also bring, no matter what we're going through here with Floyd and everything else, everything is about economic impact. So if we are able to push, like Sam is saying, I am certain that things with Dr. Beasley, he has been pushing ever since I have known, before then, and then that's why I call him an oasis. There is no place he's been to the Pope. He's written to the Pope. He's about to write to the Belgian king. He's written to the Belgian king, forcing all these conversations. Listen, and then Ghana did very well in the oil and gas sector, where they forced something called the local content. That if you are a foreign company coming to Ghana, you're gonna have to have a Ghanaian as a partner, and this is what we ask of you. So they put that in place. So this is happening. So I am asking Honorable D. Dawkins and Dr. Beasley, what more can we do to move forward?
Well, I'll tell you what I'm doing right now. I'm involved in, we talk about the Holocaust and 6 million people, Jewish people being killed in Europe. But as you know, King Leopold II actually murdered 10 million people in the DRC. And so in September in New York, during the time that the General Assembly is in session, we're going to have a moot trial for King Leopold by way of educating people. And so we're going to put him on trial. And of course, he stands guilty as accused. But then we would expect Belgium. I've been to the DRC, I guess, 4 times over the last 3 years, and the average median income in Congo is only $400 a year. And of course, Congo being the richest spot on the face of the earth. And the Belgians are living quite well. So I think that if we talk more about Africa and put a face on Africa, when you've been here at my house and I got a picture of African cities on my wall, and so many people have never been to Africa. They come, where's that? That can't be Africa. And so I just think that it's our responsibility. I was in Kigali, Rwanda a few years ago, and it's going to be one of the most beautiful cities in the whole world, not long from now. So I just think that we have to put a correct face on Africa, because if you look at the American media, all you see is starving kids and people at war. So I just think that's one of the things that each of us should endeavor to do, is put a true face on Africa.
Okay.
And I'm hopeful that moot trial, we're going to put King Leopold for killing 10 million people will bring a more sense of, what's going on in that part of the world.
Mm-hmm. I agree with all of that, Dr. Beasley, but and something we have to do on the America side, many states had in place economic development offices within their states for Africa. Now they have just about dismantled the majority of them. So they're no longer in place, which tells you that our focus has shifted from Africa when our focus should have increased. So even in Georgia, the General Assembly, those of us who are African or Black need to demand that an office or a budget be put back in for Africa, because it was only removed like in the past 4 or 5 years. It's been, taken out, probably the last 4 years. And I'm not understanding why they would allow that to happen, but it has. So we can't go back, but we got to fix it. Then on the Africa side, and Dr. Beasley touched on this numerous times, we have to have corporate social responsibility. And so it is a crime. It's very egregious to have these companies in Africa and they don't give back the way they need to on the continent. And so it has to be twofold. And even whether it's oil and gas, whether it is the banking industry, whatever it is, the natural resources, we in America have to start saying, we will boycott your companies here in America if you don't do right on the continent. See, it has to be some type of repercussion for them to understand that you may individually think that you can treat Africa like that, but if we, the millions of Black people that live in America and throughout the diaspora, say we're going to boycott Coca-Cola and Pepsi-Cola and whatever the companies are, if you don't do right and have corporate social responsibility on the continent, I think that will make a change as well. So those are the two things I think we should look at, is making sure that we put back those economic development offices in each country, having them on the continent. We had one in Africa, in South Africa, and we had one in Nigeria, and both of those are gone now. I'm talking about just Georgia alone. And that went across the board. So they must have had a conversation among themselves in the States and said, let's just start pulling out our offices on the continent.
Thank you so much. We almost ran out of time, but this question is, I see more women have always been part of the decision making. We don't realize that, but we've not claimed, or other places there are artificial stumble blocks, the same way they have for our brothers and sisters on this side. In Ghana, we have a female vice presidential. Here on this side, we have female vice presidential. On the continent, we have 65% young people under the age of 25. On this side, the Black Lives Matter movement that happened with the youth right now. So I feel like those can be the fighting force, but they are not always at the table when we are having this kind of conversation. What do we need to do to encourage the youth? Because if anybody is going to speak out loud, like you said, boycott, put certain things in place, this COVID-19 Black Lives Matter movement, we realize that a lot of people, not only our demographics, want this peace, wants this happen, and wants everybody to be treated equally. What do we need to do? This is to everybody else. Even on the continent, we saw youth making a movement. Everybody, if you can give me a minute or two of what your take is on what we can do with women and youth and making sure that we get the Africa that we want. Open to anybody who wants to start.
Matilda, along the lines of what Dee Dawkins was talking about, this doesn't respond to your question, but I was in Ghana recently, and I saw the Cargill.
What I'm going to talk about the youth is we should remember.
Sorry.
That the youth.
So, Your Excellency, can Mr. Dr. Beasley go? Because Dr. Beasley, can you go ahead, please? Let me see.
Well, I was just saying, I was in Ghana recently, and I know that Cargill pretty much controlled the cocoa business in a number of African countries. Okay. And I took the liberty to go to the company itself, because I just visited some hospitals, and I had made a promise to try to equip hospitals there in Ghana. And I thought that we could get Cargill to sponsor the shipment costs. But I think these kind of things that we putting pressure from both ends on these companies, that multinationals, that is not living up to the social responsibility would move us in the right direction.
We do have, I just realized we do have some few people on panel, the participants have some few questions. So I think I'll do, if you don't mind, I'll take one question.
But I wanted to answer your the one you asked about, what do we do about the women and the youth on Africa protest and all of the, like, how does this all play together? I think that oftentimes, because patriarchy is real, especially Western patriarchy, and it shows up not just on the continent of Africa, but here, wherever you are in the diaspora. And we know that women in general, especially Black women, have built the entire world. We are the backbone of the entire world. Whether people admit it or not, we are. And so that being said, when you educate a man on the continent of Africa, you have educated a man. When you educate a Black woman on the continent, you have educated a village, a community, a nation. And so women have to start to demand our rightful place, just like Africans, Black people have to demand what's ours. We need to stop asking people for permission and start exerting ourselves and taking our power. The resources on Africa, everyone wants them. Africans do not need to beg America, the West, anybody else for anything. We, in essence, need to be actually working together, Black people around the world, demanding that they pay their due to Africa. And then we also need to demand that we work together in partnership. It's too much going on right now. We have to start drawing a line in the sand and making firm requests, not even requests, demands of what we want. And that is what I would say. It's too much. It's time out for all of this other stuff. We've got to make demands.
If I may say something quickly, tomorrow is the birthday of Reverend Jesse Jackson. I think the best gift we can do to him is to think about some solution for youth, guys and girls at the same time, which is by creating a special fund for entrepreneurship, something for grants for Africa, a fund for youth in Africa who have beautiful, brilliant ideas, matching capital with ideas. And I think we can start it here when we ask a lot of people from Dangote to other people to fill it and do something. It would be an amazing idea if we can do tomorrow already as a practical application of the solution we want to do. And it's not going to be just a talk tonight, but it's going to be something that we're going to build on.
Wonderful, Sam. And that definitely goes to a question I was going to ask. So I think you did. Somebody says on the continent, what do we have to reshape our mindset? So you definitely answered that. So with this, we are almost out of time. So I will ask each and every panelist to give me what gives you hope between these two relationships. Just a few sentences of what really gives you hope. So I will start with Honorable D. Dawkins.
The hope is watching everyone starting to pay attention the way they need to the continent, and just to be on that ground. I try to frequent there, a minimum of 10 to 15 times a year, different countries, but COVID has kept us from doing what we need to do on the continent. But I just have hope because the young people are passionate. There's not a digital divide anymore. So it doesn't matter if I'm in Kigali or whether I am in Abuja, the young people have cell phones. And so they can connect all around the world. So I'd like the interconnection and then making sure that everyone is moving in that direction. So I would be willing to put some money into a pot that he's talking about. Actually, I just finished a book a few months ago called Empower Her. And we, 16 African-American women came together, and all of our proceeds go for micro grants to women on the continent so that they can start businesses, because $500, $1,000 on the continent can sustain a family and a village. So that's what we did with all of the proceeds from the book we have, Empower Her.
Thank you. Dahlia.
Madam Matilda, I think that where we need to, or the awareness is really a wonderful factor. I am so grateful and I have hope that the awareness of what is happening in the continent of Africa, the diaspora has finally sat up and they are looking as being part of Africa or Africans to make a change and an impact. Like Dr. D was saying, it is very important that we educate women. So that is a hope that women are sitting up. It's a hope that mothers are speaking out. It's a hope that wives have begun to conversations, even with their husbands. Now, living in the continent of Africa, it's a different terrain altogether because there is a stigmatization with women, wives, and the class system. What is giving me hope is that these women are starting to speak up, and the awareness of what is happening in Africa is a talking point. So thank you.
Thank you. Your Royal Majesty, can you give me a minute, please? Yeah, we are almost up. Are you on? If not, we'll go to Dr. Beasley. If you can kindly give me 1 minute of what gives you hope, that would be great.
Well, my hope is that rather than people say we're going to take a vacation in London or Paris.
Okay. The hope of Africa. I am on. I am on. The hope. Oh my God.
Okay. Can Dr. Beasley finish, please? Dr. Beasley.
I was just saying that rather than going to Paris or London, I would hope they will go to a place like Dakar, Senegal.
The hope of Africa is the youth.
Okay. Thank you, Your Majesty. Dr. Beasley.
Well, I was just saying that it's a closer distance getting to Dakar, Senegal than it is going to Paris or London. And I would hope that we would start taking our vacations on the continent of Africa.
Hello?
Your Majesty, we have only one. That's Sam. I think I'll take your last word as your hope because we are.
Yeah. So honestly, look, we are here with Reverend Jesse Jackson, with Joe Beasley, with Ambassador Young. These are dream people of the civil rights movement in the Peach City. We're already doing something amazing, which is creating this suspension bridge from the Peach City to Africa. Let's make it a real bridge. It's beautiful.
Thank you. So Your Royal Majesty, I'm so sorry your microphone wasn't working very well. So I would love to thank the panelists, Brother James Gomez, Rainbow Push, Brother Robert. I just got to know you, Sister Trina, and of course, Reverend Jesse Jackson. I will give that floor to Brother James Gomez to close us out. Thank you.
Thank you for your leadership, Matilda.
Thank you. Brother Gomez, thank you so much for joining us. Thank you. You're on mute, Brother Gomez.
Well, thank you so much to our distinguished panelists. This was a very good discussion. And first of all, I just want to apologize for those of you who were on the chat. Unfortunately, we couldn't reach them. I was following up, and we will try to figure out how to get connected with all of you. Unfortunately, Reverend Jackson was also supposed to join us, but he's stuck in a conference call, and he extended his apology. But thank you so much. We've learned a lot, and hopefully this is not going to be the last time that we can hook up and try to do more in terms of promoting the continent. As Matilda was saying, I mean, if you are an African, you always have to be hopeful. And as Reverend Jackson always says, we have to keep hope alive and continue to do our best. Thank you so much.
All right, thank you so much, James. Thank you so much, Matilda. Thank you so much for our entire international panel. We are going to make sure to keep this conversation going. We want to make sure that we have an opportunity to, of course, acknowledge our sponsors for this conference because they made all this possible. So I want to make sure people know of the companies that have really been helping through this coronavirus, through the lockdowns, to support the organization. Also, we want to encourage all of you who are listening to join the Rainbow Push Coalition. You can join at rainbowpush.org and make sure that you become interactive. Not many other organizations can bring a conference together where you have 3 separate Senate candidates, 3 Black mayors, an international panel, a discussion on African-American men and voting all on one day. And that being after our discussion yesterday with Dr. Fauci, Dr. Redfield, Dr. Collins, and all the other things that have happened during this conference, Black business, Black farming, and many other things that we've discussed in these 2 days. It's been an outstanding conference. We're going to leave you the same way that we started today by replaying our town hall on African American men and the vote, and we want to make sure that everyone has the opportunity to stay in touch, become involved, and understand that the fight continues. And just as Reverend Jackson's continued this fight for the last 60 years, we can pick up the baton and move forward. I want to thank all of you for joining us, and as Reverend Jackson would say, keep hope alive.
Are you counted in the 2020 census? Greetings.
Thank you, everybody. I'm having a wonderful evening, everybody.
Of the Stone
Bye
Mountain
from Ghana.
Lithonia Alumni Chapter of Delta Sigma Theta Sorority Incorporated. For over 170 years, our illustrious sorority has been in the forefront of social activism. And now, in this year, 2020, it is even more imperative that we are counted in the census. Now, what can we do as civic-minded citizens of Georgia? First, we have to ensure that we all have, that our neighbors and our community all have submitted their census for 2020. You can complete your census online in a matter of a few minutes.
So he went to jail.
It is so imperative that during this climate that we all are represented in the 2020 census. Thank you for your time.
Well, the importance of filling out the census is to make sure that we have funding for our schools, playgrounds, and businesses in our area. Without doing the census, we won't be able to get representation for our community. So it's very important that we always do it, no matter if you're younger or older or you're from another country. Every vote or count in the census makes a difference for us.
It was important for me to complete the census because I'm aware of the fact that we get a lower disproportion of funds to our community because we are, I guess, paranoid of the government knowing our information. So it was really important that my family and everybody that I knew got it done.
To the distinguished ladies of Delta Sigma Theta Sorority Incorporated, on behalf of my late beloved grandmother, all of my aunts, and my only sister, I extend greetings. When you think about the census, you can't go but so far without remembering Jesus. He went to Bethlehem because his mother Mary, his father Joseph, had a responsibility to report for the census. But not only did they have to be accountable for themselves, but even for their unborn child. The sacredness of the census signifies for all of us that we must be counted, we must be heard, and we can't be ignored. You can't chant Black Lives Matter and don't register your family to make sure that they count. Let's make sure this season we are not ignored, we're not tolerated, we're celebrated because we participated in the census.
Welcome, welcome, welcome. Thank you so much for joining us this evening in our
Townhall Part 1, Black Men, or the barriers between Black men in the voting booth. My name is Joy Burks, and I am our Political Awareness and Involvement Chair. And also on behalf of our sorority and our Social Action Chair, D. Dawkins Hageler, we extend greetings to you this evening. Thank you so much for joining us on such an important topic. Our men, our fellas, our brothers. We want to sit back and we want to have dialogue, and we want to understand the importance that our fellows bring to this platform, guys. So thank you so much for being a part of this. We sincerely appreciate you, and I will turn the floor over. Thank you so much.
Enough electoral votes, more than 270, more than enough to become the 44th President of the United States. He will be the first African-American President of the United States.
I've been broke all my life, but I kept hope all them nights. You see business in my city? Yeah, they closed all them twice. I was just riding down Salem, all them damn potholes, I can't drive. I know y'all can fix it faster, but I know y'all won't try. Don't nobody care about us. And that's why I don't vote. Voted for Obama back in 2012. I remember that's when I had hope. He was saying, yes, we can. And everybody got less food stamps. And when I turned 21, I was still broke. I'd never vote again. I don't think I ever had a president make my life better. Did it all on my own. Ain't no politician ever do a nice gesture. I don't even know the man's name. I ain't never seen her one time ever. Tell me how she gonna help the city. What I'm supposed to do, write letters? What I'm supposed to do, blame Trump? He ain't never really gave a Ain't nobody raised minimum wage. None of these jobs pay enough. I think they just want to keep us broke, cause they ain't putting nothing in place for us. This how all my people feel, but we gotta learn. We complained enough, let me change it up. Everything I just said, everybody I know think the same way. See, they don't want to see us vote, and we never do, so we see the same thing. But all our votes really do count, and they'll never really let it show. So now I'm finna break it down, cause if I don't, you would probably never know. First thing first, you know back in middle school when they taught us, it was 3 branches of the government. We forgot it when we got older. It's the judicial, the legislative, and executive. But all we know is the executive. That's the mayor or the governor and the president. Now none of them 3 people make no laws, they just be checking them. The laws come to their desk and all they do is say no or yes to it. So when the news station tried to tell us that Barack Obama couldn't put us on, we was all salty at Obama when it was the Congress members all along. We gotta focus on the legislative branch. Yeah, they the ones that make the laws. Yeah, they the ones write how much food stamp money you get on the card. But when people that wanted to help us wanted the job, I know they probably lost. Cause we ain't even know their name, we ain't know their face, we ain't know it all. So the Congress or the State House, that's legislative, they make laws. So what we want from the president is what they do. Okay, y'all? See, they election every 2 years, but we don't ever even go to those. The Congress, they can raise minimum wage, but we ain't even really know it though. So you know how back in 08, when we all voted for Obama, we was all supposed to go back in 2010 and vote for the Congress. Cause they the ones make child support laws. They the ones choose if your kids at school get to eat steak or corn dogs. The State House make the court costs. So if the country failed, then you can't say it's them, it's your fault. Cause y'all ain't know to vote for Congress members that was for y'all. And they don't gotta leave after 4 years, and we just let them sit. See, they don't wanna tell you this, they want you to focus on the president. Now the 3rd branch is the judicial, that's judges. They the reason why John Crawford and Trayvon ain't had justice. So when Meek Mill got locked up just for popping willies, we blame the judge and not the city when they let her get voted in, cause they ain't know who to vote against. Imagine life on the other side. Roads better, schools better, everybody get their license back. Grocery store food better, custody of your kids back. Homeless people get new shelters. If we gon' fix the U.S., we gotta start with them 2 letters, me and you. Somebody told us that the government wanna keep us broke, but the only reason why those people in the government is cause we ain't vote. And I ain't talking about the president, I'm talking about the ones we ain't know. See, they was gonna try to keep it low, but it's gonna hurt them when they see the pros.
Every time you stay home, someone is making a decision about you, making decisions about the air you breathe, the water you drink, the food your kids eat, and how much money you bring home every 2 weeks. So every time you sit out an election, every time you don't show up because you think it doesn't matter, someone else is happy that you didn't show up, so they can make that decision for you. Vote.
Good evening, beautiful people. I am Erica Antoinette Slayton, and I welcome you to join me in prayer at this time. Dear most loving and gracious Heavenly Father, we come today in excitement and gratitude, thanking you for the opportunity to collectively